Part 2. I clearly longed for love, but the woman I loved for 4 years laughed at me as a loser. I walked down the street in despair and brought a strange woman home. I thought my life was full of surprises, but I didn't expect my boss to fall in love with me. Facing the aggressive boss, I could only bite the bullet and respond, "Sorry, Mr. Lin, I already have a girlfriend." Every second that followed was a tense contest that made me suffocate. Even I was not sure if I could continue to pretend. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 38. A qualified former suitor should be as good as dead. I carried Susan up the stairs. I felt her breathing quicken. I pressed my palm against the skin of her thigh and seemed to feel her heartbeat quicken. She must be very shy. I put her on the sofa and planned to take a shower first. While I was taking a shower in the bathroom, Susan suddenly shouted, "Jiang Long, your phone is ringing." Hearing her voice, I immediately turned off the shower. "Got it, I'll go get it at the door." Wrapped in a towel, I opened the bathroom door a crack and reached for my phone. Through the narrow gap, I noticed that Susan's face suddenly turned red. Maybe she saw my still wet upper body, but I didn't think much about it. I took the phone and closed the door. When I saw the three words Wang Xinya on the phone screen, I frowned. Wang Xinya was Qinya's good friend, and I only had her contact information because of Qinya's relationship. She, who we had almost no contact with, actually called me so late, and I couldn't help but have a bad feeling in my heart. I finally got through. "Jiang Long, Yao Yao is drunk. Can you come over and take her back to the dormitory?" Wang Xinya's voice was filled with anxiety. In the past, I would have agreed without hesitation, without any dissatisfaction in my heart. After all, at that time, Qinya's every move affected me. But now it's different. I have decided to let her go and no longer let myself be trapped in the past emotions. "Sorry, I can't get through right now. Please find someone else." My tone was calm, without any waves in my heart. Wang Xinya on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect my response. She paused, her voice filled with confusion and shock. "Jiang Long, can you say it again?" I repeated. "You can find someone else, I can't get by." After a moment of silence, she became anxious. "Jiang Long, what do you mean by this? Don't you like Yao Yao anymore?" I hung up the phone, and the conversation with Wang Xinya was still echoing in my mind. My tone was very calm, even a little cold, but I knew I was serious this time. Qinya, the girl I had pursued for many years, the girl I thought I would always like, was finally no longer my obsession. The moment I hung up the phone, I felt a little worried. Although I said I wanted to let it go, my instincts over the years still made me feel a little uneasy. I couldn't help but imagine Qinya's condition. She was drunk now, lying on the sofa, and kept saying my name. Wang Xinya was right. I knew Qinya and knew how helpless she was at the moment. However, Wang Xinya is by her side, so she will be fine. I took a deep breath and told myself, since I had decided to give up, I can't look back. If I soften my heart tonight, all my previous efforts will be in vain. I smiled bitterly. A qualified ex should be like a dead person, disappearing from the other person's life. As a once persistent pursuer, I should quit completely. Qinya's future no longer belongs to me. I pulled off the towel and walked into the bathroom, letting the cold water pour over my head, washing away my thoughts and emotions. Only complete calmness could keep me awake. A long time passed, and it seemed much longer than usual. When I came out of the bathroom, Susan seemed to glance at me from time to time. She must have sensed something was wrong with me, because I would never stay in the bathroom for so long. She might also want to know who the woman who called just now is. What is her relationship with me? Is she the one who once broke my heart? When I think of this, I can't help but feel complicated. I didn't say much. I went straight back to the bedroom, turned on the computer, and started typing. The words on the screen jumped line by line, and it seemed that the only thing I could rely on was the mechanical tapping sound, which could make me forget those messy emotions temporarily. After a while, Susan came into the bedroom with a bottle of water in her hand and placed it on my table. She said softly, "Take a break and drink some water." "Yeah," I responded, but my eyes didn't leave the screen. I know she cares about me, she always does, but I really don't want to bother myself at this moment. She tactfully said nothing more and turned away. The clock was already past 1 in the morning. I had typed more than 6,000 words in one go, but suddenly I felt a little tired. After leaving the computer, I walked into the living room and found that Susan had fallen asleep on the sofa. She curled up, her small figure was quiet and soft. Watching her sleeping, I couldn't help but feel a little warm in my heart. She never disturbed me when I was busy, and even if she was very sleepy, she would rather lie on the sofa than go into the bedroom. I leaned over and looked at her fair face quietly. Her sleeping face was peaceful, her lips were pink, and her breathing was steady. I suddenly felt that this girl was so considerate that I even felt a little guilty. A smile appeared on my lips unconsciously. I picked her up gently and carried her back to the bedroom. I gently covered her with a blanket and brushed away the few strands of hair that had fallen on her cheeks. She slept soundly without making a sound. Chapter 39. The Intricate Puzzle. When Love and Career Collapse. Chinya woke up from her drowsiness, rubbed her head, and looked at the phone beside her in a daze. There was an unread message on the screen from her good friend Wang Xinya. Yao Yao, remember to reply to my message when you wake up. Chinya drank a lot of wine last night and vaguely remembered that Wang Xinya called Jiang Long and asked him to take her back to the dormitory. But strangely, Jiang Long was not in her memory. She quickly replied, "Yaya, I'm awake. Was it Jiang Long who sent me back last night?" Not long after, Wang Xinya's voice call came in. Xinya pressed the answer button and heard the familiar voice. "Yao Yao, I sent you back to the dormitory last night." "No way. Didn't you call Jiang Long?" Xinya was a little confused. "I called, but he didn't come," Wang Xinya said with some hesitation. Hearing this, Xinya's heart sank suddenly. Jiang Long always put her first. Why didn't he come? Is he really busy? Why didn't Jiang Long come? She asked, suppressing her emotions. Wang Xinya was silent for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. He said, "He won't like you anymore, and your affairs have nothing to do with him anymore." This sentence hit Xinya's heart like a heavy hammer. She was stunned, and her hand holding the phone tightened involuntarily. Her fingertips turned white, and her breathing became rapid. Jiang Long's face appeared in her mind, and she felt unbelievable when she recalled the past. "Okay, Jiang Long," she sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Since you said so, then never appear in front of me again." Wang Xinya advised. "Yao Yao, Jiang Long seems to have really made up his mind this time. Don't you care about him? Do you want to try to save the relationship?" Xinya gritted her teeth and replied stubbornly, "Recover? I don't care about him. Without Jiang Long, there are plenty of people chasing me." After hanging up the phone, Xinya was furious and threw her phone to the ground. The screen instantly shattered into pieces. She looked at the broken phone, with no place to vent the pain in her heart, and could only endure it silently. At the same time, Jiang Long was sitting in his office when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the name on the screen, frowned, and answered the call. "Boss Lin, what's up?" Lin Tianga's voice on the other end of the phone was commanding. "Jiang Long, come to my office." I reluctantly put down the work at hand and walked towards Lin Tianga's office. After knocking on the door and entering, Lin Tianga smiled slightly, raised her red lips, and looked at Jiang Long with an ambiguous look. "Brother Jiang Long, are you afraid that I will eat you?" Jiang Long frowned and took a step back unconsciously. "Boss Lin, please respect yourself." His tone was cold, and his expression was serious. Lin Tianga looked at his reaction and became even more interested. He approached him and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Long, are you too nervous?" I tried my best to suppress my disgust, suppress my anger, and said coldly, "Boss Lin, if there's nothing else, I will go out to work first." Lin Tianga chuckled and waved his hand casually. "Okay, go get me a cup of coffee." Throughout the afternoon, Lin Tianga kept finding excuses to get Jiang Long into the office, asking him to serve tea and water or to get documents. Every time he entered the office, Jiang Long could feel her burning gaze, as if she was hunting a prey to be slaughtered. Finally, I got off work and fled the company. When I returned to the rental house, his face was still gloomy. His roommate Su Shanshan keenly noticed that something was wrong with him and couldn't help asking, "Jiang Long, what's wrong with you today? Are you worried about something?" I shook my head and said tiredly, "It's no use talking about it." Susan pouted in dissatisfaction. "How do you know it's useless?" "You didn't say it." I took a deep breath, recalling the experiences of the day, and the suppressed emotions in my heart surged up like a tide. Chapter 40, Please don't call me brother anymore. Okay? These days, I've been troubled by two things. First, Lin Tinga, my boss, seems to pay too much attention to me. Although she has not made it clear, her frequent approach has made me uncomfortable. Susan is my friend for many years and lives in the same rental house. She is the only one who knows about this. I hesitated for a while, but decided to ask her for advice. "My boss seems to be interested in me," I said. How do you think I can dissuade her from doing so without affecting our working relationship? Susan thought for a while after hearing this, and suddenly she seemed to have thought of a good idea. Her eyes lit up. If you have a girlfriend, your boss will definitely not have those thoughts about you anymore. I was moved, and her words seemed to make some sense, but then I thought about it and realized that I didn't have a girlfriend. So I shook my head and said, this assumption is not true. I don't have a girlfriend at all. Susan's eyes became cunning, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, as if she had planned it in advance. You can find a fake girlfriend and fool your boss. I was stunned for a moment. Where can I find a fake girlfriend? She patted her bulging chest and smiled unabashedly. I can help you. I looked at her a little hesitant. You mean you pretended to be my girlfriend? Of course, she nodded slightly, as if it was a matter of course. Although this idea sounds a bit outrageous, if you think about it carefully, it may really be a temporary solution. Although it is not a long-term solution, the most important thing at the moment is to get rid of Lin Tianga's entanglement. I nodded. That's right, the current situation is the key, and we will talk about the future later. Suddenly, I thought of something and squinted my eyes at Su Shanshan. Come to think of it, you are becoming more and more disrespectful now. You always called me Brother Jianglong before, but now you don't even call me brother? Susan blinked her eyes and lowered her head with a guilty look. She muttered softly, You're not my real brother. What's wrong with calling me by my name? Everyone used to call him Brother Jianglong, and Brother Jianglong, happily, but now they don't even want to call him brothered. I sighed softly. Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly asked, Do you really want to hear me call you brother? I raised an eyebrow and casually responded, Uh-huh. Susan suddenly cleared her throat and called me in a serious tone, Brother. I instantly got goosebumps all over my body and cursed myself inwardly. This girl's voice was deliberately too coquettish. It was simply unbearable. She didn't seem to be going to stop yet, so she took the opportunity to get closer to me and started calling me even more fiercely. Brother, brother, brother. That's enough. Stop yelling. I stood up quickly and hid in the kitchen. If I continued like this, I was afraid my blood pressure would soar. After I calmed down and drank half a bottle of ice water, I returned to the living room. Susan blinked her innocent eyes, stared at me, and said mischievously, Brother, you're back. My head was buzzing, and I immediately raised my hands in surrender. Please stop calling me brother, okay? She refused to give in and shook her finger in front of me. I know. You said you would scream, and now you regret it? I rubbed my temple helplessly. Okay, don't call me brother. You can call me anything. She finally laughed out loud. You were the one who didn't let me scream. Later, Susan came up with another idea. She said we needed to take some couple photos to fool Lin Tinga more realistically. She came up to me and pointed at her phone. Let's take a few photos. If your boss doesn't believe it, you can show her. I agreed, and she asked me to hold out my hand, which I did. She suddenly put her little hand in mine, interlocking our fingers. Looking at our hands together, my heart trembled slightly. She said calmly, Lovers all hold hands like this, and it's reasonable to take a photo like this. She pressed the camera button, and the photo froze. I looked at the photo, and it seemed so natural. Not bad, I nodded. However, she didn't plan to stop. I need to take a few more photos, preferably some intimate photos. I was stunned. Intimate photos? What on earth was this girl planning to do? D41 Dong, do you want a photo of you kissing me kissing you, or us kissing each other? Susan quickly explained. Jiang Long, don't let your imagination run wild. There are bound to be photos of couples hugging and kissing each other. I'm talking about these intimate photos. She was afraid that I would misunderstand, so she quickly added, fearing that I was thinking about those messy things in my mind. I frowned and asked doubtfully, Hug? Kiss? Are you sure we want to shoot like this? Of course. Susan nodded without hesitation, her eyes full of anticipation, as if she had planned it long ago. She was obviously very excited, and she wanted to take this opportunity to be intimate with me openly. This made me a little embarrassed. After all, how could I take such a photo with her casually? I couldn't help but hesitate and struggled in my heart. Susan, isn't it inappropriate for us to take pictures like this? After all, if we really took pictures like this, wouldn't we be taking advantage of her? Susan immediately counterattacked. You mind so much. Do you have any feelings towards me? Her eyes flickered and her voice was full of expectation, as if she was waiting for my affirmation. What are you thinking about? I smiled awkwardly and reached out to tap her forehead lightly, trying to ease the atmosphere. She didn't care about my perfunctory response and said firmly, If we take photos like this, your boss will definitely give up after seeing them. Her expression was so serious that I was speechless for a moment. Finally, I gave in. Okay, let's start shooting. I was still a little uncomfortable, but since this was a solution to the problem, I decided to give it a try. Susan stood up from the sofa without hesitation, put the phone in my hand, and quickly approached me, hugging my waist without hesitation. Her head rested lightly on my chest, and her movements were so natural that I was at a loss for what to do. Jianglong, hold me with one hand and take pictures with the other hand. Her voice was a little nervous, but her eyes were firm. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. I carefully put one hand around her shoulders and raised my phone with the other hand to take this intimate photo. Looking at the picture on the screen, my heart beat a little faster. We looked like a real couple in the photo. After the photo shoot, I felt an awkward atmosphere in the air, so I coughed lightly, trying to end it all. Okay, these few photos should be enough. That won't do. Susan's eyes revealed a hint of cunning. We need to take a kissing photo to be more convincing. A kissing photo? My pupils shrank, my mind went blank, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Is it really necessary? I was shocked and couldn't believe what she said. Her face flushed slightly, but she answered firmly, "Of course it is necessary. You choose, you kiss me, or I kiss you." I was completely speechless. No matter which choice I made, this was too weird. My scalp was numb, and I hurriedly scratched my hair. "Susan, let's not take the kissing photo." "No, I've made up my mind." Her tone was firm. Before I could react, she suddenly approached me, put her arms around my neck, and then raised her head and gave me a kiss on the face. I froze instantly, with her breath and the touch of her wetness still lingering on my cheek, and my mind went blank in an instant. I mechanically raised my phone and took a picture of her kissing my side face. At the moment the picture was frozen, my heart was beating wildly. This was the first time she kissed me like this while I was awake, and I even had an indescribable feeling. After the photo shoot, she seemed a little shy and lowered her head, not daring to look at me. To ease the awkward atmosphere, I pretended to be relaxed and said, "You are quite good at taking photos. You seem to be very experienced." She immediately got angry and quickly retorted, "No way. I have never taken photos like this with anyone else. Only with you." The atmosphere instantly became more tense. I coughed dryly and explained hastily, "I don't mean anything else. I just think you're quite skilled at posing for photos." Just when the awkwardness between us was about to escalate, my phone suddenly rang, breaking the weird atmosphere. I looked down and saw a group chat message pop up. "Jiang Long, Mr. Lin wants to see me. Society, Brother Yong, Brother Long, Lao Su, shall we go out for a drink?" I hesitated for a moment. Since Susan moved in, I really haven't been going out as much as I used to. I walked up to her and asked, "I'm going out to meet a friend soon. Is it okay for you to be home alone?" She blinked her eyes, looked at me, smiled, and said, "Go ahead, I'm fine." Su Shanshan didn't want Jiang Long's original lifestyle to change because of her appearance. That would be too selfish of her. Chapter 42, You Are the Little Potato. Your whole family is the little potato. As the night deepened, Susan and I stood downstairs together. She was wrapped up tightly, as if she was ready to carry out a serious mission. I told her with some concern, "Susan, if you don't see the kitten, go back early. Don't leave it too late." She nodded and responded softly, "Yeah." I knew she really liked the little cat, and she still wanted to try her luck. I continued to remind him, "Tell me when you get back." "Okay, I understand. Just go away and stop talking nonsense." Although she said this, there was a smile in her eyes. "Okay, I'm leaving. Don't think I'm annoying." I smiled, waved, and turned to leave. In the bar, David, Su Fei, and I started drinking and talking about recent events. "Brother Long," David came over with a gossipy look on his face. "Why do you often go to your CO Lin's office recently? What are you doing?" I shrugged helplessly. "It's just serving tea, pouring water, and delivering coffee, these kinds of chores." Su Fei interrupted in confusion. "Doesn't Mr. Lin have an assistant? Why do you have to do these things?" David smiled wickedly. "Tiske, beautiful Ms. Lin might just want to take this opportunity to see you more. She has good intentions." The corner of my mouth twitched. "Don't talk nonsense. That kind of young lady probably just acted on impulse. Don't think too much about it." "Brother Long, I think you should just give up resisting. Wouldn't it be great to marry a rich woman?" David said jokingly. "Forget it. I don't deserve it." Just then, my cell phone rang, and I saw it was a message from Susan. "Jiang Long, I'm going back. Have you seen the kitten?" I replied, "No." She sent a little emoticon showing her feeling aggrieved. "Don't be sad. I'll buy you some candy when I get back. Okay, she replied immediately. David stared at me, and Sufei playing with our phones with a depressed look on his face, and couldn't help complaining. You two are chatting so lively. Why don't I have any messages? He knew Sufei was chatting with his girlfriend, checking up on her. That was normal. But what about me? He seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes became cunning. Brother Long, are you chatting with a girl? I put down my phone and hummed lightly, too lazy to explain. Wow, no wonder you don't like your CEO, Lin. It turns out you already have a target. David suddenly became excited. Don't talk nonsense, I quickly denied. There is no goal. Just then, the phone rang again, and David and Sufei looked at my phone at the same time. I will always wait for candy. I looked at Susan's message, smiled slightly, and replied with okay. Before I knew it, it was 10 o'clock. I was about to leave, but David refused to let me go and wanted to drink more. I had no choice but to stay with him. The three of us drank until late, so I sent the drunk David home and then took a taxi back to the community. As soon as I opened the door, Susan ran towards me like a little rabbit with a gleam in her eyes. You haven't slept yet? I was a little surprised. I said I would wait for the candy. Where is the candy? She blinked and stretched her hand in front of me. I looked at the time. It was almost midnight. I thought she had already gone to bed, but for her, I still went to the supermarket. I took out 2 lollipops from my pocket and handed them to her. I don't know what flavor you like. I just bought 2 at random. She took the candy with a sweet smile on her face. One was milk-flavored, and the other was shan-shan-flavored. She suddenly opened the candy with shan-shan flavor, handed it to my mouth, and said softly, "Open your mouth. I bought this for you, please eat it. One is enough for me. Open your mouth quickly." Her voice was soft, and I couldn't persuade her, so I opened my mouth, and she put the lollipop into my mouth. "Is it sweet?" she asked with a smile. I nodded, sweet. She also peeled the milk-flavored candy, put it in her mouth, and smiled with satisfaction. Looking at her innocent look, I suddenly felt that everything in my heart became warm. At the other end of Imperial Capital University, Xiao Mingjia's office door was suddenly pushed open. A girl in a lavender Lolita skirt put her hands on his desk and said directly, "Xiao Mingjia, I like you. Be my boyfriend." He chuckled as if he had heard some huge joke, then slowly stood up and looked down at her. "It's too quick to confess your feelings just after you met, Little Potato." Hearing the name, Little Potato, the girl stamped her feet in anger and said angrily, "You are the Little Potato? Your whole family is Little Potatoes." Chapter 43. If my girlfriend knew I fed other women, she would be angry. The next day, the company. I have received 3 calls from Lin Tinga this morning. The content of each call is almost the same, just asking me to serve coffee and tea, as if I were her personal errand boy. Although I feel a little helpless, at least in these few contacts, except for the ambiguity in her eyes from time to time, there is nothing wrong with other things. This makes me feel a little relieved. In the afternoon, Lin Tinga called me again and asked me to bring her a dessert. I was really troubled. I didn't expect that my career would be reduced to running errands. I pushed open the door of her office with the dessert in my hand and secretly prayed that I could get through the day smoothly. I put the dessert on her desk and was about to leave quickly, but I heard her voice, "Jiang Long, come here and bring the dessert to me." She patted the seat next to her, and her smiling eyes made me feel a little uncomfortable. I followed her instructions and placed the dessert next to her. I was about to leave quickly when she suddenly smiled and said, "Jiang Long, feed me a bite." She slightly opened her red lips, her eyes full of teasing. My scalp suddenly felt numb. Sure enough, I couldn't escape this. I suppressed my impatience and responded calmly, "Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm afraid this is not appropriate." Lin Tinga was not angry. Instead, he smiled with narrowed eyes. "Feed me some dessert, it's not an excessive request. Why is Brother Jiang Long so resistant?" I was shocked and said quickly, "If my girlfriend knew, she would be very angry." As soon as I said this, Lin Tinga's expression changed slightly. He stared at me and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I tried to stay calm and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lin, I already have a girlfriend." She stared into my eyes, as if trying to find some flaws in them, but I pretended to be calm and didn't show any abnormality. She didn't seem to believe it and chuckled. "What a pity. I admire you very much." I gritted my teeth and hurriedly said goodbye. After leaving the office, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After I got home from work and had dinner with Susan, she suddenly asked me, "How did you get along with your boss today?" I answered truthfully. I told her I have a girlfriend. Susan was stunned for a moment, obviously a little surprised. "Why did you suddenly tell her this?" Did she do anything to you? I smiled and shook my head. Nothing. She just asked me to feed her dessert. Hearing this, Susan's face darkened instantly, and she said unhappily, "Isn't your boss too much? Why should she let you feed her? I haven't even enjoyed such treatment." I quickly explained, "Of course I didn't feed her. I just told her I had a girlfriend," and she stopped asking. Susan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled softly. "Fortunately, you were smart." Although she was relieved, she still asked worriedly, "Will she believe it if you say that?" I shook my head. "I'm not sure, but I hope she will back down." We didn't continue discussing this topic, and Susan suddenly suggested, "How about we go for a walk on the beach?" Although it was a bit far, seeing her eager look, I finally gave in. So we rode our electric bikes along the coastline to the seaside. After arriving at the beach, the cool sea breeze blew on my face. Susan snuggled up to me and asked me, "Do you think we will have a chance to see the fluorescent sea tonight?" I know that the fluorescent sea is an extremely rare natural phenomenon, but looking at her expectant eyes, I couldn't help but smile gently. Who knows? Maybe we're the lucky ones. We walked side by side on the beach, and suddenly, Susan playfully grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at me. I was stunned for a moment. Then I ran after her with a smile, and our laughter echoed on the beach. After a while of chasing, we sat on the beach, panting, looking at the endless sea. Susan sighed a little disappointedly. "It seems that we won't be able to see the fluorescent sea tonight." I comforted her. "Don't worry, maybe a miracle will happen." As she was talking, Susan lost her balance and rushed towards me, pressing heavily on me. Before I could react, a trace of panic appeared on my face. But more than that, there was the nervousness of my heart beating faster at that moment. Perhaps a real miracle has happened. Chapter 44. Today's young people are having fun. Susan suddenly rushed over to me without warning, and we both fell to the ground. At this moment, I was at the bottom and she was at the top, and the air suddenly became extremely awkward. If passersby saw this posture, they would definitely have wild thoughts. My ears felt hot, so I coughed lightly and reminded her, "Susan, can you get up?" Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and her heart was beating so hard that it seemed to jump out of her chest. She said softly, "Yeah." She supported herself on both sides of my body with both hands and tried to get up, but as soon as she moved her legs, her face suddenly changed and she whispered, "Oh no, Jiang Long, my legs are cramped and I can't move." I was a little speechless. This position was indeed quite awkward, but it was not a good idea for her to press on me like this. I was about to come up with an idea. How about? When the words came to my lips, I hesitated and it was really difficult to open my mouth. Susan saw that I was hesitant and became anxious. "What do you want? Tell me now." I wanted to say, "Why don't I hold her and turn her over and we switch positions so that I can get away?" But when I thought about the scene, I felt that it was not appropriate, so I simply gave up the suggestion. "Nothing." Susan said helplessly, "I don't know when my legs will get better. What if someone sees me like this?" Indeed, in such a public place, people might pass by at any time. If someone saw us in this posture, we would be so embarrassed. "So, what good ideas do you have?" I asked her. "You figure out a way." Susan said anxiously. The hot air she exhaled gently touched my neck, making me feel uncomfortable all over. Just as I was struggling, Susan suddenly noticed someone walking towards us not far away. She nervously whispered, "Oh no, Jiang Long, someone is coming. Find a solution quickly." I gritted my teeth and made up my mind. This is the only way. I hugged Susan and turned over. In a blink of an eye, our positions were reversed. Now she was at the bottom and I was at the top. I quickly got up from her and saw the man not far away stop and crane his neck to look at us. Susan was still lying on the beach, and I reached out to help her up. "Let me help you up." Unexpectedly, she suddenly screamed, "Don't move. My leg is not healed yet." Seeing that it was no use for her to just lie there all the time, I couldn't help but suggest, "How about I rub your legs for you?" Susan blushed, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Then you can rub my right leg for me. Thank you." I immediately regretted it. Looking at her long legs and black stockings and her short skirt rising slightly, I didn't know how to start. Susan seemed to have noticed something, and she pressed the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands and urged in a low voice, "Hurry up and rub it." "Okay." I reluctantly agreed, gently placed my hand on her right leg, and slowly began to knead it. As I moved, my throat began to become dry, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on my forehead. At this moment, I noticed a middle-aged man not far away holding a cell phone and recording us. He had been staring at us when Susan and I were playing around, and now he took the opportunity to record our ambiguous scene. Susan and I didn't notice it at all. After a few minutes of rubbing, Susan's legs finally got better. I quickly helped her stand up. As soon as we stood firm, we were immediately shocked by the scene in front of us. The sea suddenly showed a mysterious blue light. Jianglong, it's the fluorescent sea. Susan was so excited that she could hardly believe her eyes. I was also shocked by the scene in front of me. The whole sea seemed to be covered with a dreamy blue light, as if the elves in the ocean were dancing, just like a fairy tale world. I was speechless immediately, and any words seemed pale and powerless. It's so beautiful, Susan exclaimed. Yeah, it's really beautiful. I also agreed, my heart full of emotion. Susan was so excited that she ran to the beach, stepped barefoot into the fluorescent sea, and turned back to shout to me, Jianglong, come quickly. I took off my shoes and walked into the blue light. At this time, Susan smiled as brightly as a child. You are right. We are really lucky. I took out my phone and took a photo of her spinning in the fluorescent sea. When Susan saw me taking a photo of her, she quickly took off her mask and smiled and made a heart shape with her hands. Take a photo quickly. I chuckled and pressed the shutter to freeze this moment in the lens. When I got home, I felt something was wrong. Susan was staring off into the distance. I followed her gaze, and her face froze. Chapter 45, Let's Be Well From Now On. Standing not far away, Chinya, wearing a light yellow dress and with her long hair draped over her shoulders, looked at me from a distance. Jianglong, do you know her? Su Shanshan glanced at Chinya not far away and saw that she was staring at us, so she couldn't help but ask me. Chinya in such a situation. She followed me on the electric donkey and walked over. Her eyes stayed on Su Shanshan, as if she was sizing her up. Chinya seemed a little surprised, even shocked. She would never have thought that one day she would see me carrying a girl, even getting off the electric donkey. She glanced at Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan had a tall figure. Although she was wearing a mask to cover her face, she was sure that Su Shanshan must be very beautiful. She was holding a pink helmet in her hand, which was obviously prepared for riding my electric donkey. This made Chinya wonder, what is the relationship between this girl and Jianglong? Chinya clenched her fists tightly, took a deep breath, and tried to appear calm. She walked towards me. What a coincidence, Jianglong. Chinya, what a coincidence. My voice was subconsciously calm, even though I felt a little complicated. Since I decided to let go of my feelings for her, I never contacted her again. But at this moment, seeing Chinya again, the waves in my heart were less than I expected. In order to avoid the awkward situation from continuing, I turned to Susan and said, You go back first. I threw the black helmet in my hand to her. Susan took the helmet, said, Oh, and looked at Chinya deeply before leaving. After Su Shanshan walked away, Chinya finally spoke. Who is that girl? Friends. I replied calmly. Does she live in your house? There was an unconcealable curiosity in Chinya's voice. I nodded, yeah. Chinya's eyes were filled with unpredictable emotions when she heard this. Although she forced a smile on her face, her voice was a little stiff. You said she was a friend? Could she be your girlfriend? I shook my head. No. She seemed relieved to hear my denial, but when she thought about me and Susan living in the same room, her emotions started to fluctuate again. How could she not feel uncomfortable living with a single man and a single woman? Why are you here? I asked curiously. Chinya's appearance in my neighborhood really surprised me. She tucked the loose hair behind her ears, her expression a little unnatural. I have a friend who lives here, and I just came out of her house. This explanation was obviously a bit stiff, but I didn't ask any further questions. For a moment, we fell into silence. Finally, I decided to break the awkward atmosphere. It's late, I'm going back first. Unexpectedly, my words made Chinya's face turn cold all of a sudden. In the past, I would never talk to her like this. In the past, I would definitely offer to take her back to school. Wait a minute, Jianglong. She called me quickly, with a hint of unwillingness in her voice. I stopped and looked at her calmly. Anything else? She hesitated for a moment and finally said, Jianglong, it's so late. Can you take me back to school? I looked at her quietly for 2 seconds and said firmly, Sorry, I can't. Chinya obviously didn't expect me to be so straightforward. Her expression instantly turned ugly and her tone became cold. Jianglong, what do you mean by this? This was a good opportunity for me to make my point clear. I said calmly. Chinya, I don't want to dwell on the past anymore. I have decided not to like you anymore. I hope you can find your happiness soon. Hearing what I said, Chinya's body swayed slightly, as if she had lost her support. Her pride made it impossible for her to accept this, but soon, she forced a smile and tried to stay calm. Jianglong, don't worry, I will find my happiness. There is no need for us to contact each other in the future, and I wish you all the best. I nodded gently. Okay, I wish you all the best. Goodbye. Goodbye. After she said these two words, she left without looking back. Even though she was heartbroken, she was still the proud Chinya and would never bow down to anyone. I didn't expect that I could face her so calmly and even say those words so easily. Looking at her back as she walked away, I chuckled. Perhaps she was right, and we will both be well in the future. When I got home, Susan was curled up on the sofa watching TV. She didn't even raise her head, as if she had completely ignored my existence. I stood in the living room. My eyes fell on her, and I felt inexplicably unhappy. She didn't even look at me. Seeing that she was still indifferent, I didn't want to bother myself anymore and went back to the bedroom to continue typing. Susan was watching TV, her cheeks puffed up with anger, her fists waving in the air, and she was obviously cursing me in her heart. She looked through the window and saw me chatting with Chinya and thought I was very happy, and she was almost furious. But she didn't know that I was just ending the story of the past. Chapter 46, I was really wrong. Please stop crying. Susan had been observing the movements in the bedroom, but Jianglong seemed to be immersed in his own world and did not respond. She quietly ran to the bedroom door and carefully stuck her head out to look inside. She saw Jianglong sitting at the computer desk, staring at the screen and typing quickly. Susan reluctantly returned to the living room, her face full of depression, her mood getting worse and worse. She walked into the kitchen, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and took a few sips, but still felt unsatisfied. So she took out a popsicle and ate it in big mouthfuls. When Jiang Long finally finished coding a chapter and walked out of the bedroom, he saw Susan leaning against the kitchen door, biting a popsicle. Jiang Long frowned, walked over immediately, and snatched the popsicle from her hand without hesitation. You are not allowed to eat popsicles. Susan saw her popsicle being snatched away. She immediately became unhappy and quickly reached out to grab it. Give it back to me, she said angrily. In order to prevent her from succeeding, Jiang Long held the popsicle high up. Su Shanshan stood on the ground and jumped to reach it. Jiang Long, give me the popsicle. Jiang Long refused to give it to her and said with a hint of reproach in his tone, have you forgotten that you had a stomachache when you ate a popsicle last time? How dare you eat it again? Susan was angry and didn't listen to Jiang Long's good intentions at all. It's none of your business. I just want to eat, she said indignantly, and tears of grievance suddenly welled up in her eyes. Jiang Long was stunned, and the popsicle in his hand suddenly became hot. He quickly handed the popsicle back to Su Shanshan. Okay, here you go, don't cry. However, Susan did not stop crying just because the popsicle was back in her hand. Instead, she cried even harder. Jiang Long was completely panicked and didn't understand what he had done wrong. He quickly put the popsicle aside and handed her a tissue. Don't cry. Wipe your tears. Susan continued to cry as if she hadn't heard anything. Her delicate little face was covered with tears, which made people feel distressed. Jiang Long had no choice but to personally wipe her tears. Okay, I'll give you the popsicle, but you have to eat less. Susan's crying was obviously not because of the popsicle. She was holding back something else. Jiang Long had just wiped her tears away when they started to flow again, as if they were free. Jiang Long suddenly felt a headache. How could this little girl cry so much? He didn't dare to say anything else for fear of making her cry even harder, so he could only coax her. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't cry. Su Shanshan heard Jiang Long admit his mistake. She burst into laughter, with a hint of pride on her tear-stained face. What did you do wrong? Seeing that she finally spoke, Jiang Long breathed a sigh of relief, then patted his head. I shouldn't have snatched your popsicle. It's not that, Susan said angrily. Jiang Long snatched the popsicle for her own good, so of course she wouldn't be angry about such a small thing. Jiang Long was completely confused about the situation and quickly surrendered. Tell me where I went wrong, I admit it. Susan suddenly gave a naughty smile. I have snot. Jiang Long quickly brought another piece of paper and wiped her nose. Susan felt much better, but the doubts in her heart still did not dissipate. She couldn't help asking, is that girl named Chini your friend? Jiang Long was silent for a few seconds. Then he said softly, not anymore in the future. Why? Susan asked in confusion. Jiang Long lowered his head and said slowly, "She was the girl I liked for 4 years, but everything is over." Hearing this, Su Shanshan's heart skipped a beat. For years? Jiang Long had liked that girl named Qinya for 4 whole years. She suddenly thought of the rainy night when she first met Jiang Long. Could it be that Jiang Long's loss of soul was because of her? Susan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She looked at Jiang Long and said seriously, "Jiang Long, you deserve better." That night, Su Shanshan slept uneasily and had a dream. In the dream, Jiang Long and the girl named Qinyu appeared in front of her hand in hand. Jiang Long smiled and introduced, "Su Shanshan, this is Qinya, my girlfriend. From now on, you can call her sister-in-law." No, no. When Susan woke up, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, her side was empty, and she felt inexplicably lost in her heart. At the same time, at Imperial University, in the student union office, Xianu Anyuan, wearing a light pink Lolita dress, was sitting on the sofa leisurely, watching short videos with a lollipop in her mouth. At the desk, Xiao Mingja couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Xianu Anyuan, please don't disturb me while I'm working, get out." Xiao Anyuan blinked mischievously, jumped in front of Xiao Mingjie, and put a few lollipops on his table. "Brother Xiao, this is specially prepared for you, potato flavor. I hope you can think of me every time you eat it." Xiao Mingjie frowned. "What on earth do you want to do?" "Brother Xiao, I just like you so much. Please agree to be my boyfriend," Xiao Nuanyuan said with a smile, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Chapter 47. He became famous, and he became famous in this way. Lunchtime in the company cafeteria. David, Su Fei, and I were having dinner together. David suddenly asked mysteriously, "Brother Long, Lao Su, have you seen that super popular video on TikTok?" "Which one? Please be clear." Su Fei replied casually. "It's the one at the beach, a man and a woman on the beach," David said with a smirk. When I heard the word beach, my heart suddenly tightened and my chopsticks paused in midair. Last night, Susan and I did go to the beach. Could it be such a coincidence? Su Fei shook his head. "I haven't seen it." I also pretended not to care and shook my head to indicate that I had never seen it. David put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, quickly flipped through his favorite videos on TikTok, and handed it to us. "Look, this is it. It was posted last night, and it went viral overnight." I glanced at it, didn't pay much attention, and continued to eat my meal. Su Fei was very interested and took the phone to read it. "Damn, you really know how to play." Su Fei couldn't help but say. David also echoed, "This guy is awesome. Why doesn't he just get a room when taking a girl to the beach?" "I guess he doesn't have any money," Su Fei added, and the two of them laughed in an extremely obscene way. Listening to their teasing, I felt more and more uneasy. I felt something was wrong and couldn't help but say to Su Fei, "Let me see." Su Fei handed me the phone, and the video started playing again. As the video unfolded, my heart became heavier. The two figures on the beach in the video looked more and more familiar. "Oh shit, isn't this me and Susan?" My heartbeat quickened, cold sweat oozed from my forehead. I didn't expect that the little episode last night was actually filmed and uploaded to the internet. Looking at the dim light in the video, although it is blurry, it is enough to make people imagine something else. Although others can't tell who I am, I know that this is me. David saw me staring at the video and couldn't help but tease me. "Brother Long, this video is interesting, isn't it?" "It's boring," I replied expressionlessly, feeling a little flustered. I snatched Su Fei's phone, exited the video, and turned off the audio app in one go. "Hey, I haven't finished reading it yet," Su Fei shouted dissatisfiedly. "Don't look at it," I said without turning my head. "Brother Long, what you said is really dishonest. This video is so interesting, and you actually said it's boring," David said with a smile. I smiled bitterly in my heart. If the person in this video was not me, I might also find it funny. Back at my desk, I leaned back in my chair, crossed my arms, and frowned. The video of the beach last night had become a viral hit on the internet, and I felt mixed emotions. What if someone recognized me? I immediately pulled out my phone, found the video again, and clicked on the comment section. These two are so shameless that they can't help themselves even at the beach. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. What's the difference between someone who can't control his desires and an animal? "Can't we get a room?" "This woman, I guess anyone can do it. It's a secret affair. It's exciting." Looking at these dirty words, I couldn't help but clench my fists, and I felt angry. Things were not what they imagined, but these people easily made vicious judgments. The convenience of the internet age has also brought such irresponsible comments. Some keyboard warriors may ruin a person's life with a few words. I couldn't help but imagine that if my face could be clearly seen in the video, I would have been searched for by the internet. My company, residence, school, and even my family would have been implicated and become the target of these netizens' criticism. Fortunately, the video quality was too poor, and no one could recognize me. But I was more worried about Susan. What would she think if she saw these comments? Would she be able to handle it? I quickly took out my phone and sent her a WeChat message. In the bedroom, Susan was staring at the computer screen, frowning and thinking hard. When she heard her phone ring, the corners of her mouth immediately rose, and she picked up the phone to see my message. "What are you doing?" Su Shanshan was obviously a little surprised that Jiang Long actually took the initiative to send a message. She happily replied, "I'm researching a novel. Why did you think of sending me a message today?" It was followed by a happy emoticon. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she hadn't seen the video yet, so I continued to reply to her. "You are researching novels. Do you want to write them?" "Yes." I didn't expect that she also wanted to write a novel, so I asked, "So are you doing this for fun or to make money?" "Of course it's to make money," she replied quickly. Susan was obviously very serious. I was a little worried about her ability. After all, it is not easy to make money by writing novels. Thinking of her enthusiasm for writing, I didn't want to discourage her, so I said, "Read more novels on the hot list and learn from them." "Okay." She agreed obediently. I told her to concentrate on writing the novel and not be distracted by the video. "Write well in the afternoon. Don't do anything else. Wait for me to come back." Although she was a little confused, she still responded obediently with a yeah. I put down my phone, took a deep breath, and hoped that everything would be over. Chapter 48: Romance and Embarrassment in the Shopping Cart. After a quiet day at the company, I finally felt a little relieved that I didn't receive a call from Lin Tienga. Since I told her last time that I had a girlfriend, maybe she really gave up on me. I hope so. I prayed in my heart. When I got back to the rental house, Susan had already prepared dinner. During the meal, she was as usual, without any abnormal behavior. I was relieved, guessing that she should not have seen the video that made me feel headache. After dinner, Susan sat on the sofa and picked up her phone on the coffee table. She had been busy today, researching how to write a novel, and now that she finally had some free time, she was ready to check her phone for a while. I saw her pick up her phone, and my heart tightened. The video had spread all over the internet, and I couldn't let her see it, so I quickly found an excuse. "Susan, I want to go to the supermarket to buy some things. Can you come with me?" She put the phone she had just picked up back before she had time to open it, and said with a smile, "Okay." Seeing her happy face, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, at least temporarily diverting her attention from the phone. Soon, we were in a nearby supermarket. I pushed the shopping cart and absent-mindedly walked back and forth between the shelves, my mind full of troubles from the video. Susan saw that I didn't buy anything along the way and couldn't help asking, "Jiang Long, what do you want to buy?" I quickly made up an excuse. "Shower gel. We're running out of it at home." "But we still have more than half a bottle of shower gel at home." She looked puzzled, and it was obvious that she was puzzled by my confusion. "Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. It's okay. I'll buy another bottle as a backup," I said perfunctorily and continued to push the shopping cart towards the shower gel shelf. "What flavor do you like?" Susan stood in front of the shelf, carefully selecting. I was absent-minded and said casually, "You pick, I like all." "Isn't it you who is going to use it? Why do you want me to choose?" she asked mischievously. I knew she was teasing me. In fact, we have always shared the same shower gel. When she falls asleep at night, her scent is always exactly the same as mine. "Just use it." I smiled, my mind still on the video. Not long after, she picked up a bottle of light green shower gel from the shelf and handed it to me. "Jiang Long, buy this." I took a look and saw Shanshan scent written on the bottle. Her eyes were bright, and she was obviously very satisfied with the smell. "Okay," I agreed. We continued to stroll around the supermarket, and suddenly, Susan saw a boy pushing a shopping cart and a girl sitting in it, both with smiles on their faces. She immediately said enviously, "Jiang Long, I want to sit in a shopping cart too. Can you push me?" I followed her gaze and saw the boy pushing the girl in the cart. I was slightly moved, but then I frowned. "No, it's not safe to sit in a shopping cart. If you fall, you have to go to the hospital." Susan pouted as soon as she heard this. She obviously didn't understand why I was always immune to these little romantic things. She came close to me, hugged my arm, and said coquettishly, "Jiang Long, you're the best. Push me for a while." It was hard for me not to be soft-hearted when she acted like this. But considering safety, I still said seriously, Susan, shopping carts are for carrying things, not for people to sit on. It's really not safe. But she still didn't give up. She continued to shake my arm, begging softly, just sit for a while, please. Her big eyes were shining, as if emitting endless killing power. I knew if I continued like this, I would probably surrender. Her voice became softer and softer. Brother, please. As soon as she finished speaking, I felt numb all over and froze. Every time she called me brother in this tone, I couldn't resist at all. Okay, I'll push you. I compromised, afraid that she would continue shouting. Susan looked very proud as she successfully got into the shopping cart. Although she had a smile on her face, I could clearly see that she looked a little uncomfortable, probably because the shopping cart was making her feel uncomfortable. Jianglong, speed up, she shouted excitedly. I smiled helplessly and pushed the shopping cart faster. After playing for a while, I asked, can we get out now? She nodded contentedly, but found herself stuck in the car and couldn't get out. She had to ask me for help. Jianglong, I seem to be stuck, help me out. I sighed helplessly, fixed the shopping cart, and put my hands under her armpits. She hooked her arms around my neck, and I suddenly felt an inexplicable heat in my neck. As I exerted force, her face pressed against mine. The air was instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and I almost let go and threw her back into the shopping cart. After a lot of effort, I calmed down and carried her out of the cart. When we separated, my face was still a little unnaturally hot. Jianglong, we were face to face just now. Susan looked very satisfied, as if this was the happiest thing for her today. On the way home, we passed by the men's underwear aisle. I looked at it a few more times unconsciously, wondering, this supermarket didn't sell underwear before? Susan saw me staring at the panties and couldn't help asking, do you want to buy some? I shook my head and said, no. She pouted and whispered, you only have 3 pairs of underwear. Why don't you buy another one? After she said that, her little face began to turn red. I couldn't help laughing when I saw her shy look. Chapter 49, we must be strong enough in our hearts to avoid being defeated. Susan twirled her fingers softly and said in a somewhat absent-minded tone, I often help you collect clothes, so of course I know how many pairs of underwear you have. As soon as I heard this, I was so embarrassed that my ears started to burn. No wonder the clothes I remembered hanging on the balcony disappeared several times before, but later appeared neatly in the closet. I thought I remembered it wrongly, and it turned out that Susan had collected them for me. I'll just collect it myself from now on. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly, trying to salvage a little dignity. I'll help you collect it. It's not a big deal. She responded in a low voice, sounding a little aggrieved. No need to trouble you. I quickly added, after all, pants and other things are fine, but underwear is a close-fitting garment after all, so it is really a bit awkward. Susan was obviously unhappy and said angrily, Humph, I won't even let you put away your clothes. Do you dislike me touching your things? I sighed helplessly and compromised. I don't dislike you. I'll let you take it, but I'll take the underwear myself. She whispered, oh, in response, but she was obviously a little unconvinced, as if she thought I was overreacting. When we finished our trip to the supermarket and were about to go home, Susan was still unwilling to give up. Jianglong, are you really not going to buy a new pair of underwear? I was a little speechless. I have a new one. But why do you always only wear those 3? She looked at me with a little confusion in her eyes. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and I said lightly, I'm used to it. I have never been particular about underwear. I just wear 3 pairs of underwear in rotation. When they're worn out, I just change them for new ones. I don't really care about it. After returning home, I decided to confess the incident on the beach video. Although I could temporarily prevent her from seeing the video, Susan would eventually see it, so it would be better to prepare her mentally. Susan, I have something to tell you. I briefly explained that our incident at the beach last night was filmed and posted online. After listening to it, she was shocked and immediately picked up her phone and opened a certain audio app. Sure enough, the first push notification was that video. She clicked on the video, and I sat next to her, watching her watch the video from beginning to end. I was a little nervous, not knowing what her reaction would be. I didn't expect someone would take a video and post it online. I sighed and continued, but don't take it too seriously. There are only blurry silhouettes in the video, and our faces can't be seen. Others won't be able to recognize us. Don't take those messy comments to heart, okay? She nodded slightly, but I could see she was not at peace. Don't read the comments, I specifically told her. Susan still nodded, but I knew she couldn't help it. After all, curiosity is hard to suppress. I can only hope that she can withstand those malicious comments. Sure enough, not long after, when I was typing in the bedroom, I vaguely heard low sobbing coming from the living room. My heart tightened, feeling something was wrong, and I hurried out. Sure enough, Susan sat on the sofa, hugged her knees, and cried quietly. I hurried over, sat beside her, wiped her tears, and comforted her. Don't cry. Those people on the internet can say whatever they want. We don't need to argue with them, and there is no need to get upset about these things. She choked with sobs and suddenly threw herself into my arms, wrapping her arms around my waist tightly. Her tears and snot rubbed against me, and she cried very aggrievedly. They are so mean. Why do they say that to us? I hugged her gently, stroked her head, and comforted her softly. Yes, they are bad people. Don't bother with bad people. You have to know that these keyboard warriors on the internet can spit at people at will, and we can't let them affect our mood. Do they know how harsh those words are? How could they say that? She continued to complain in a low voice, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry about them. We just need to know what's going on and be strong inside so that we won't be defeated by these people. I tried to comfort her in a calm tone. She nodded in my arms, gradually calmed down, and fell asleep unknowingly. I carefully carried her back to the bedroom, covered her with a blanket, and saw the tears on her face. I took a towel and gently wiped her face. Susan suddenly started sobbing again while she was sleeping. I was woken up by her sobbing and hurried over to her and asked softly, "Susan, what's wrong with you?" She closed her eyes, as if she was in a dream, and my voice failed to wake her up. I guess she was having a nightmare, so I gently held her hand and said to her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gradually, her sobbing stopped, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, when Susan woke up, she found a small note written by me on the bedside. "Susan, don't let your imagination run wild. I'll take you out to play when I get home from work." She looked at the note, her lips curled up slightly, and she felt warm in her heart. Soon, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Chapter 50. The one near the water gets the moon first. The next day, during the company's lunch break, David, Sue Fei, and I gathered together for lunch. David was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly said, "Fuck, why is the video gone?" Sue Fei and I looked at him at the same time, and Sue Fei asked first, "What video is missing?" "The video of the man and woman at the beach is gone. It's so strange that such a popular video just disappeared like that." David continued to flip through his phone as he spoke, seemingly unwilling to give up and trying to find any trace of the video. I couldn't believe it when I heard this. I quickly took out my phone, opened a certain audio app, and searched around, but I couldn't find the video. I felt relieved. The video was really gone. Susan cried because of this video last night. Now that the video is gone, she should feel much better. It was probably removed from the platform because of violation of regulations, Sufei guessed. That's strange. If it was a violation, it should have been removed from the shells long ago. Why did they wait until today? David retorted. Sufei shook his head. Forget it, this is not something we can control. Although I felt strange, I was relieved that the video disappeared. It is not easy to delete all the videos on the internet, but no matter what the reason is, at least the video is gone now, and that's enough. At the same time, in the imperial capital, inside the Xia family manor, Xia Nuanyuan was lying on the princess bed, holding her phone, looking very excited. She saw her long-lost good friend Susan in the video, and she was so excited that her words were choked with tears. "Ningning, the video has been processed. You don't have to worry." "Thank you, Nuanyuan. You were so nice," Susan said gratefully. "We are good sisters. Why are you being polite to me?" "Ningning, what's going on with the video? Where are you now? I can't reach you by calling you or sending you WeChat messages. Do you know how worried I am?" As she spoke, Xia Nuanyuan couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, and tears fell. "Nuanyuan, I'm sorry for making you worry. I missed you so much too. Don't cry." Susan's eyes were moistened and her voice was filled with deep emotion. "Woo-woo, woo-woo." The two cried for a while through the video. When they calmed down a little, Xia Nuanyuan asked, "Ningning, did you change your number?" "Yes, Nuanyuan. Only you know this number. Don't tell anyone else." "Don't worry, I won't tell." Xia Nuanyuan nodded and asked with concern, "What happened to you? Tell me quickly." Susan sighed and began to explain. "Nuanyuan, I originally wanted to secretly go to Qing City to find my cousin, but I found that my dad could easily find me through the mobile phone positioning. so I lost my phone. I didn't dare to go to my cousin, for fear that my dad would find him. Where do you live now? Xiaonuanyuan looked nervous. I am now living in the home of a kind-hearted young man who took me in and bought me a new mobile phone. Xiaonuanyuan's eyes widened immediately, her tone full of shock. What? You live with a strange man? Ningning, you are too brave. It's not safe for a man and a woman to be alone. Don't think too much. The young man is a very nice person and takes special care of me. Susan explained with a smile. Xiaonuanyuan stared at the screen suspiciously. You are so protective of him. Ningning, are you falling in love with this little brother? Susan lowered her head shyly and nodded gently. Well, I think I really like him. Damn, I knew it. Is your little brother handsome? Xiaonuanyuan asked excitedly. Handsome, very handsome. Just like Daniel Wu, Susan said proudly. Daniel Wu? So handsome? I don't believe it. Without pictures, there is no truth. Send me a photo quickly. Xiaonuanyuan looked expectant. Susan was a little anxious. I don't have any photos of him on my phone. I'll send them to you when I have them. Okay. Does the little brother like you? Xiaonuanyuan continued gossiping. Susan's face. He's very nice to me, but I feel like he might not like that kind of feeling from me. Xiaonuanyuan was puzzled. How could that be? You are so beautiful and have a great figure. How could a man not be moved? Is he blind? He liked a girl for 4 years. Maybe he hasn't let her go completely yet. Susan was feeling a little depressed. Oh, I see. Xiaonuanyuan sighed, and then asked, Then do you plan to live in his house forever? You have so much property in your family. Do you really not want it anymore? I can't go back now. Susan said with a frown. Is it because of that little brother? Xiaonuanyuan asked. Well, part of it, right? And you also know the other part, which is what I will face when I go back. Susan seemed a little helpless. Don't worry, Ningning. I'm also helping you with Xiao Mingjie. Xiaonuanyuan suddenly said. Help me? Susan looked puzzled. Yes, I'm pursuing Xiao Mingjie. Once I get him and he falls in love with me, he will take the initiative to dissolve the marriage with you. Will he agree? Susan asked worriedly. Xiaonuanyuan patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, as long as I catch up with him, he will definitely agree. Then he will naturally cancel the marriage with you. Nuanyuan, you are so kind, Susan said gratefully. There's nothing to worry about. Sisters don't talk about these things. But, Nuanyuan, will you get yourself trapped in it? Susan was a little worried. How is that possible? Xiao Mingjie is such a sharp-tongued guy and looks like a giraffe. I will never fall in love with him. As long as he breaks off his marriage with you, I will dump him, Xiaonuanyuan said with a smile. Susan was still a little worried, but she could only nod. She couldn't help but ask, Nuanyuan, after I ran away from home, did my dad look for you? Of course I have. Uncle Su has always thought I knew your whereabouts, and has asked me about it many times. Thank you for your hard work, Susan said gratefully. It's okay, we are good sisters after all. Well, we will contact each other through WeChat in the future. I will take the initiative to contact you. You must not contact me, so as not to be discovered. Su Shanshan reminded again. Okay, then why can't you contact me at night? Is it because that little brother is at home? Xiaonuanyuan couldn't help but tease. Susan blushed and quickly defended herself. No, it's just, he was at home at night, and I didn't want him to know. Oh, Ningning, you have forgotten your friends because of the beauty you have brought to the place. You are now enjoying a private life with your little brother, Xiaonuanyuan joked. No, Susan blushed. You live with him, so you have to be more proactive and try to take him down as soon as possible. Why take the initiative? Susan was a little confused. I'm telling you. Chapter 51, what did that guy do? As soon as she finished her video chat with Susan, Xiaonuanyuan started to get busy. She quickly washed, ate, and then changed into beautiful clothes, ready to find Xiao Mingjie to show her presence. In order to create happiness for Susan and her little brother, she had to catch up with Xiao Mingjie. At the same time, I returned to my desk and was about to send a message to Susan, but I received her WeChat message first. My mouth raised involuntarily, and I clicked on the message. Susan sent me a message. Jianglong, where are we going to play tonight? It seems that the little girl has recovered well and is still thinking about where to play tonight. I feel relieved. I replied to her, do you have any place you want to go? I guess she already had a plan in mind. Sure enough, Susan replied with a long message. We can go to a movie or an amusement park. What do you think? She obviously wanted to experience what couples often do. I also thought that going to a movie should be a good choice. After all, an amusement park requires a whole day to play, and it is not appropriate to go there at night. I replied, Let's go to the movies. I'll take you to the amusement park when I have a day off. Okay. She quickly replied, sure, sure, followed by a happy little man emoticon. Then, I reminded her, let's not watch a suspense movie this time. The last time I watched a suspense movie with her, she was almost scared into becoming a horror movie fan. Susan quickly replied, well, let's take it easy this time. I finally sent a message, it's time to go to work. Wait for me to come back. She responded with a kitten nodding expression. Time flies, and it's time to get off work. I can't wait to ride my electric scooter home. I don't know when it started, but since Susan Sen came home, I always get home much faster than before. After we got home, we had dinner, and I took Susan, who was fully armed, to the cinema. On the way, I told her the video of us at the beach is gone, so you can watch it on your phone without worry. Susan replied casually, yeah. When they arrived at the cinema, Susan seemed a little excited. She seldom went to the cinema, and most of the time she went with her best friend. She also had a private cinema at home, so she could watch whatever she wanted at home. What do you want to see? I asked her. There are many types of movies, including war movies, documentaries, cartoons, and romances. She almost didn't hesitate and decisively chose a romance. Let's go with a romance. Okay. I went to buy 2 tickets and also bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of Coke. We entered the theater and found our seats. Looking around, we saw that most of the audience came in pairs, obviously couples on dates. Come to think of it, romantic movies are what couples love to watch. After the movie started, I handed Susan a bottle of Coke. She carefully pulled down her mask and took a sip, then quickly put it back on. Seeing her cautious actions, I couldn't help but laugh. Eat popcorn. Susan whispered a response, secretly pulled down her mask, grabbed a few grains of popcorn, and stuffed them into her mouth. Her movements were as fast as a thief. I couldn't help laughing at the sight. Suddenly, she grabbed a handful of popcorn and came to me. Open your mouth. I had no choice but to open my mouth and accept her feeding. Seeing her smug expression, before I could say anything, she suddenly came over to me, opened her mouth, and said ah, as if waiting for me to feed her. I had no choice but to grab a few grains of popcorn and feed them in her mouth, but my fingers accidentally touched her tongue. At that moment, my fingers felt a warm and wet feeling. Susan's tongue was soft and agile. My heart was shocked, and I quickly shook off the inappropriate thoughts. Susan was obviously very happy and ate with gusto. Then, she would come to me from time to time to let me feed her, and I could only feed her obediently. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the movie became ambiguous. The male and female protagonists couldn't help themselves and started kissing passionately on the sofa. Then the male protagonist pressed the female protagonist under him and took off their clothes little by little. This scene made Susan and I feel a little embarrassed. I quickly glanced away and inadvertently saw that the couple next to us also started kissing. The boy's hand even reached into the girl's clothes, and his movements were very skillful. They watch a movie with a real-life exercise? I've never kissed a girl before, so I can't help but wonder if this is a standard thing for couples. Susan obviously also noticed her surroundings. She saw the couple in front of her on the right kissing each other passionately. Her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look anymore. Something even more embarrassing happened. Right behind us, a woman suddenly moaned softly. Ah. The sound was extremely harsh in the theater. My mouth twitched. I didn't expect these couples to be so dishonest in the theater. It's okay to kiss secretly, but they even made noises. Could they not help themselves? Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I heard a girl's panting sound behind me. Ah. I quickly reached out and covered Susan's ears, afraid that she would hear these strange noises. Chapter 52, could it be his ex-girlfriend? When the ecstatic sound finally died down, I released my hands that were covering Susan's ears and couldn't help but suggest, how about we stop watching? Susan nodded hastily and was obviously also fidgeting with a sudden embarrassment. She thought that couples just watched a movie, but she didn't expect there would be such an additional program. She didn't want to stay for a moment longer in this movie. After leaving the theater, I went to the men's room. Susan was waiting for me outside the door. As she was looking around, a man passed by her. Their eyes met inadvertently, and Susan's eyes widened instantly, and her heart skipped a beat. She was about to speak, but she swallowed the words back. The man seemed to notice her too. Although the girl was wearing a mask and a cap, her eyes looked very familiar to him. But he didn't think much about it and continued to walk into the bathroom. Su Shanshan patted her heart that was about to jump out of her chest, and she felt nervous. That man turned out to be her cousin, Lin Yuxuan. She had originally planned to seek refuge with him when she came to Qing City, but she was afraid that her father would find her through him, so she never dared to contact him. I really didn't expect to meet him here. At the same time, I was washing my hands in the bathroom and suddenly saw Lin Yuxuan coming in, and I quickly greeted him. Brother Xian. Lin Yuxuan smiled and nodded, patting my shoulder. Long time no see. Let's get together when we have time. Okay, Brother Xian. I responded, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet him here. After a few pleasantries, I came out and looked around, but I didn't see Susan. Where did the little girl go? I couldn't help but frown, took out my cell phone and dialed her number, but the phone rang several times, but no one answered. She must not have brought her cell phone. I was a little panicked. I looked for her everywhere for a long time, sweating profusely, but I couldn't find her. Just when I was getting anxious, I suddenly felt someone patting me on the back. I turned around and saw Susan standing behind me, smiling at me. Where have you been? I breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still a hint of anxiety in my tone. I'm going to the bathroom, she whispered. But didn't you just say you weren't going? How can I contact you if you didn't bring your cell phone? Do you know how urgent it was just now? I couldn't help but complain, my heart still not recovered from the panic just now. Susan knew she was in the wrong and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I will tell you in advance next time. I sighed. Seeing her innocent look, I couldn't say anything more. She held my arm and said coquettishly, Jiang Long, don't be angry. I promise I will tell you in advance next time. I'm not angry, I replied stubbornly. But you look so serious. Why don't you smile? Susan looked at me and poked my cheek with her finger. I really couldn't keep my straight face any longer, and the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. This smile is so ugly. Susan immediately giggled like a naughty kitten. I helplessly tapped her forehead and said, You still dare to laugh at me? Be careful, or I'll punish you. You bad Jiang Long. You're being violent to me. She pretended to be dissatisfied and complained with a pout. One flick is considered violence? You are really wronging me. I replied to her with a smile. After we returned to the rental house, I opened the closet to find some clothes to change, but I saw Susan's underwear and panties placed together with my underwear. This scene made me a little embarrassed that Susan actually put her personal belongings together with my things. I quickly took my underwear to the other side, feeling a little awkward. If I accidentally touched her underwear when I took clothes next time, wouldn't the situation be even more embarrassing? Susan was sitting on the sofa at this time, her face slightly red, thinking about the idea Xian Yuanyuan had given her before, seducing Jiang Long. But she really didn't know how to do it. How about I pretend to fall down in the shower later and call Jiang Long to come in and save me? A bold idea suddenly popped up in her mind, but she immediately denied it. No, I would feel so ashamed if he saw me naked. And we are not a couple. How can we do this? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and her face became redder and redder. Finally, she sighed and decided to give up the idea. Who would have thought that what you fear is what will come true? When Susan was taking a bath, an accident happened. Ah! She suddenly screamed. When I heard the sound, I immediately rushed to the bathroom door and asked anxiously, Susan, what's wrong? I fell down. Susan responded in a crying voice, her voice sounding particularly helpless through the crack in the door. Can you stand up? I asked nervously. Wow, I tried to get up, but my feet hurt so much. Her voice sounded very aggrieved. I stood outside the door, looking embarrassed. She must be naked now, can I rush in? But she obviously can't get up after saying this. I scratched my hair, my mind full of confusion. Jiang Long, the ground is so cold. What should I do? She complained in a crying voice, her voice trembling with grievance. I gritted my teeth and cursed in my heart. What should I do? Chapter 53, Susan's shame bursts. Susan, try to get up slowly. I stood outside the bathroom door, and there was nothing I could do. Listening to her crying, I was also very anxious. Ouch, it hurts. Her voice was full of grievance. I was about to collapse. If I really rushed in, wouldn't I see her naked? What should I do? Susan was lying on the cold ground, and I couldn't bear to let her stay like this. Jiang Long, can you come in and help me? Her voice was helpless and a little shy, but also full of anticipation. My head was buzzing. Reason told me that this was inappropriate, but reality forced me to ignore her. Are you dressed? I asked tentatively, mentally prepared for the worst. Sure enough, Susan responded quietly. No. I looked conflicted. Can you put on something before letting me in? Woo-woo, if I could put on my clothes? Why would I need you to come in? She was obviously helpless too. I scratched my hair secretly and finally gritted my teeth. Okay, I'll go in with my eyes closed, holding a large bath towel. I took a deep breath and prepared myself for what was to come. I opened the bathroom door with the spare key, walked in with my eyes closed, and immediately felt the hot steam hitting my face. Long, don't open your eyes. Her voice trembled slightly. I nodded silently and walked towards the sound of water. With my eyes closed, my other senses became particularly sharp, especially when I thought of Susan being naked at the moment, and certain images began to emerge in my mind. I swallowed hard and quickly sobered myself up. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I silently chanted the mantra to calm myself down. I was familiar with the layout of the bathroom, so I quickly turned off the shower, but I was splashed with water. A little to the left and back. Susan reminded me in a low voice, and I squatted down as she guided. I handed her the towel in my hand, and she took it and wrapped it around herself in a panic, covering her important parts. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least there wouldn't be too much awkward contact. Okay, you can carry me out now. Her voice still contained a hint of shyness, but more of urging. I took a deep breath, adjusted my mentality, and reached out to find her neck and thigh, trying to avoid touching places that shouldn't be touched. Her skin was wet, and the touch made my heart beat faster. I gritted my teeth and quickly picked her up. I walked back to the bedroom with her in my arms, and I walked very carefully, fearing that she would fall if I lost balance. Finally, I put her on the bed. She immediately wrapped herself tightly in the quilt to cover her body. I've covered you with the quilt. You can open your eyes. There was a hint of shyness in her voice. I opened my eyes and looked at her lying on the bed, her wet hair stuck to her forehead, with only a little head sticking out. Do you want me to help you find clothes? I asked a little awkwardly. She nodded and whispered. In the closet are my pink pajamas and pink bras and panties. I held back my embarrassment, opened the closet, quickly found her clothes, and put them next to her. After doing all this, I immediately left the bedroom and closed the door. Standing in the kitchen, I took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and drank it in one gulp. The scenes just now made me feel hot all over. Calm down, I kept telling myself in my heart. After a while, Susan's voice came from the bedroom. Long, I'm dressed, help me get the hairdryer. I responded and quickly brought the hairdryer to her side. She carefully used the hairdryer to blow her wet hair. I noticed that her right ankle was a little red and swollen, obviously sprained when she fell just now. I took some ice cubes out of the freezer, wrapped them up, and gently applied them to her ankles. It's so cold. Susan subconsciously wanted to pull her feet back. I held her foot and said seriously, don't move. You need cold compress. Otherwise it will swell even more. She obeyed me and stopped moving. I held the ice in one hand and gently held her little feet with the other, and my heart was inexplicably throbbing. At this moment, I suddenly realized that some inexplicable changes seemed to be happening between Susan and I. Chapter 54, The Best Jianglong in the World. The next day, as soon as the alarm rang, Jianglong got up on time. He glanced at Susan, who was sleeping beside him. He was still worried about Susan being alone at home in her current condition. Jianglong picked up his phone and called the company's HR department to ask for leave. Jianglong had never asked for leave before, and this was his first time asking for leave, so the HR manager readily approved it. After Susan woke up, she was in a hurry to go to the toilet. She slowly moved her body and put her feet into the pink bunny slippers. As soon as Susan stood on the ground, she quickly pulled her right foot back in pain. Susan only had one good left foot, so she had to hop on one leg toward the door. After hearing the noise, Jianglong ran from the kitchen to the bedroom. He saw Susan jumping on one leg, which was very funny. Jianglong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha. Jianglong came to Susan's side with a smile and held her right arm. Let me help you. Su Shanshan glared at Jianglong with her beautiful eyes and said unhappily, Jianglong, were you laughing at me just now? No. How is that possible? Jianglong said calmly. You are obviously laughing at me, and you still don't admit it. You bad Jianglong. Susan complained and punched Jianglong on the chest with her pink fist. I'm not laughing at you. I just think you're so cute jumping around like a little rabbit. Heard Jianglong say that she was very cute. She immediately put on a sweet smile on her face, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Jianglong and asked, is she really cute? Seeing the huge contrast between Susan and now, Jianglong couldn't help but be shocked. Women are such fickle creatures. Jiang Long nodded and said seriously, cute. Su Shanshan chuckled and said softly, Jiang Long, I want to go to the bathroom. Please help me over quickly. Good. Soon, Jiang Long helped Su Shanshan to the bathroom door. Do you want me to help you in? Jiang Long asked for Su Shanshan's safety. Susan was jumping up and down, and Jiang Long was really afraid that she would accidentally fall again. After all, she could hurt herself while taking a bath, so Jiang Long was very worried. I can do that. Don't be so stubborn. If you jump down and fall badly, it will be troublesome. Jiang Long kindly reminded. Su Shanshan bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and said to Jiang Long, then help me in. Jiang Long helped Su Shanshan to the toilet. He said to her, call me when you're done. Then he turned and walked out, closing the bathroom door from the outside. After that, Susan basically did all the washing and brushing with the help of Jiang Long, who became Susan's human crutch. Jiang Long, did you take leave specially for me today? Su Shanshan asked Jiang Long. Jiang Long nodded. Well, it's because you are such a troublemaker. I'm afraid that you will cause trouble at home when I go to work. Although Jiang Long was complaining on the surface, Susan knew that Jiang Long cared about her. She felt warm in her heart and said to Jiang Long seriously, Jiang Long, you are so nice. Jiang Long was a little embarrassed and said lightly, is there? Yes, you are the best. You are the best Jiang Long in the world. Jiang Long couldn't help but feel proud, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. On this day, no matter what Susan wanted to do, she only had to call out, Jiang Long, and Jiang Long would immediately appear in front of Susan. Susan felt that such days were great. She wished her foot would stay injured, so that Jiang Long would always be by her side to take care of her. Imperial capital, Xia Family Manor. In the luxurious swimming pool, a petite figure was swimming leisurely and reached the shore. As soon as Xia Nuanyuan came ashore, the servant quickly wrapped a white bath towel around her. Xia Nuanyuan picked up the phone on the table and took a look. There was still no message from Susan, so she couldn't help but sigh. Oh, her Ningning just contacted her yesterday. Why is there no news from her today? Xia Nuanyuan couldn't help but start to worry about her Ningning again. At this moment, Xia Nuanyuan's cell phone suddenly rang, and a look of joy immediately appeared on Xia Nuanyuan's face. Xia Nuanyuan picked up her phone and saw that the message was not from her Ningning. She pouted immediately and picked up the lollipop beside her and put it in her mouth. After gently touching the screen of her mobile phone and seeing the message clearly, Xia Nuanyuan was delighted and immediately got up to change her clothes. A little while later, a limited edition Lamborghini drove on the road of the suburban racecourse. Night. In the bedroom, Susan sat on the bed, her back against the headboard, her beautiful eyes watching the movements of Jiang Long's hands. Jiang Long poured some safflower oil into his palm. He held Susan's feet with one hand and gently rubbed Susan's ankles with the other hand that had been filled with safflower oil. Jiang Long rubbed the skin and said, this safflower oil has a good effect of promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, reducing swelling, and relieving pain. It is very effective in treating injuries from falls. Susan wrinkled her nose and sneezed. Jiang Long, this smell is too pungent. The smell is indeed pungent, but you have to bear with it for the sake of your ankles, Jiang Long said. Well, why didn't you apply safflower oil on me before? Susan wondered. She fell last night, so why did Jiang Long apply it on her tonight? You can only apply this safflower oil after you sprain your ankle for 24 hours. Su Shanshan nodded slowly, then smiled at Jiang Long. Jiang Long, you are amazing. You know everything. Jiang Long smiled faintly and continued with his actions. Under the effect of safflower oil, the more you knead it, the hotter it gets. The skin on Jiang Long's palms and Su Shanshan's ankles felt hot. Jiang Long, are you going to work tomorrow? Su Shanshan asked suddenly. Jiang Long is at home with her today, but what about tomorrow? Will Jiang Long still be at home with her? Susan hoped from the bottom of her heart that Jiang Long could be at home with her tomorrow. When Susan said this, Jiang Long looked a little confused and then asked back, do you think it's okay to be home alone tomorrow? Why did Jiang Long throw the problem to her again? Susan, of course, wanted Jiang Long to stay at home with her. But could Jiang Long ask for leave? Susan had never worked before, so she didn't know whether it was a good idea to always take leave from work. What will happen if you take a leave? Susan asked. My salary for that day will be deducted, and I won't get the full attendance bonus for this month, Jiang Long said truthfully. How much is the perfect attendance bonus? 300. Susan couldn't help blaming herself. Jiang Long's monthly salary was pitifully low, and he had lost several $100s when he took a day off to take care of her. However, Susan thought about it and realized that Jiang Long had already taken a day off, so he had lost his full attendance bonus for this month. If I take one more day off, it doesn't seem to affect my attendance bonus. Asking Jiang Long to take a day off tomorrow and stay home with her? She really wanted Jiang Long to stay home with her. Jiang Long, I don't think I can stay home alone tomorrow. Can you take another day off? Chapter 55. Brother Yong is a bad guy. Jiang Long had no choice but to call the company's human resources manager and ask for leave tomorrow. Ding dong, the cell phone notification sound rang. Jiang Long picked up the phone on the table and clicked on the message in the three jealous guests group. Society, your brother Yong, brother Long, why did you ask for leave today? Society, you're a brave brother. What happened? Jiang Long typed 2 words on the phone screen and sent it over. Dragon something? Peter Pan, brother Long, you have never asked for leave before. Why did you suddenly ask for leave today? Dragon, a little personal matter. Society, your brother Yong, what private matter? I can't tell my brothers. Is brother Long looking for a woman? Followed by an emoticon with a smirk on his face. Peter Pan, really? Is followed by an emoticon of a person eating melon. Dragon rolling. Society, you are a brave brother. Why is brother Long still so angry? Society, you are a brave brother, brother Long. Don't treat the brothers as outsiders. Tell me and Lao Su the details. Peter Pan, details, I love to hear them. Dragon, details, you two go away. These 2 guys were not behaving properly at all, so Jiang Long ignored them. Jiang Long's eyes fell on the computer again, and his fingers continued tapping on his keyboard. Susan was lying on the bed, reading a novel on Tomato Novel and rubbing her beautiful eyes. Jiang Long, who was sitting at the computer desk typing seriously. She picked up her mobile phone, opened the camera, and secretly took a photo of Jiang Long's back. Jiang Long's back is so handsome. Suddenly, Susan thought of sending a photo of Jiang Long to Xianu Anyuan. She called out, Jiang Long. Jiang Long turned around and looked at Susan, who was lying on the bed, and asked, what's wrong? I want pictures of us in the fluorescent sea. Okay, I'll pass it to you. Susan quickly said, I want to use your phone to transfer it myself. Is that okay? Good. Jiang Long unlocked his phone, threw it to Susan on the bed, turned around, and continued typing. Susan was secretly delighted, and she opened Jiang Long's cell phone album. There are photos she took of Jiang Long in the fluorescent sea. There are also photos Jiang Long took of her in the fluorescent sea. Susan flipped through the album and saw it again. Her kissing Jiang Long on the cheek, photos of them hugging, and photos of them holding hands. Just looking at these photos, Susan felt that she and Jiang Long really looked like a couple. Susan couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly. Susan transferred all the photos to her mobile phone. Susan glanced at Jiang Long's back again, and she couldn't help but continue flipping through Jiang Long's photo album. Although it was not a good idea to do so, Susan still wanted to see what was in Jiang Long's photo album. Susan saw a photo of a sunset, a photo of a keyboard, and a photo of a silhouette. Susan saw that the shadow was Jiang Long's shadow. Jiang Long's shadow looked so lonely. Susan was thinking that next time, she would take a photo of Jiang Long's shadows together, so that Jiang Long's shadow would not be lonely anymore. Susan continued to flip through Jiang Long's photo album, and suddenly, she saw a side profile photo of a girl wearing a white dress and with long hair draped over her shoulders. Although only the side profile of the girl in the white dress was visible, Susan still recognized at a glance that the girl in the white dress was Chinya, the girl that Jiang Long had liked for 4 years. For a moment, Susan felt her heart swell and ache, and she felt very uncomfortable. Su Shanshan secretly felt sad for a while and finally calmed down. She wanted to ask Jiang Long to take the phone back. Jiang Long's phone suddenly dinged, and a group message popped up. Society, you brother Yong, brother Long. Why are you quiet? Are you really busy in bed with a woman? When Susan saw the message, her face turned red instantly. In this society, brother Yong, how can you say this about Jiang Long? Jiang Long is a man who keeps himself clean and is not the kind of man who fools around with women. In society, you brother Yong are a bad guy. Dares to slander Jiang Long is a bad guy. Susan secretly labeled David a bad guy in her heart. Jiang Long also heard the noise from the phone. Somehow, Jiang Long had a bad feeling. Could it be that those 2 guys were going to say something naughty again? Jiang Long turned around suddenly and saw Su Shanshan holding his cell phone in her hand. Jiang Long slapped his forehead, It seemed that Susan had seen the news. At this time, Su Shanshan's eyes met Jiang Long's, and she said calmly, Jiang Long, there is a message on your phone. Jiang Long walked to Susan and took the phone back. He opened the group message and saw David's message. Jiang Long quickly explained to Susan, the news just now was a joke my friend told me. Su Shanshan nodded slightly. Brother Yong was Jiang Long's friend. She would never say bad things about his friend in front of Jiang Long. It was enough for her to know it in her heart. In society, you Brother Yong are a bad guy. At night, Susan heard Jiang Long's even breathing on the other side, but she couldn't sleep at all. Susan thought of the photo of a girl named Chinya in Jiang Long's cell phone album. And she also thought of the dream in which Jiang Long asked her to call Chinya's sister-in-law. Susan's head shook like a rattle. Don't want? She would never call another woman's sister-in-law. Jiang Long told her that he would not contact Chinya anymore. Jiang Long will no longer like Chinya. Now Jiang Long's heart does not belong to anyone. His heart is free. She believed that Jiang Long would fall in love with her sooner or later. Su Shanshan slowly moved her body and approached Jiang Long. She looked at Jiang Long's sleeping face quietly. Jiang Long, the best in the world to anyone. Susan secretly made up her mind that she would only love Jiang Long in this life, and she would stay with Jiang Long forever. Susan raised her little head and gently kissed Jiang Long on his lips, and kissed Jiang Long secretly. He's so happy. When will she be able to kiss Jiang Long openly? Seeing that Jiang Long was sleeping soundly, Susan sneaked into his bed, her heart pounding. So shy. Why would she do such a thing as sneaking into Jiang Long's bed? Fortunately, Jiang Long fell asleep and knew nothing. Tomorrow morning, Jiang Long will definitely think that she was not sleeping well and ran into his bed. He will never think that she sneaked in. Susan carefully placed her hand on Jiang Long's waist. Jiang Long's abdominal muscles are so great. It feels good through the fabric. Would it be better if I touch it directly? Susan really wanted to do this at this moment. Her heart beat faster than before. The little face was burning hot. How about doing it secretly? No. What if Jiang Long is woken up? Jiang Long is sleeping so soundly, he shouldn't wake up. Or just touch it. Just for a moment. Chapter 56. It feels like raising a daughter. Susan carefully put her hand into Jiang Long's clothes. The fingertips touched Jiang Long's abdominal muscles. The whole person was very nervous. So hard. It feels very solid. Turn out to be. Jiang Long's abdominal muscles feel so good. Susan was afraid that Jiang Long would suddenly wake up, so she touched Jiang Long's abdominal muscles for a while and then quickly pulled her hand away. My nervous heart was pounding. Perhaps Susan was stimulated by seeing the photo of a girl named Chinya in Jiang Long's photo album tonight. She made such a bold move. Susan pressed her body against Jiang Long. Maybe in this way, only then did Susan feel that Jiang Long belonged to her at this moment. The next day, Jiang Long woke up and was shocked to see Su Shanshan suddenly appearing in his arms. WTF? Why did this little girl get into his bed again? Having learned from the previous experience, Jiang Long carefully took away Su Shanshan's white and slender arm that was placed on his waist. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he noticed Susan's thighs were resting on his legs. Jiang Long's forehead was throbbing. The little girl treated him as a human-shaped doll. Jiang Long finally climbed down from the bed with great effort without disturbing Susan. Jiang Long, with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, hurried to the bathroom to wash his face. Calm. A few days ago, Susan slept well and didn't touch him. Unexpectedly, Susan's habit of touching me after falling asleep came back. What to do? Jiang Long felt a little nervous. Lin Tinga, who had just arrived at the CEO's office, suddenly had Jiang Long's figure in her mind. Her red lips curled up. Jiang Long for several days, and she misses him a little. Then, Lin Tinga picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Long's number. Susan, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard the phone ring and shouted towards the bathroom. Jiang Long, your phone is ringing. Okay, I understand. Jiang Long came out with a basin of clothes. He quickly put the basin on the coffee table and picked up the mobile phone beside him. Jiang Long frowned when he saw the 3 words on the screen. Susan also noticed the change in Jiang Long's expression at this moment, and she asked Jiang Long, why don't you answer the phone? Okay, I'll take it right away. Jiang Long walked towards the bedroom with his cell phone. Jiang Long clicked the answer button, and immediately the familiar voice of Lin Tinga came from the other end of the line. Jiang Long, bring me a cup of coffee. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I took a leave and didn't go to the company today. Lin Tinga frowned slightly, paused, and said calmly, Okay, come to work tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Long came out of the bedroom and found that the TV in the living room had been turned off. At this time, Susan's beautiful eyes were staring at him, as if she wanted to stare a hole in him. Jiang Long reached out and touched his face and asked in confusion, Susan, is there something on my face? You kept looking at me. Su Shanshan immediately turned her little face away, no longer looking at Jiang Long, nor did she respond to Jiang Long's words. She picked up her mobile phone and started playing. Jiang Long wondered what was wrong with this little girl. She changed her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Susan fiddled with her phone angrily. Stinky River Dragon. Bad Jiang Long. I ran to the bedroom to answer a phone call. What can't she hear? Why do you carry her on your back? Snort. So angry. Jiang Long hung the clothes on the balcony and saw that Su Shanshan still had no intention of paying attention to him. Jiang Long's mouth twitched. I don't understand what he did to make the girl unhappy. Jiang Long remembered what Susan had told him before, that if she didn't take the initiative to pay attention to him, he should take the initiative to pay attention to her. Okay. Jiang Long brought a fruit plate from the kitchen, put it on the coffee table, and said to Susan, Susan, eat some fruit. Susan glanced at the fruit plate and said calmly, I don't want to eat it. Jiang Long took the orange and handed it to Susan. It's delicious and sweet. At this moment, Susan was secretly delighted. Jiang Long still knew how to coax her. He's so happy. Su Shanshan looked at the orange in front of her, then glanced at Jiang Long, pretending to be serious. If you peel it for me, I will eat it. Jiang Long looked at Susan leisurely. The little girl will threaten him. If you don't let her eat it, she won't eat it. Who are you threatening? Do you think Jiang Long is so easy to threaten? After a few seconds of silence in the air, finally, Jiang Long compromised. Okay, I'll take it off for you. Soon, Jiang Long handed the peeled orange to Susan. It's peeled. Eat it now. Susan didn't take the orange. She looked at Jiang Long with her beautiful eyes, blinked lightly, and said softly, Feed me. Jiang Long lost his temper. He peeled a slice of orange and put it to Susan's mouth. He said helplessly, Little ancestor, eat. Jiang Long suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, as if he was raising a daughter. He guessed that this was what it was like to serve a daughter. Susan couldn't help but giggle. She opened her mouth and took the orange slices in, chewing them gently. The sweetness of the orange juice instantly filled Susan's entire mouth. Susan said happily, Jiang Long, it's so sweet. At this moment, Jiang Long saw that the little girl took the initiative to talk to him, and her expression improved. It seemed that she was fine. Eat more sweet food. Jiang Long peeled another slice of orange and put it to Susan's mouth. Su Shanshan happily enjoyed Jiang Long's feeding and was very happy. Jiang Long, you eat too. The two of them took turns eating the orange in Jiang Long's hand, and soon they finished the orange. Jiang Long, I want to eat more. Okay, little ancestor. Jiang Long patiently peeled, opened the second orange, and put the slices into Susan's mouth one by one. Susan was playing with her cell phone and eating oranges at the same time. Without noticing, she put Jiang Long's index finger in her mouth. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Jiang Long's pupils trembled. Feel his fingers, wrapped tightly in a moist and soft atmosphere. There was also a tingling feeling. Jiang Long pulled his fingers out in a panic. Susan's face turned red with shame, and she quickly explained, I want to eat the orange, not you. Susan quickly stopped talking. The more she explained, the more something felt wrong. She lowered her head in embarrassment. It's okay. I'm going to go write some words first. Call me if you need anything. After Jiang Long finished speaking, he returned to the bedroom, sat in front of the computer desk, put his 10 fingers on the keyboard, and just as he was about to type, he felt his fingers were sticky and uncomfortable. Jiang Long turned around and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Well, it was much more comfortable to type now. While Jiang Long was back in the bedroom, Susan turned her phone to silent mode. Susan secretly sent the photo of Jiang Long in the fluorescent sea from her cell phone album to Xia Nuanyuan. Then I sent a few more messages. Isn't it handsome? His name is Jiang Long. My Jiang Long is followed by a happy emoticon. Chapter 57. Jiang Long is no longer hers. Imperial capital, Xia family manor. Inside the luxurious princess room, Xia Nuanyuan, who was sleeping on the pink princess bed, heard the notification tones of her cell phone ringing one after another. She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, squinted her eyes, and took the cell phone in her hand. After seeing the message from Susan on her phone, Xiao Anuan immediately perked up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and raised a smile. Oh my! Her Ningning finally contacted her. Xiao Anuan lay on the bed with her phone in her hand and clicked on the dialog box. It was a photo and 3 messages. Xiao Anuan clicked on the photo to enlarge it and looked at it carefully. The little head nodded slowly. Oh my! Ningning's little brother is very handsome. No wonder Ningning is fascinated by him. Xiao Anuan tapped the screen of her mobile phone with her nimble fingers, typed, and sent it over. Ningning, your little brother is quite handsome. Identification completed. After Susan saw Xiao Anuan's message, she smiled sweetly. Ningning, let me tell you I didn't lie to you, he. Wan. Yeah, no wonder you stayed at the little brother's house. It turns out you were attracted by his beauty. Followed by a smirking emoticon. Ning, stinking Wan, stop talking nonsense. Wan, I am telling the truth. Why don't you admit it? Wan, by the way, Ning, why didn't you contact me yesterday? I've been waiting for your news. Followed by an aggrieved emoticon. Susan sent Xiao Anuan a hug emoticon to comfort her. Ning, Wan, I'm sorry for making you worry. Ning, I accidentally slipped while taking a shower the night before last and twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Zhang Long was at home taking care of me yesterday, so I didn't contact you. Zhang Long is also at home taking care of me today. I sent you a message secretly, so he doesn't know. When Xiao Anuan heard that Susan's foot was injured, she immediately became worried. Wan, my Ning, does your foot still hurt? I feel so bad for you. Followed by a worried emoticon. Ning, Wan, don't worry, my feet are much better. Zhang Long applied ice to me and also applied medicine to me. When Xiao Anuan heard Su Shanshan say this, she felt relieved and couldn't help but joked. Wan, wow, your little brother is so considerate, that's really nice. Ning, he's so nice. Followed by a shy expression. Suddenly, Xiao Anuan realized something, and she showed a gossipy expression. Wan, Ning, when you slipped in the shower, you must have been wearing nothing. How did you get up? Seeing Xiao Anuan asking this question, Susan suddenly showed a shy expression on her face. Ning, Zhang Long carried me out. Seeing this message, Xiao Anuan immediately smiled like an auntie. Oh my, your little brother must have seen you naked. There is also an emoticon with a smirk on the back. Ning, stinking Wan, don't let your imagination run wild. It's not true. Zhang Long carried me out with his eyes closed. Wan, I see, it's a pity that he didn't see you naked. Ning, stinking Wan, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Long is a very good person. Wan, hey, your little brother didn't just look at you naked. He must have touched you all over. Susan S.'s face turned red. Why was her Anuan always thinking nonsense? Her thoughts were not pure at all. Ning, no, I'm wrapped in a bath towel. Wan, oh, your little brother is so unlucky. I neither saw him nor touched him. Ning, Zhang Long is a gentleman. Wan, I can see that your little brother has no feelings towards you at all. Wan, even a beautiful woman coming out of the bath can't seduce your little brother. Your little brother is really like Lu Xiaohui, who can remain calm even when a beautiful woman is in his arms. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Xiao Anuan's words hit the nail on the head. Susan found that this seemed to be true. At that time, she was naked, and Zhang Long was so calm when facing her. Is it possible that she has no appeal to Zhang Long at all? Susan suddenly felt very angry. At this time, Zhang Long walked out of the bedroom. Hearing the noise, Su Shanshan quickly sent a message to Xiao Anuan. Let's not talk about it for now, and quickly turned off her phone and hid it in a corner of the sofa, like a thief. When Zhang Long came out, he saw Su Shanshan hiding her cell phone in panic. Zhang Long was full of suspicion. This little girl secretly hid her cell phone. Could she be watching something she shouldn't be watching on her phone? Susan, I'm going to the supermarket later. You stay at home first. Zhang Long said to Susan. I want to go with you too. Susan said hastily. Zhang Long shook his head helplessly. Your foot is not healed yet. You can't go downstairs. When your foot is healed, we will go together. Susan pouted and had a compromise. Okay, then. You have to come back soon. Okay. I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhang Long told Su Shanshan and went out. Taking advantage of today's leave, Zhang Long plans to go to the supermarket to buy some food, so as not to have to go to the supermarket to buy food after work. Many people go to the supermarket after get off work, so it is always crowded. Jianglong was shopping in the vegetable section and didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes watching him not far away. Not far away. Qinya was lost in thought as she watched Jianglong carefully choosing items. She and Jianglong used to go shopping together in the supermarket occasionally. Jianglong won't do that now. Jianglong no longer likes her now. Jianglong would no longer buy her favorite snacks, no longer give her favorite gifts, and no longer stay by her side. Jianglong selected the vegetables and pushed the shopping cart to the other side. Qinya, who was hiding secretly behind the shelf, looked at Jianglong's back, getting farther and farther away, and followed him unconsciously. When Jianglong passed by the snack area, he couldn't help but stop. There are not many snacks left at home, so I'll buy some more so that the little girl won't have enough to eat. Thinking of this, Jianglong selected the snacks that Susan liked from the shelf one by one. After spending some time together, Jianglong had a rough understanding of Su Shanshan's preferences. The snacks left in the kitchen cabinet were the ones Susan didn't like to eat, and the ones she liked she had already eaten long ago. Every time, Jianglong would stuff his stomach with the snacks that Susan didn't like. Making money was not easy, and he didn't want to waste it. Qinya quietly watched Jianglong put snacks into the shopping cart. Jianglong rarely eats snacks. Why did he buy so many snacks at once today? Was it bought for the girl who lived in his house? Qinya's heart couldn't help but feel bitter. In the past, Jianglong would only buy snacks for her. Now Jianglong will no longer buy snacks for her. Now Jianglong will buy snacks for other girls. Jianglong is no longer hers. Chapter 58. This idiot. Doesn't he know to take shelter from the rain? When Jianglong came out of the supermarket carrying 2 large shopping bags, a light drizzle had already started to fall. Jianglong glanced at the shopping bags in his hands, then walked quickly into the misty rain with them. Qinya silently watched Jianglong's receding back. Long time. In the past, Jianglong always stood behind her. Qinya never took a serious look at Jianglong. This was the first time Qinya looked at Jianglong seriously. Looking carefully at Jianglong's back. Jianglong's back is so tall and straight, so generous, so safe. Such a person will no longer belong to her. I don't know why. Qinya felt a burning pain in her heart. For a moment, Qinya even had the urge to rush to Jianglong. However, she once told Jianglong that there was no need for them to contact each other again in the future. Qinya has always been proud, and her self-esteem does not allow her to lower her posture to do so. Qinya turned around and walked in the opposite direction of Jianglong. Inside the rental house, hearing the sound of rain outside the window, Susan slowly walked to the balcony and closed the window. Susan frowned and looked out the window, searching for Jianglong's figure with her big round eyes. It's raining. It seems Jianglong didn't bring an umbrella when he went out. If her foot was fine, she could run to bring an umbrella to Jianglong, Susan thought. Susan looked out the window and saw a familiar figure. Her eyes lit up instantly. The corners of his mouth lifted up and then quickly drooped again. Su Shanshan said to herself, Jianglong, this fool. Doesn't he know how to take shelter from the rain? Why did you buy so many things? Did you go shopping at the supermarket? Jianglong came back carrying 2 large shopping bags. Just as Jianglong was about to put the shopping bags down and take out the key to open the door, at this moment, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Jianglong was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Su Shanshan, he asked, Su Shanshan, how did you know I was back? Su Shanshan curled her lips, staring at Jianglong with her beautiful eyes, and said casually, I calculated it with my fingers. Susan secretly complained in her heart. Jianglong is such a big fool. Of course, she opened the door because she saw through the window that he was about to come back. Jianglong would never believe Susan's lies. He just smiled faintly. Soon, Jianglong brought 2 large shopping bags into the house. Susan handed a pink towel to Jianglong and said softly, Wipe it off. It's all wet. Jianglong looked at the pink towel in front of him and was stunned. Why did the girl give him her towel and not his own towel? Jianglong took the pink towel and wiped his face and hair roughly. Jianglong, go take a hot bath quickly, don't catch a cold, Susan said worriedly. This little rain was nothing to Jianglong, and he said casually, I'm in good health. Su Shanshan glared at Jianglong and urged him, Go take a shower quickly. Do you hear me? Okay, stop staring. I know you have big eyes. Jianglong joked, and then said, The bag on the right is for snacks. After giving the instructions, Jianglong went to the bedroom to get a bath towel and went to the bathroom. Susan opened the shopping bag and saw that it was full of her favorite snacks. Susan's heart felt warm. Jiang Long is so nice. He bought her so many delicious foods. While she was happy, Susan couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Jiang Long must have spent a lot of money on buying snacks for her. It was a huge sum of money considering Jiang Long's meager income. Susan secretly made up her mind that she had to speed up the pace of writing novels so that she could help Jiang Long make money. With her intelligence and talent, the novel she writes will surely make a lot of money. This way, she can buy delicious food for Jiang Long and help him save money. It makes me happy just thinking about it. At night, Susan looked at Jiang Long, who was sleeping beside her. Thinking that Jiang Long had to go to work at the company tomorrow and could not continue to stay at home with her, she became unhappy again. Susan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She wondered if Jiang Long could be by her side every day. The next day, as soon as Jiang Long arrived at the company and sat down on the chair, David came over. David patted Jiang Long on the shoulder and said, "Brother Long, you didn't come to the company yesterday. You took 2 days off. What were you busy with?" "It's a private matter. Don't ask." Jiang Long refused. David smacked his lips and said to himself, "I won't ask anymore. It's useless to ask." "Okay, you and Lao Su are really good." Jiang Long looked at David and asked, "What happened to Lao Su?" "Old Su also took a leave yesterday. I wonder what he did? Since both of you have asked for leave, it seems I have to take a day off as well." "Is there something wrong?" Jiang Long asked. "It's okay. Just take a day off and have some fun," David said casually. "You are free, kid. Why are you joining in the fun?" David was just saying it casually. There was no reason for him to ask for leave. If he took one day off, his full attendance for the month would be ruined. 300 yuan was enough for him to buy several packs of cigarettes. David chuckled and said, "No, I'll invite you when I have something else to do." "Okay, get back to work." As soon as David left, Jiang Long's phone rang. When Jiang Long saw the 3 words on the phone screen, he frowned subconsciously. Jiang Long picked up the phone helplessly and called out to the person on the other end of the phone, "Boss Lin." Jiang Long's voice, Lin Tinga on the other end of the phone, opened her red lips and said, "Jiang Long, come to my office." Before Jiang Long had the chance to ask Lin Tinga what was the matter, Lin Tinga hung up the phone first. Jiang Long originally thought that Lin Tinga would no longer have any feelings for him after knowing that he had a girlfriend. Jiang Long suddenly received a call from Lin Tinga at home yesterday. He had a bad feeling. Unexpectedly, Jiang Long had just arrived at the company for a while today when Lin Tinga called him. Jiang Long knocked on the door of the president's office with trepidation. Hearing Lin Tinga's response, Jiang Long pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as Jiang Long entered the room and saw the scene in front of him, his face changed slightly. My forehead was throbbing. Lin Tinga was only wrapped in a bath towel, showing off her perfect curves. The round shoulders and a pair of slender and well-proportioned long legs are fully exposed. At this moment, Lin Tinga was holding a white towel in his hand, slowly wiping his wet hair. What a beautiful picture of a beauty emerging from her bath. Lin Tinga saw Jiang Long coming in. He smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Long is here." Jiang Long quickly turned around and stopped looking at Lin Tinga, who was only wrapped in a bath towel. Jiang Long now seriously suspects that Lin Tinga has ulterior motives. "Boss Lin, please put on your clothes first." When Lin Tinga saw Jiang Long turn away, she couldn't help but chuckle. She wanted to tease Jiang Long again, but she was afraid of scaring him away. "Wait a minute, I'll go change my clothes." Chapter 59, the little fairy descends to Earth to punish evil and promote good. After a while, Lin Tinga, who had changed his clothes, came out. Jiang Long heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Tinga, who was neatly dressed. "Boss Lin, what can I do for you?" Jiang Long leisurely, and said, "I am going to have dinner with my partners tonight. You come with me." Hearing this, Jiang Long immediately frowned. "Boss Lin, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task." Since Jiang Long joined the company, he has never accompanied his boss to a drinking party. Besides, accompanying others to drink is not his job at all. Jiang Long guessed that Lin Tinga definitely had her own personal wishes in doing this. Jiang Long doesn't want to have too much involvement with Lin Tinga. He just wants to maintain a normal superior-subordinate relationship with Lin Tinga. Why is it so difficult? Lin Tinga found out privately that Jiang Long could drink quite well, and she also didn't hear from others that Jiang Long had a girlfriend. Lin Tinga guessed that Jiang Long said he had a girlfriend just to evade her. Jiang Long always avoided such a beautiful woman, as if she was some kind of monster that could eat him. This made Lin Tinga very depressed. Jiang Long, I know you can drink a lot. I'll give you 1 month's salary as a bonus after this dinner. Lin Tinga began to tempt Jiang Long with money. For a meal, he would get a monthly salary as a bonus, which was 6,000 yuan. It would be a lie to say that Jiang Long was not tempted at all. However, Jiang Long is a very principled person, and he will never waver in his integrity for the sake of money. Mr. Lin, there are many people in the company who can drink better than me. You should look for someone else. Jiang Long expressed his attitude. Lin Tinga had her own selfish motives in looking for Jiang Long. She really couldn't understand why this brother Jiang Long was so difficult to deal with. The more difficult and challenging it is, the more she likes to take on challenges. Lin Tinga laughed angrily. Jiang Long, can I eat you? Why are you so afraid to get along with me? Don't use your girlfriend as an excuse. I know you don't have a girlfriend. Hearing this, Jiang Long was stunned. It seemed that Lin Tinga had lied to her about having a girlfriend. However, Jiang Long would never admit it. Boss Lin, I didn't lie to you. I have a girlfriend, and she doesn't want me to get too close to other women. Lin Tinga said leisurely, I didn't expect that you were such a competent boyfriend. Jiang Long nodded. Just when Jiang Long thought Lin Tinga believed it, he heard Lin Tinga speak again. Do you think I will believe you if you say that? As soon as Lin Tinga said this, Jiang Long took out his phone from his trouser pocket, opened the album, and found the photo of Su Shanshan kissing his cheek, then held it up to show Lin Tinga. You should believe it now. It seems that Susan and his original preparation were correct. After Lin Tinga saw the photo, her expression became a little unnatural. Does Jiang Long really have a girlfriend? Mr. Lin, David can drink quite a lot. Why don't you ask him to accompany you to the dinner? Jiang Long suggested. Lin Tinga was immediately unhappy, his face tense. You don't need to make arrangements for me. Get out. Jiang Long walked out of the CEO's office in a happy mood. It's a pity that the proposal was rejected. David, it's not that I don't want to help you create opportunities. It's that Mr. Lin doesn't agree. He was helpless. After work, Jiang Long rode his electric scooter home. Not long after, Jiang Long came in. Susan, who was typing away on the computer desk in her bedroom, heard the noise and called out, Jiang Long, you're back. Yeah, Jiang Long responded, put on his slippers, and went to the bedroom. Seeing Susan staring at the computer screen, he glanced at the screen and asked, Are you writing a novel? Susan didn't even raise her head. Her thoughts had just started flowing, and she couldn't be interrupted. Well, go cook and don't disturb me while I'm working. Jiang Long, who was despised by the girl, had to go to the kitchen to cook in shame. After a while, Susan saw the 20,000 words on the typing software, and she giggled happily. 20,000 words. She finally finished writing 20,000 words. She can finally sign a contract with Tomato Novel. Happy. Happy. I'm happy no matter what. Susan held her chin with one hand and used the other to move the mouse and keyboard. She carefully read the beginning of her 20,000-word novel from beginning to end. Susan nodded slowly as she watched. She is so talented. How could she write such a good novel? This language, this vocabulary, this detailed description, this description of the environment, and the protagonist's name is really nice. Susan couldn't help but brag about herself. She was really amazing. She dared to guarantee that the novel she wrote would be liked by many readers. Unexpectedly, her debut work was born today. Today is such a great day worth remembering. The smile on Susan's face never stopped. After Jiang Long finished cooking and came to the bedroom, he saw Su Shanshan giggling at the computer screen. Su Shanshan, why are you grinning like an idiot? It's time to eat, Jiang Long said. Susan only then cast her beautiful eyes on Jiang Long. She smiled and said to Jiang Long, I have finished writing the beginning of my novel. I feel that I have written it very well. I believe that my novel will be loved by many readers. Susan said to Jiang Long with confidence. Well, it's good to have confidence in writing novels. Jiang Long said lightly. Jiang Long, do you want to see the beginning of the novel I wrote? Give me some feedback after reading it. Su Shanshan said again. Jiang Long nodded. Okay. Then, Jiang Long moved a stool for Su Shanshan to sit on, and Jiang Long sat on the chair in front of the computer desk. Jiang Long's eyes quickly scanned the computer screen, and slowly his eyebrows were almost twisted together. Finally, Jiang Long finished reading the beginning of Susan's 20,000-word novel. Jiang Long, what I wrote is really great, isn't it? Hee hee. Seeing Su Shanshan laughing heartlessly, Jiang Long looked helpless. Susan, didn't I tell you to read more novels on the list? Have you read them? Jiang Long asked. I saw it. Did you really read it? Jiang Long asked again, uncertainly. Susan nodded her head and said, I really saw it. Then Susan spoke again. Jiang Long, you want to ask me why I don't write novels on the topics on the list, right? Yes. Jiang Long nodded. Jiang Long, I don't like the novels on the list. I'm telling you, the Yandere novels are too perverted, with tendons cut and throats slit. There are also those apocalyptic zombie novels, which are so scary. Oh, and I don't like novels with systems either. Jiang Long was speechless when he heard Su Shanshan's complaints. The novels on the list are basically the ones that readers like to read. Just because Susan doesn't like them doesn't mean that others don't like them. Susan, do you think readers will like your novel about a fairy coming down to Earth to punish evil and promote good? Jiang Long asked back. Chapter 60, The Princess Invites Me to Dinner. Susan said to Jiang Long with confidence. Yes, of course. Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan leisurely. Su Shanshan's face was full of confidence now, just like the state he was in when he wrote his first novel. Jiang Long seemed to see his past self in Su Shanshan. Jiang Long was full of confidence at the time and felt that the novel he wrote was simply invincible. In the end, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Few readers read his novels, and he even felt that what he wrote was rubbish. Recalling the experience of writing his first novel, Jiang Long went through a series of self-struggles, from being full of confidence at first, to self-doubt, then to deep doubt, and finally to complete collapse. Thinking about it now, it is indeed a sad history full of blood and tears. Jiang Long said to Susan seriously, Susan, your first novel is great. If this is what you want to write, you can continue writing with all your heart. I support you. Jiang Long then added, no matter how many readers like your novel, you have to keep a calm mind, understand? This was Susan's first time writing a novel, and Jiang Long didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm. However, if he blindly praised her, Jiang Long was afraid that Susan would lose herself. Susan was very happy. Nothing was more important than Jiang Long's support for her. Susan hugged Jiang Long's arm and swayed happily. Well, Jiang Long, don't worry, I will write it carefully. Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan's sweet smile and smiled too. Then Jiang Long turned his attention to the computer screen. A little fairy descends to Earth to punish evil and promote good. This novel title makes Jiang Long feel uncomfortable. Susan, I advise you to choose a new title for your novel. The little fairy comes to Earth to punish evil and promote good. Isn't this a good name? Susan asked back. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it feels a little less attractive. Jiang Long said it more tactfully. Susan pouted in dissatisfaction. You mean it's not good? But I've already signed a contract and cannot change it. There is no doubt that the title of a novel cannot be changed after it has been signed, unless the contract is not successfully signed. Susan then asked this question. Jiang Long, do you think I can sign the contract successfully? Jiang Long nodded. Yes. As far as Jiang Long knows, it is relatively easy to sign a contract on the Tomato Novel website. According to the difficulty level of signing the contract, the difficulty level is 1 star. Compared with other novel websites, Tomato Novel website is the easiest to sign a contract, which is more friendly to new authors. Many new authors want to sign contracts with 3-star or 4-star websites, but the chances of success are too small. I also think I can sign the contract successfully, Susan said confidently. Well, let's go eat. It will get cold if we don't eat now. Jiang Long was about to stand up when he found that his arm was still held by the girl. Jiang Long did not dare to pull his arm out. He was afraid of encountering more things that he shouldn't touch. At this moment, Susan also noticed that she had been holding Jiang Long's arm. She felt shy, but also a little happy. I've been holding Jiang Long's arm for so long, After Su Shanshan let go, she suddenly thought of something, and she said to Jiang Long, you have to tell me that the princess wants to treat you to a meal. Jiang Long's mouth twitched. It seemed that the girl had watched a lot of certain videos and was brainwashed. Jiang Long had no choice but to say to Susan, Princess, please have dinner. Su Shanshan smiled happily and said to Jiang Long, say it again. You were too serious just now. Jiang Long pulled the corner of his mouth, slowed down his voice, and said again, Princess, please eat. Susan came to the living room happily. When she saw the braised pork and stir-fried meat and vegetables on the coffee table, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Long, you made braised pork, it's my favorite. Ever since Susan tasted the braised pork made by Jiang Long, she has fallen in love with this dish. She didn't expect Jiang Long to make braised pork tonight. She was so happy. Eat more if you like. Jiang Long picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in a Susan bowl. Susan picked up the braised pork from the bowl and put it into her mouth. She chewed it with great enjoyment. After eating a piece, her little mouth became greasy. It's delicious. Jiang Long, how come you are so powerful? You are even better than a five-star chef. Susan praised without reservation. Jiang Long was so happy that he said casually, I will often cook braised pork for you in the future. Yes, yes. Susan picked up another piece of braised pork and was about to put it in her mouth when she seemed to think of something. She passed the braised pork on the chopsticks to Jiang Long's mouth. This is a reward for you. Jiang Long was slow to open his mouth, and Su Shanshan became anxious, pouting her greasy little mouth. Open your mouth. These were the chopsticks that Susan had just used, so Jiang Long hesitated. Hearing Su Shanshan's urging, Jiang Long stopped hesitating, opened his mouth, and put the braised pork on Su Shanshan's chopsticks into his mouth. The two chatted while eating. Jiang Long couldn't stand it any longer until he saw a greasy liquid hanging from the corners of Su Shanshan's mouth. Princess, please wipe your mouth. What's wrong with my mouth? It's so greasy. I really can't stand it. Jiang Long said truthfully. Susan was immediately unhappy. You sound like you're saying I'm greasy. That's not what I meant. That's what you mean. Really? Wipe your mouth quickly. Jiang Long reminded again. Su Shanshan approached Jiang Long directly, tilted her head and looked at him, and acted like a rogue. Whoever can't stand it can wipe it off. Anyway, I can't see it. Jiang Long couldn't stand the greasy little mouth opening and closing in front of him. Jiang Long had no choice but to compromise. I'll wipe it for you. Jiang Long took a tissue and gently wiped Susan's greasy little mouth. Be gentle. I didn't use any force. Jiang Long quickly defended himself. Jiang Long felt that he was really wronged. How dare he rub it hard? The girl was hurt by the rubbing, and she had to blame him in the end. Who would have thought that the little girl would still rely on me? Then why does my mouth hurt? You are so delicate. Jiang Long looked at Susan's little mouth after wiping it. Without that layer of oil, it's clean and pure. Looks soft. I guess it's just that her little mouth is too tender, otherwise it would hurt when I wipe it. If you kiss a man, she can handle it with her mouth. After realizing something, Jiang Long quickly turned his head away, and his expression became a little unnatural. He stood up from his seat and said to Susan, I'll get a bottle of water. Then he walked towards the kitchen. Give me one too. Jiang Long said that he would often cook braised pork for her in the future. Just thinking about it made her happy. Susan continued to eat the braised pork on the plate, feeling very happy. Chapter 61. Women are fickle. Don't you know? After dinner, Susan made plans to go out for a walk with Jiang Long. Jiang Long was worried about Susan's feet. Is your foot okay? Or maybe we should just stay at home. It's basically okay. Just take me out for a walk. I haven't been out for several days. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long aggrievedly. Jiang Long was moved when he saw Su Shanshan's pitiful appearance. This little girl hadn't been out for several days and was really bored. Jiang Long finally compromised. Okay then. Susan and Jiang Long, who were well armed, appeared downstairs in the community. Let's just walk around the community. Jiang Long still felt uneasy if they walked too far. Okay, let's just walk around the neighborhood. Susan, I'm in the community. How come it became near the community? There's not much difference between the community and the area surrounding it, Susan argued. Jiang Long shook his head helplessly. He found that this little girl was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. You couldn't have thought more about your feet. It's fine. Su Shanshan knew her feet well. Besides, if she couldn't walk anymore, she would let Jiang Long carry her. She had already thought about it. Susan added, Today is a very important day. Hearing this, Jiang Long was stunned. A very important day. Is today Susan's birthday? The little girl didn't tell him in advance. If she had known, he would have bought her a birthday cake and prepared birthday gifts in advance. Jiang Long asked quickly, Susan, is today your birthday? Susan smiled and waved her hand. No. What day is that? It's not the little girl's birthday. What other important day could it be? Seeing the happy face of the little girl, suddenly, Jiang Long had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Susan has thought it through and is planning to leave him and go home? Is that so? So, today is an important day for Susan. Susan will tell him the news soon, right? Thinking of this, for some reason, Jiang Long's mood suddenly became depressed. Guess. Susan smiled and asked Jiang Long to guess. Jiang Long had a blank expression on his face and spoke in a cold voice. I don't know. Even though Jiang Long guessed what the important day Susan was talking about was, he just didn't want to say it. Jiang Long, you are so stupid that you can't even guess this. Seeing Jiang Long walking with his head down and not making a sound, Susan suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong with Jiang Long. Damn Jiang Long, you're unhappy because you can't guess the answer. You're such a stingy person, Susan complained in her heart. Okay, let me tell you, today is an important day for the birth of my debut work. You can't even guess this, Jiang Long. You are too stupid. Susan chattered. Jiang Long, who was walking with his head down, suddenly stopped. The important day that Susan mentioned turned out to be a novel. He thought Susan was going to leave him. He thought Susan was going home. It turns out not to be. Susan had no intention of leaving him. Jiang Long immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood calmed down a lot. When Susan saw Jiang Long suddenly stop, she was forced to stop as well. Susan looked at Jiang Long in confusion. At this time, Jiang Long was also looking at Su Shanshan. Under the dim street lights, two pairs of bright eyes looked at each other. The breeze gently blew Susan's long hair, and her hair brushed against Jiang Long's body intentionally or unintentionally. The corners of Jiang Long's mouth twitched slightly, slowly forming an arc, and a deep voice slowly sounded. Yes, I'm too stupid to guess this. Seeing Jiang Long admitting that he was stupid, Susan felt that Jiang Long was a little abnormal. I just said it casually, Jiang Long, you're not stupid. You are the smartest. You just said I was stupid, and now you say I'm smart. You changed so quickly. Jiang Long couldn't help but tease. Su Shanshan stuck out her tongue playfully at Jiang Long. Women are fickle. Don't you know that? Jiang Long raised his hand and tapped Su Shanshan's forehead lightly, saying two words, I know. Bad Jiang Long. You used violence against me again. Susan was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. She waved her pink fists and hit Jiang Long's chest a few times before she was satisfied. I played once, and you hit me so many times. You are murdering me. Jiang Long complained. I'm a weak woman, and no one will believe that I murdered you. The two of them continued walking forward, talking to each other. Suddenly, Jiang Long noticed a dessert shop not far away. Today is the day Susan was born as a Virgo. In the eyes of the little girl, today is a very important day. They should celebrate. Soon, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan arrived in front of the dessert shop. Seeing Jiang Long about to enter the dessert shop, Su Shanshan quickly asked him, Jiang Long, do you want to buy dessert? Jiang Long nodded. Today is an important day for the birth of your debut work. Of course we have to celebrate. Let's buy a small cake to celebrate. Susan's mouth curled up immediately, and she nodded. Okay. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan came out of the dessert shop, holding the small cake chosen by Su Shanshan. When they arrived at the community, Jiang Long saw Su Shanshan looking around, and he knew what Su Shanshan was looking for. Jiang Long said, Are you still looking for the little cat? Well, it hasn't appeared since we saw it that time. Jiang Long could see that Susan really liked the little cat. When they got to the corridor, Susan rolled her eyes and started to perform. Jiang Long, I've walked a long way, and my feet feel a little uncomfortable. Can you carry me upstairs? If you don't want to carry me, that's fine. I can just walk up slowly by myself. Jiang Long directly handed the small cake to Susan. Here. After saying that, Jiang Long squatted down in front of Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan happily climbed onto Jiang Long's back, hooking one hand around Jiang Long's neck and holding a small cake in the other. When his hands touched the soft flesh of Susan's thighs again, Jiang Long was obviously much calmer. He didn't understand why Susan's thighs were so soft. The flesh on his thighs is harder. Jiang Long carried Su Shanshan on his back and slowly walked upstairs. Susan had a sweet smile on her face. She was so happy to have Jiang Long carry her upstairs. Jiang Long put Su Shanshan down upstairs. His hands lost their balance. Susan accidentally kissed Jiang Long's ear. In an instant, Jiang Long felt as if an electric current flowed from his ears to his entire body. His whole body was numb. At this time, Susan's face turned red with embarrassment. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention the matter again. After entering the house, Jiang Long went to the bathroom to wash his hands and saw in the mirror that the ear that Susan had just kissed was in sharp contrast to the other ear. One ear is normal, and the other ear is completely red. Chapter 62, Reluctantly Becoming Her First Fan. Jiang Long just came out of the bathroom when he heard Susan's scream, Ah! Jiang Long hurried to the bedroom. When Susan saw Jiang Long coming, she excitedly threw herself into Jiang Long's arms and hugged him. Jiang Long was confused. WTF? What's going on? Before Su Shanshan could feel the warmth and softness in Jiang Long's arms, she withdrew from him. Susan said to Jiang Long excitedly, Jiang Long, my novel was successfully signed. I'm so happy. I didn't expect that the girl was so happy about the successful signing of her novel. Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan and congratulated her. Congratulations on the successful signing of your novel. Thank you, Jiang Long. After Susan was happy, she turned her eyes to the novel contract on the computer screen. Jiang Long, who was standing aside, suddenly thought of the rules of the contract signed by the tomato novel author. One ID card can only be signed with one pseudonym. In Susan's current situation, she cannot fill out the contract without her ID card and bank card. At this moment, Susan also saw the rules in the contract. Susan, who had just looked happy, suddenly wrinkled her face. Jiang Long, I don't have an ID card or a bank card. How can I fill out the contract? Wait, I'll call my mom. Jiang Long said. Soon, Susan's novel contract was successfully completed. Susan was very happy and thanked Jiang Long. Thank you, Jiang Long, and thank you, Annie, even more. Jiang Long smiled and said, It's okay. Go eat some cake. Susan was lying in bed with her eyes fixed on her phone. Suddenly, she saw a fan on her tomato novel account, and she immediately became excited. Susan giggled happily and called out to Jiang Long, who was actually typing away at the computer desk. Jiang Long, I have my first fan. Congratulations. Jiang Long's mouth twitched, his eyes still on the computer screen, his fingers continuing to tap on the keyboard. Susan was really happy. Her novel had just been signed, and she had her first fan. Susan paid special attention to this fan. The fan's name was October Long. Susan curiously visited October Long's homepage. Susan saw that October Long was a second-level writer. There were 3 works on October Long's homepage, 2 of which were completed and 1 was being serialized. Susan was puzzled. She was a newly signed writer, and she didn't have a rank yet. How could a second-level writer like October Dragon pay attention to an unknown writer like her? Suddenly, Susan seemed to realize something. Xiulong and Jiang Long, both of them have the word dragon in their names. Could it be that this October Dragon is Jiang Long? It must be like this. Susan smiled sweetly, and she came to Jiang Long wearing pink bunny slippers. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Long and asked, Xiulong, is that you? Jiang Long turned his head to look at Su Shanshan. Their eyes met, and Jiang Long asked, Did you guess? Susan smiled and nodded. Well, I'm not stupid. Then Su Shanshan spoke again. Jiang Long, weren't you afraid that I would read the novel you wrote before? Why aren't you afraid that I would read it now? At first, Jiang Long really didn't want Susan to read his novel. He felt very embarrassed. Later I thought about it and realized that he didn't write anything shameful, so it didn't matter if Susan saw it. It would just be embarrassing at most. I think this author, Little Fairy, doesn't have any fans at all. She's so pitiful, so I'll reluctantly become her first fan. Jiang Long said lightly. Then I am really lucky. Susan was very happy because the Little Fairy was October Dragon's only attention. Does it mean that she is Jiang Long? That's only one he. Girls generally pay special attention to words like first time and only. For example, the first time holding hands, the first time hugging, the first time kissing, the first time doing that. Girls generally care more about these things than boys. Especially when girls are getting along with boys they like. They really want to be the first or only in the eyes of the boys. Girls like Susan are no exception in front of the person they like. Let's talk about boys. When boys are with girls they like. For example, a boy asks a girl he likes to watch a movie. He accidentally tells the girl that it is the first time for him to watch a movie with a girl and the first time for him to ask a girl out. The girl will think that she is the most special one in the boy's heart, thus increasing her affection for the boy. P.S. This is what the author thinks. If you have different opinions, please speak up and discuss together. This is what Susan is thinking now. Jiang Long nodded slowly and said with a smile, Of course not. Jiang Long, you're so nice. Su Shanshan's brain seemed to be completely out of control of her body at this moment. She leaned over and kissed Jiang Long directly on the cheek. Susan's kiss stunned both of them. Jiang Long's pupils trembled. Nanny, was he kissed by the little girl? Susan's face flushed, her eyes were evasive, and she explained with a stutter. Well, that's to thank you. After saying that, Susan turned around in panic and ran quickly to the bed, covering her little head directly with the quilt. Susan's cheeks were burning hot under the quilt. She reached out and patted her cheeks. She is so embarrassed. Why couldn't she hold back? She kissed him in front of Jiang Long. But she was so happy to be able to kiss Jiang Long openly. Jiang Long is a second-level author with more than 10,000 fans. Since October Long followed a little fairy. In October Dragon fan group, a good boy noticed that October Dragon was following a little fairy and sent this important news to the fan group. October Dragon fan group exploded instantly. All the fans in the group know that October Dragon has never followed anyone. Who this little fairy is became October Dragon's first focus. Many curious people went to check out the homepage of the little fairy and found out that she was a newly signed level 0 writer. Out of curiosity, the curious kids clicked on the novel. The little fairy comes to Earth to punish evil and promote good. Some curious kids read the novel introduction and got bored at first sight, so they didn't even click into the main text. Some curious kids couldn't read on after reading 2 or 3 chapters. Damn, what is this all about? I can't help but complain. Does this protagonist Su Xianxian think she is Spider-Man? Some curious kids felt it was too boring after reading 3 or 4 chapters and said they couldn't continue reading. Some curious kids read all 20,000 words in one go, and then they regretted it. His brain was cramped after reading such a boring novel. Wouldn't it be better for him to watch some short videos of beautiful girls instead? Chapter 63. Can you spare his life? Fans were discussing it. Everyone was guessing what the relationship was between October Dragon and the little fairy. However, there is one thing they are sure of: the little fairy is definitely not October Dragon's vest. These fans are familiar with October Long's writing style, and they know that October Long simply can't write that kind of stuff. Some people in the fan group directly at Shrirlong, 1.5 at October Dragon. Author, why are you paying attention to a little fairy? Soon after, other fans started at October Dragon. I love little Lolita the most at Shroom. Author, please tell me what is your relationship with the little fairy? Qingfeng Mingyue at October Dragon. A little fairy. Could she be your girlfriend? I am Reba's dog at Shrirlong. Tell me now, tell me now. If you don't tell me, I might change your 5-star review to 4 stars. This is Fate at Shrirlong. Yes, yes, yes. If you don't reply, I will change my 5-star rating to 3-star. Happy little bottle cap at October Dragon. Then I'll have to change the 4 stars to 2 stars. Jiang Long's head was pounding as he watched the messages pop up in the fan group. WTF. Each one is more cruel than the other. Some were changed to 4 stars, some to 3 stars, and some to 2 stars. Jiang Long wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Jiang Long was still feeling lucky at this moment that no fans wanted to change the rating to 1 star. As a result, after seeing the latest message popping up, Jiang Long's blood pressure suddenly rose. Dragon, who loves shandy flavor, said, "Sorry, it seems I have to change the 3 stars to 1 star. Let's just say, can you please stop playing with the author like this? The author is also an individual. Can you please spare his life?" Jiang Long trembled as he read the messages in the fan group. Alas, it is so difficult for him as a poor author. Under the threats from fans, Jiang Long finally couldn't bear the pressure and had to send a message to the group. The little fairy is my friend. She has just started writing a novel. Please support her. October Dragon would like to thank you all. As soon as Jiang Long said this, messages flooded in from fans in the group. When the breeze blew, the author himself was blown out. Dislocated time and space at October Dragon, friends? What friends? Tell me in detail. Stars in the eyes at October Dragon. I want to hear the details. +1, +1, +1, +1. Jiang Long quickly turned off his cell phone, ran to the kitchen, got out a bottle of ice water, and drank it to calm himself. The next day, after Susan woke up, she told Xia Nuanyuan about her novel. "Nuanyuan, my Ningning, you can write a novel now. You are awesome." Xia Nuanyuan praised sincerely. "Ning, I just signed a contract. I hope readers will like it." Followed by a happy emoticon. Wan, Ning, why do you suddenly want to write a novel? Ning, I want to write a novel to help Jiang Long make money. Seeing the message sent by Susan, Xia Nuanyuan, who was lying on the princess bed, frowned slightly. Doesn't Ning's little brother have any money? Xia Nuanyuan tapped her fingers on the phone screen and then sent it. Wan, Ning, is your little brother very poor? Ning, yeah, he only makes 10,000 yuan a month. Followed by a pitiful emoticon. Seeing this message, Xia Nuanyuan, who was lying on the pink princess bed, almost jumped up. Ning's brother only makes 10,000 yuan a month. It's such a pitiful amount. Xiao Nuanyuan immediately imagined the hard life her Ning Ning was living with her little brother. Manhwa, Ning Ning, I will transfer 5 million to you first. You can spend it first. Xiao Nuanyuan didn't want her Ning Ning to live such a poor life. When Susan saw the message from Xiao Nuanyuan, she immediately blocked it. Ning Ning, no, no. Ning Ning, Nuan, please don't forward. Ning Ning, Nuan, transfer money to me. Jiang Long will find out easily. Seeing Susan sending messages one after another, Xiao Nuanyuan had no choice but to give up. Ning Ning was right. If she transferred money to Ning Ning, her brother would definitely find out. Nuan, Ning Ning, where can I read your novel? Ning Ning, Nuan, please download the Tomato Novel app. My novel is called The Little Fairy Comes to the Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good. Please search for it. After a while, Xiao Nuanyuan downloaded the Tomato Novel app and registered. She searched for the novel A Little Fairy Comes to Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good, and then Xiao Nuanyuan successfully followed the author, Little Fairy. Nuan, Ning Ning, the name of your novel looks really good. I will read your novel soon. Ning Ning, thank you, Nuan, you were so nice, followed by a hug emoticon. Nuan, by the way, Ning Ning, I saw that you have a fan. You are really amazing. You have a fan just after writing a novel. Susan typed happily on her phone. Ning Ning, my fan is Jiang Long. Xiao Nuanyuan quickly entered October Dragon's homepage. Oh my! It turns out that Ning Ning's little brother is so amazing. He has 3 works and more than 10,000 fans. When Xiao Nuanyuan saw that October Dragon's only concern was for the little fairy, she instantly smiled like an auntie. Oh my! Ning Ning is her little brother's only attention. I hit it. She said she really hit it. Nuan. The little fairy is October Dragon's only concern. You two are so sweet. Susan laughed secretly. Haha. She is Jiang Long. S only one. The two chatted for a while, and then Susan went to the computer to write furiously. Her novel has been signed, and she will update it every day. She needs to work hard. Susan encouraged herself. Jiang Long had just finished his work at the company and had some free time. He secretly picked up his phone and logged into the Tomato Novel author backend to check the data. After Jiang Long saw something on the phone screen, pupils dilated instantly. Jiang Long couldn't believe it. How is that possible? He must have been dazzled just now. He must be dazzled. Jiang Long rubbed his eyes vigorously again. Looking at the phone screen again, this time, Jiang Long was sure. He is not dazzled. He really has no dazzle. He actually received 990 gifts urging him to update. Jiang Long was stunned. Which rich man gave him 990 gifts to urge him to update his works? After calming down, Jiang Long roughly calculated, 1 gift for urging users to update their content is worth 120 yuan, so 990 gifts for urging users to update their content is worth 118,800 yuan. What kind of tycoon is this? It costs 118,800 yuan in total. This amount of money is almost equal to Jiang Long's 2-year salary. Jiang Long saw that this rich man was called Invincible Little Cute. Jiang Long finally figured it out. This invincible little cutie must have a mine at home. And it's a huge mine. Chapter 64. Go see the old Chinese doctor? Half an hour ago, Xiao Nuanyuan and Su Shanshan finished their chat. Xiao Nuanyuan has been thinking about the hard life her Ning Ning is leading now. It is really not easy. What should she do to help Ning Ning and her little brother? Soon, Xiao Nuanyuan found a good way to help them. Xiao Nuanyuan saw that there was a gift-sending function on Shi Yuelong's personal homepage, so she clicked on it. Seeing that the most expensive gift was only worth 120 yuan, which was far from the gifts in the video, Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help but frown. Xiao Nuanyuan complained about the Tomato Novel website in dissatisfaction. Tomato Novel website boss, for a novel website this big, can't you give us a more expensive gift? Who are you looking down on? Go check out the other people's gifts on the platform next door and see how much they are worth. And then check out yours. Oh my, she wanted to give October Dragon some expensive gifts, but she couldn't find any. What is the difference between your Tomato Novel website and the TikTok website next door? After complaining, Xiao Nuanyuan decisively chose a gift worth 120 yuan to urge the update. Just as she was about to click send, Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly discovered that she could customize the input number. She decisively input up to 99 gifts at a time. Xiao Nuanyuan was about to click the payment button, but then she thought of something and immediately backed out. Xiao Nuanyuan picked up another phone, downloaded the Tomato Novel app from the App Store, and registered the name Invincible Cute. She decisively clicked on the follow button for October Dragon. and did so 10 times in a row, and customized 99 gifts to urge him to update his posts. Just when Xianu Anyuan was about to brush her brush for the 11th time, her cell phone rang. Xianu Anyuan picked it up and opened the message, then quickly got out of bed to wash up. She was going to meet Xiao Mingjie, that sharp-tongued man again. Company lunchtime. Zhang Long, David and Su Fei gathered together. Zhang Long nervously picked up some rice and put it into his mouth. Zhang Long thought about the invincible little cutie who had sent him 990 gifts to urge him to update. The more he felt something was wrong. Zhang Long looked at the personal homepage of Woody Zioqiai and found that Woody Zioqiai only followed him. All of this is so unbelievable. Zhang Long seriously suspected that it was some naughty kid who secretly played with his parents' mobile phone and accidentally gave him this gift. The 118,800 yuan was split between the website and the author in a 70% split, so he should have received more than 80,000 yuan. Zhang Long was feeling uneasy, so he just waited for the customer service of the tomato novel website to contact him for a refund. Old Su, what have you been doing these 2 days? David asked Su Fei. Hearing this, Su Fei, who looked a little unhappy, said, I have been with Xiaoya these past 2 days. Xiaoya is Su Fei's girlfriend whom he met on a blind date. David, who felt that the information was a bit overwhelming, asked with a smirk, Did you take her down? Su Fei nodded slightly. Awesome, said David. Zhang Long gave Su Feishu a thumbs up. Come on, tell me in Brother Long in detail? David said. Su Fei felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He scratched the back of his head and then said, It's nothing, it's just very enjoyable. It's quite demanding on your waist. Su Fei's voice was a little low when he said the last part. Hearing this, Zhang Long and David laughed out loud at the same time. Lao Su, can you do it? Zhang Long couldn't help but tease. I've been basically in bed these 2 days. Anyone can't stand it. Su Fei quickly explained. Can you take it easy? You've ruined your waist at such a young age. What are you going to do in the future? Zhang Long kindly reminded. Yeah, if you keep doing this, you'll be ruined sooner or later, David echoed. Su Fei really wanted to explain himself. On the one hand, he had just started eating meat, and on the other hand, Xiaoya had been pestering him all the time. After these 2 days, he really felt a little overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya was usually calm and reserved in front of him, but since they drank too much and went to bed that night, this woman seemed like a different person and kept pestering him. Once again, stronger than him. Later, he became a little scared and felt his whole body was weak. Su Fei couldn't figure out whether other girls were like this, but his Xiaoya was like this. Seeing that Su Fei was silent, David kindly said to Su Fei, Lao Su, I know an old Chinese doctor who can treat kidney deficiencies, sore waist and knees, etc. He is very effective. How about I take you to see him? Su Fei quickly refused. No need. He has been feeling a little weak these past 2 days, but he will be fine soon. If Xiaoya knew that he went to the old Chinese doctor for treatment, she would laugh at him to death. After Su Fei's incident, David, who was watching a short video, suddenly said, Fuck, college students nowadays are more capable than we were back then. David quickly passed the phone between Zhang Long and Su Fei. Take a look at it, both of you. A short video titled Male College Student Suspected of Using the School's Public Washing Machine to Wash Adult Products instantly appeared in front of Zhang Long and Su Fei. The video, which was only a few dozen seconds long, was quickly played out. Su Fei said, It's all mosaics. I can't even see the hair clearly. David clicked on the comment section, looked at the comments of netizens, and said, The comment section said there is the original video. I will look for it. Zhang Long heard that there was an original video. His eyes lit up. After all, who isn't a curious kid? Zhang Long is no exception. Zhang Long took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. Unlock. Open a certain audio. The first short video pushed was, A male college student is suspected of using the school's public washing machine to wash adult products. It can be seen that this short video is really popular. Although many videos were blurred, Zhang Long was able to find the original video easily. Zhang Long watched the video. Clear and transparent. That shape. The final conclusion is, really good at playing 6. After work, Zhang Long rode his electric scooter home in a short while. Zhang Long took out the key and opened the door, and saw Su Shanshan suddenly appeared in front of him. Susan had a sweet smile on her face and looked at Zhang Long and said, Zhang Long, you're back. Susan knew the time when Zhang Long got off work. Just now, she saw Zhang Long riding his electric scooter through the window. So as soon as Zhang Long opened the door, Su Shanshan appeared in front of Zhang Long. Seeing the sweet smile on Su Shanshan's face, Jiang Long, his mouth corners unconsciously raised, and he said lightly, I've prepared dinner. Let's eat together. Good. Soon, the two people sitting on the sofa were eating and chatting. Jiang Long, I wrote a 4,000-word novel today. I uploaded it to the website, but it seems that no readers read it. Susan said, your novel has few words now, so it's normal that no readers will read it. So when will I have readers? When you reach 30,000 words, you can promote the book, and there will be a small number of readers. When the word count reaches 80,000 words, you can click verification, and then the website will recommend readers to you. Oh, I'm only 24,000 words now. When I reach 30,000 words, I'll go and promote the book. Okay. Suddenly, Susan remembered the popular short video she saw on a certain audio app in the afternoon. Chapter 65, You Know a Lot. Susan asked Jiang Long, Jiang Long, did you see the video that went viral on TikTok today? Hearing this, Jiang Long paused with his chopsticks holding the dish. He seemed to have guessed what Su Shanshan was talking about. Jiang Long asked calmly, which video? Susan bit the tip of her chopsticks with her pearly teeth and then said, a video of a male college student washing adult products in a washing machine. Oh, I see. Susan is also very curious. When she watched the short video, she saw the mosaic on the screen. Driven by curiosity, she quickly found the original video. However, what made Susan more curious was what the things in the washing machine were used for. Susan read the comment section and saw some netizens saying that this kind of thing should not appear in boys' dormitories, while some people, like her, didn't understand what it was used for. Susan wanted to ask Jiang Long if he knew what that was used for. After all, there are so many important learning materials in Jiang Long's computer. Jiang Long should know a lot. Susan asked, Jiang Long, I saw the original video. What are the things in the washing machine used for? Susan then asked, why do some people say that shouldn't appear in the boys' dormitory? Jiang Long turned to Su Shanshan and looked at her leisurely. He raised his hand and tapped Su Shanshan's forehead lightly. Don't ask nonsense questions. Eat your meal well. Susan pouted her lips immediately, glared at Jiang Long fiercely, and punched Jiang Long in the chest with her fist. I couldn't help but complain. Bad Jiang Long. Hit me again? I'm just asking out of curiosity. You know so much. Why don't you tell me? Jiang Long's mouth twitched. The little girl must be saying something else. Susan, what do I understand? You have so much study material, so you must know a lot, Susan said firmly. Jiang Long felt that he was going to be wrongly accused to death by the little girl. What David gave him, he didn't even have time to take a look at it, and he hid himself after being discovered by Susan. I'm going to delete the stuff on my computer now. Is that okay? Can you bear to delete it? Susan asked. Why can't I bear to give it up? You know best whether you are willing to give it up or not. Susan said deliberately. Jiang Long was speechless. Come on, watch me delete those things. After saying that, Jiang Long was about to stand up. Susan quickly grabbed Jiang Long's arm and said, I didn't ask you to delete it. I'd better delete it, so that you won't always wrongly accuse me. Su Shanshan pulled Jiang Long hard. I didn't ask you to delete it. You really don't have to delete it. What if Jiang Long deleted those important learning materials? What would he use when he wants to study again? Considering Jiang Long's interests, Susan would not let him delete it. Look how considerate she is. Jiang Long sat down and continued eating. The two did not continue the previous topic. Susan has made up her mind. If Jiang Long doesn't tell her, she will go and ask Nguyen tomorrow. Nguyen knows a lot about this. After dinner, Susan originally planned to go out for a walk with Jiang Long, but then she thought about finishing her novel to 30,000 words as soon as possible, so she gave up the idea of going out for a walk with Jiang Long. Susan sat in front of the computer desk, thinking hard. After an hour and a half, she finally finished writing 2,000 words. She is only 4,000 words away from 30,000 words, so she needs to work harder. Susan got up and prepared to get a bottle of water from the refrigerator. When she walked out of the bedroom, she saw Jiang Long exercising with dumbbells in the living room. Susan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Long looks so handsome when he's exercising. His two forearms look so powerful. I like it so much. Susan originally planned to continue writing her novel in the bedroom after drinking the water, but she gave up decisively after seeing Jiang Long exercising. Jiang Long exercising openly? Susan ran to the sofa in small steps. Jiang Long saw Su Shanshan coming over and asked her, have you finished writing your novel? Take a break first. I want to watch TV for a while. Zhang Long, you continue exercising. Su Shanshan said, and turned on the TV. They didn't go out for a walk tonight, so Zhang Long took out the dumbbells. He hasn't exercised for a while. If he doesn't exercise, the muscles he has worked so hard to build will be gone. Zhang Long no longer paid attention to Susan and continued to lift the dumbbells in his hand. Susan sat on the sofa, watching TV while secretly glancing towards Zhang Long. Zhang Long looks really handsome when he's exercising. Her Zhang Long is really handsome no matter how you look at him. Susan secretly picked up her phone and turned on the camera. While Zhang Long wasn't paying attention, she took a photo of Zhang Long, who was lifting dumbbells. After a while, Zhang Long put down the dumbbells in his hand, bent over the ground, and started doing push-ups. Susan's beautiful eyes kept stealing glances at Zhang Long. She felt that Zhang Long had a good figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist. It looks very safe. If we could see Zhang Long doing push-ups with his upper body naked. She really wanted to see Zhang Long doing push-ups with nothing on. Zhang Long did 30 push-ups in a row, his back covered in sweat. He stood up, took off his t-shirt, and threw it aside. Zhang Long, shirtless, continued to do push-ups on the ground. Susan was so excited that she almost screamed. Fortunately, she covered her mouth with her hand in time. She could actually see such a scene. At this moment, Susan's heart was beating a little faster. I originally thought Zhang Long looked handsome when he was exercising with dumbbells. Unexpectedly, Zhang Long looks even more handsome when doing push-ups without any clothes on. She likes it so much. Susan's face was flushed, and her eyes were fixed on Zhang Long, who was doing push-ups. She had no interest in the TV at all. Suddenly, Susan remembered that she was watching a video on a certain audio app. A girl sits cross-legged on the back of a shirtless boy, and the boy carries the girl on his back and does push-ups on the ground. She also wanted to sit on Zhang Long's back and let Zhang Long carry her to do push-ups. At this time, Zhang Long finished a set of push-ups. He tilted his head, and his eyes met Su Shanshan's. Susan was so frightened that she quickly turned her head away. How embarrassing. I was caught peeking. Susan quickly turned off the TV. She said to Zhang Long, I don't want to watch TV anymore. Then she ran back to the bedroom. Chapter 66, agreeing for some unknown reason. Susan ran back to the bedroom and sat down on the chair in front of the computer desk. She quickly reached out and patted her hot little face. After a while, Zhang Long came to the bedroom. He planned to take some clean clothes from the closet and take a shower. After exercising, he was covered in sweat and felt very uncomfortable. When Su Shanshan saw Zhang Long coming in, this time, she looked straight at Zhang Long, not in the panic like when she ran away just now. After Susan calmed down, she realized what was wrong with her seeing Zhang Long openly. This is not a shameful thing. Zhang Long's good figure should be appreciated by others. Of course, Susan only hopes that this person is herself. Zhang Long also noticed that Su Shanshan was staring at him without disguising her gaze. Zhang Long's mouth twitched, and he said, If you're not writing a novel, why are you staring at me? Zhang Long, you have a great figure. Susan praised generously. Zhang Long felt a little embarrassed now. He scratched the back of his head and said lightly, Oh, thank you. Zhang Long appeared calm on the surface, but was very proud in his heart. Zhang Long took out his bathing stuff from the closet and turned around. Susan came in front of him without him noticing when. Susan stirred it gently with her fingers, blinked her big watery eyes, and looked at Zhang Long and said, Zhang Long, I want to touch your abdominal muscles. Can I? Hearing this, Zhang Long felt his head buzzing. Slow down. Zhang Long looked at the girl in front of him with a face full of desire. Somehow I nodded. Susan was secretly delighted, but her heart was beating uncontrollably. Zhang Long actually agreed. I'm so happy. There was silence in the air for a moment, and Zhang Long couldn't help but ask first. Why don't you touch it? After asking, Zhang Long felt that there was something wrong with what he said. You're holding something in your hand to block it? Susan complained in a low voice, her eyes a little vague. Only then did Zhang Long notice what he was holding in his hands. Soon, Zhang Long showed off his abdominal muscles. Susan saw the strong chest and abdominal muscles in front of her. Her little face was flushed. I feel inexplicably excited. Susan whispered, Zhang Long, I touched it. Zhang Long uttered a faint from his nose. Su Shanshan lowered her head slightly, her eyes fixed on Zhang Long's naked upper body. She raised her soft white hands, gently attached to Zhang Long's abdominal muscles. It feels so good, so happy. The moment when Susan's soft and warm little hands touched Jiang Long's abdominal skin. Jiang Long's body suddenly stiffened. My whole body tensed up unconsciously. Although Jiang Long agreed to let her touch his abdominal muscles, Su Shanshan did not dare to do it recklessly. Susan sincerely praised, Jiang Long, your abdominal muscles are really well trained. It looks powerful and sexy, which is her favorite. At this moment, Jiang Long's eyes fell on the little head in front of him. He wanted to push the little head in front of him away. Torment. It's so fucking painful. On the one hand, Susan S. small hand was touching his abdominal muscles. On the other hand, Susan S. hair hung down from her head, touching his naked skin intentionally or unintentionally. Itchy. This is simply too much. Susan, are you done? Jiang Long couldn't hold on any longer. Susan raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Long. Then he removed his hands from Jiang Long's abdominal muscles. Well, no more touching. She hadn't touched him enough. But Jiang Long didn't seem to want her to touch him anymore. She had no choice but to reluctantly move her little hands away from Jiang Long's abdominal muscles. Jiang Long quickly fled the bedroom and rushed into the bathroom. The next day, after lunch, Jiang Long returned to his office. Jiang Long has been feeling uneasy since receiving the gift from the cute little girl yesterday. Jiang Long looked at the phone on the table. There was no movement at all. It was strange. Why hasn't the customer service of the tomato novel website contacted him yet? Because of this, Jiang Long was in a state of anxiety. Very uneasy. Jiang Long picked up his phone and clicked into Tomato Novel. I think he should contact the customer service of Tomato Novel website to report this matter. What if some naughty kid really secretly swiped his parents' card and the parents are not aware of it? What will we do if the parents really need money urgently? Who says Jiang Long is a kind person? Finally, Jiang Long contacted the customer service of the Tomato Novel website and reported the incident. After reacting, Jiang Long felt relieved and relieved. Inside the rental house, Susan entered the backstage of the Tomato Novel author. After seeing the background data, Susan's delicate smiling face suddenly wrinkled into a ball. I almost cried out of grievance. She worked hard to write a novel of 26,000 words. She wrote so well. Why don't I have even a penny of income? Whoa. Why did the Tomato Novel website treat her like this? Whoa. So sad, woo-woo. Susan picked up her phone and sent a message to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, who was typing on the computer keyboard, heard the phone ringing on the table. He took a quick glance and saw Susan's name. Jiang Long stopped what he was doing, picked up his phone, and clicked on the WeChat message. Susan Sean, Jiang Long, I didn't make a penny from my novel, was followed by an emoticon of a person crying in grievance. Jiang Long tapped the phone screen a few times and clicked send. Jiang Long, don't be sad, it will get better slowly, come on. Susan was still sad when she saw the encouraging message from Jiang Long. Susan thought that the story she had written with great difficulty. The little fairy descends to the earth to punish evil and promote good. She spent a lot of effort, but got nothing in return. It was really hard for her to accept. Susan's, but I'm still very sad. What should I do? Was followed by an emoticon of a woman crying in grievance. Jiang Long, don't cry. I'll take you out for a delicious meal after I get off work. Followed by a hug emoticon. Susan, okay, was followed by a hug emoticon. Susan, I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Long. After a while, Jiang Long finished his work. He picked up the mobile phone on the table and started operating it. Susan sat in front of the computer and finished writing 2,000 words in a depressed mood. She entered the Tomato Novel app again. Suddenly, Susan saw a message pop up on the page. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly clicked on the message. Then she saw October Long's review of her novel. Sure Yue Long gave the novel, The Little Fairy Comes to the Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good, a 5-star rating, and also left a message. The protagonist of the story, Su Xianxian, is very kind and brave. She has been fighting for her ideals. This is a very inspiring story. Please read it patiently. The author is a little fairy. Keep going, I will always support you. Chapter 67, I burst into tears. When Susan saw Jiang Long's review of her novel, she instantly burst into tears. Jiang Long, you are really fine. Jiang Long, why are you such a good person? Jiang Long, I am so happy to have you by my side. Susan's eyes were red and her nose was twitching. Susan tapped the screen of her mobile phone with her fingers, and she saw the gifts that October Long gave to her novel one after another. At this moment, Susan felt as if her heart was filled with something. At this moment, Susan figured it out. She figured it out. She doesn't care whether other readers read her novels or whether other readers like them. Because Jiang Long is the only one who supports her unswervingly. That is enough. On the other hand, October Long's fan group was in an uproar because October Long suddenly sent a message in the group. October Dragon. Dear fans, please read the novel The Little Fairy Comes to the Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good when you have time. This novel tells a very inspirational story, which may be different from the novels you usually read. I hope you will read it patiently. This is the first time the author of this novel has written a novel. I hope my friends can support her and leave more comments. October Dragon would like to thank you all. October Dragon. To thank you for your help, the author will add 2 chapters every day for 1 week. 4-dimensional Doraemon. In order to add 2 chapters every day to the author, I will now read the novel, The Little Fairy Comes to the Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good. A Sound of Drowning. I will also go to sea. The Best Tomato Hot Pot. I'll go too. Dislocated Time and Space. The author and a little fairy are definitely having an affair. The crowd, I think so too. +1. +1. +1. +1. After work today, Jiang Long rode his electric scooter home very quickly. Jiang Long took out the key and opened the door. Su Shanshan suddenly jumped in front of Jiang Long, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Jiang Long was a little dazed. Then he put his hands on Su Shanshan's back and hugged her back. Jiang Long's other hand was placed on the top of Susan's head, stroking her fluffy hair again and again. Jiang Long comforted her softly. Don't be sad. Maybe someone will read your novel soon. Seeing that Su Shanshan didn't say anything, Jiang Long continued. You write so carefully, there will definitely be readers who like it. Pack up. I'll take you out. You decide what you want to eat. Susan, who had her little head buried in Jiang Long's arms, suddenly looked up at Jiang Long. At this time, Susan's eyes were red, and she said, Jiang Long, I don't want to go out to eat. I just want to eat the braised pork you made. Okay, I'll cook for you. Jiang Long looked at Susan with red eyes, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Jiang Long then continued, What else do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Susan sniffed and said, Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Suddenly, a tear flowed from the corner of Susan's eye and slid down her cheek. Jiang Long placed his hand on Susan's head and quickly moved it to Susan's cheek. Jiang Long gently wiped away the tear from Susan's cheek with the tip of his thumb. The two of them hugged each other quietly for a while. Susan suddenly spoke to Jiang Long seriously. Jiang Long, you are so kind. For this meal, Jiang Long prepared 4 dishes in total, all of which were Susan's favorites. Although he knew that the two of them couldn't finish it, Jiang Long still made 4 dishes. The little girl was so sad today because of the novel. Jiang Long just wanted to make more delicious food to make her happy. Susan naturally understood Jiang Long's intention, and her heart felt warm. The company recently took on a big project. All employees will work overtime this weekend. I'm telling you, Jiang Long said to Susan. Yeah. Susan nodded in response. She looked fine on the surface, but she felt bad in her heart. Jiang Long would be at home all day on weekends, and she would stay with Jiang Long all the time. Susan is really unhappy that Jiang Long can't stay at home with her this weekend. Soon, Jiang Long noticed that something was wrong with Su Shanshan. The little girl was eating bite by bite just now, but now she looked so listless. Jiang Long picked up a piece of Susan's favorite braised pork and handed it to her. What are you thinking about? Eat meat. Susan, who was originally in a bad mood, felt a little happy when she saw Jiang Long take the initiative to pick up food for her. Susan looked at the braised pork so close to her, opened her mouth, and ate the braised pork on Jiang Long's chopsticks. Tasty. Jiang Long twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the girl was fine, and he was just worrying too much. Jiang Long took a bite of vegetables and was about to eat it when Susan's little head immediately came over. Jiang Long, I still want you to feed me. Jiang Long looked at the slightly open mouth in front of him. He had no choice but to put the vegetables on his chopsticks into Susan's mouth. Jiang Long picked up another piece of green vegetables with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Why does it taste different from what he just ate? There is such a fragrance. Is it because the chopsticks were stained with the taste of Susan's mouth? After dinner, the two walked around the community and went home early. Since Jiang Long promised to add 2 chapters every day for his fans, he had to hurry up and write. He didn't want his fans to send him razor blades. At 11:30 in the evening, Susan, who was lying on the bed, saw Jiang Long sitting at the computer desk typing away. So she called out, Jiang Long, why aren't you sleeping yet? At this time of day, Jiang Long would have already been lying in bed sleeping. Jiang Long, who was sitting on the chair, turned around and looked at Susan. I haven't finished writing my novel yet. Susan was puzzled. Jiang Long used to write very fast, but why was he so slow today? Susan asked, Are you stuck in writing today? That's why you write so slowly. Jiang Long shook his head and said, I need to write 4,000 more words today. Why? Susan asked doubtfully. Add more chapters for the fans. Jiang Long said. Jiang Long, you really dote on your fans. Su Shanshan said. Susan then added, You are amazing. You wrote so many words. Jiang Long nodded. There was nothing he could do. It was not easy for him to increase the number of readers for a certain little fairy. Jiang Long, why is it that you are so successful in writing novels while I always get stuck? Su Shanshan asked again. It'll be better if you write more. Take your time. It's best to make an outline and a detailed outline or something. Oh, then I understand. My novel doesn't have an outline or a detailed outline, so I write it very slowly. Susan found the reason. Jiang Long, how long will it take you to finish writing? Su Shanshan asked again. 200 words short. Oh, then I'll wait for you to sleep together. Chapter 68. It's not just a few hundred million. A few minutes later, Jiang Long finished typing the remaining 200 words. He yawned, stretched, stood up from the chair, clenched his fists, and pounded his waist twice. Jiang Long, your waist hurts? Su Shanshan asked. Jiang Long turned around, looked at Su Shanshan, and nodded. I sit for a long time every day. Jiang Long basically sits at work every day, and he also sits when he gets home to write novels at night. After a long time, his waist naturally hurts. Susan also thought about Jiang Long as current situation. Jiang Long goes to work in the company during the day and has to write novels at night to earn a meager salary. It is not easy for Jiang Long. Susan looked at Jiang Long with eyes full of heartache. She said softly, Jiang Long, you've worked so hard. Jiang Long smiled faintly. It's not that easy to live in this world. Jiang Long is just an ordinary person among the countless people. As long as he is alive, he has to work hard, whether it's for his future or for his family. Susan couldn't quite understand what Jiang Long said, because Susan had had everything she wanted since she was born, and she had never experienced the hardships of ordinary people. The difference between Jiang Long and Su Shanshan's lives is not just a little bit. It's fate, it's destiny, that two people with such a huge gap met each other. On the bed, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan were lying on the left and right. After a while, the sound of Jiang Long's even breathing could be heard. Jiang Long was very tired that day, so he fell asleep quickly. Susan looked at Jiang Long sideways. She moved her body slowly to Jiang Long's side. She looked at Jiang Long's face quietly, stretched out her hand, and gently touched Jiang Long's face. Finally, Susan found Jiang Long's hand and held it. Imperial University. Basketball court. In the middle of the court, two groups of players were sweating hard, trying their best to win the game. In the audience, a group of fangirls were cheering and shouting. The whole atmosphere on the scene was quite lively. Of course, the person that all the fans were cheering for was Xiao Mingjie. Senior Xiao, come on! Senior Xiao, come on! Senior Xiao, come on! At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan appeared, wearing a light yellow Lolita dress, white stockings on her legs, and holding a lollipop in her mouth. Xiao Nuanyuan was followed by a group of bodyguards in black. Xiao Nuanyuan waved her little hand behind her. The black-clad bodyguards immediately divided into 4 teams. For large banners held by black-clad bodyguards almost surrounded the entire stadium. The audience in the auditorium were shocked when they saw this operation. Even the players who were playing the game were attracted by the 4 large banners. The first banner reads, Brother Xiao, you're the most handsome in the audience and my favorite. Banner 2, Brother Xiao, you are the best, you are the fastest, and I am your little cutie. Banner 3, Brother Xiao, I really want to be the basketball in your hand, to be snatched away and held by you. Banner 4, Brother Xiao, I like you so much, please promise to be with me. Seeing the 4 banners made by Xiao Nuanyuan, Xiao Mingjie clenched his teeth and felt a terrible headache. This little potato is always causing trouble. At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan threw away the lollipop in her mouth, picked up a loudspeaker, and shouted towards the basketball court. Brother Xiao, come on. Brother Xiao, you are the most handsome. Brother Xiao, you are the best. Whether it was the spectators in the stands or the players on the court, everyone was talking about Xiao Nuanyuan's actions. In the end, This game ended early because of the farce created by Xianu Anyuan. Xiao Mingjie, gritting his teeth in anger, strode to Xianu Anyuan, grabbed the back of her collar, and carried her away. Xianu Anyuan screamed in fear. Xiao Mingjie, what are you doing? Little potato, didn't you say you like me? Let's just talk. What are you afraid of? Xianu Anyuan pretended to be calm and said, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Who is afraid of you? After returning to the Xia family manor from the Imperial Capital University, Xiao Nuanyuan lay on the pink princess bed, pounding the pillow hard with her little fists. Xiao Mingjie, that venomous man, his tongue will rot sooner or later. Bad guy Xiao Mingjie, I will take revenge on you sooner or later. Xiao Mingjie, I'm gonna blow your dog head off. Xiao Nuanyuan vented her anger madly into the pillow. Suddenly a cell phone rang. At noon, inside the rental house, Susan opened the tomato novel author backstage and saw the data above. Susan's eyes lit up instantly, and she was also surprised. I didn't expect there would be more than a dozen readers. They all read her novels. This was totally unexpected for her. A look of joy immediately appeared on Susan's face, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Susan saw a few cents of profit, but she was still extremely happy that more than a dozen readers could read the novel she wrote. Soon, Susan entered the Tomato Novel website and actually saw that some readers had left comments on her novel. Author, keep going. This story is quite inspiring. Very good. Come on. Come on. Support. Including Jiang Long's comments, Susan's novel received a total of 6 comments. Susan read these 6 comments over and over again, and finally she just giggled for a long time with joy. That's great. Someone has read her novel. Susan wanted to tell Jiang Long the good news as soon as possible, but she also thought about Jiang Long's busy work. She decided not to disturb him and wait until Jiang Long got home from work in the evening before telling him the good news. Jiang Long got off work today more than 10 minutes later than usual. Jiang Long rode his electric donkey as fast as he could to hurry home. On the balcony, Susan's little head was looking out the window, searching for Jiang Long. Jiang Long would have returned by this time normally. Jiang Long not back yet so late today? Could something have happened to Jiang Long? Susan thought about it. The more worried she became. Just as Susan was about to pick up her phone to call Jiang Long, she saw a familiar figure riding a black electric scooter outside the window. Chapter 69, Chubby Not Good. Jiang Long parked his electric scooter and walked upstairs in a hurry. When I was almost at the door, I saw it was pushed open from the inside. Jiang Long, why are you back so late today? Su Shanshan asked worriedly. I was more than 10 minutes late for getting off work today, Jiang Long explained. Hearing Jiang Long say this, Su Shanshan felt relieved. Oh, come in quickly. It's time to eat. Susan had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Jiang Long. When Susan thought about how hard Jiang Long worked every day, she felt particularly sorry for him. After dinner, Jiang Long saw that Su Shanshan had not yet made plans to go out for a walk. Jiang Long was the first to hold back, and he took the initiative to say, Susan, pack up and go out for a walk. Jiang Long, I don't want to go for a walk anymore, Su Shanshan said. Jiang Long frowned. This little girl wanted to go out for a walk every night, but today she suddenly didn't want to go out. What was going on? What's wrong with you? Jiang Long asked with a hint of confusion. Susan shook her head. Nothing. Susan felt that Jiang Long worked too hard. He went to bed at almost 12 o'clock yesterday. If Jiang Long accompanied her for a walk again, it would waste some of Jiang Long's time. She wanted Jiang Long to finish writing the novel as soon as possible and go to bed early. Jiang Long still felt something was wrong and asked again, Are you really okay? Susan smiled and nodded. I'm really fine. I'm a little tired today and don't want to go out for a walk. If you're tired, just lie down on the bed. Jiang Long said. No, I just finished my meal. I don't want to lie down on the bed. It's easy to get fat that way. Susan shook her head and retorted. You're not fat. I'm not fat now, but I'll get fat if I lie down after eating. Can you get fat with just one meal? Jiang Long looked puzzled. Susan nodded seriously. Girls are very strict about body management. I don't want to get fat and become ugly. No, you will still look good even if you gain weight. Susan was originally a top beauty. If she gained weight, her figure would only become fuller. There is no way she would not be beautiful. Jiang Long thinks so. Su Shanshan was very happy when she heard Jiang Long's words. She deliberately said, You are trying to comfort me. If I gain 20 pounds in an instant, I will be so ugly. How can you be ugly? You're 20 pounds fatter and plump. Isn't that good? Jiang Long said. Susan's beautiful eyes rolled around. Oh, so you just think chubby girls are prettier? Jiang Long felt like he was about to fall into the girl's trap again, so he quickly explained, No, I think everything is fine. Jiang Long, I find that you are not picky at all. Su Shanshan curled her lips. No, it's not okay if he says everything is fine. Jiang Long has never been able to win an argument with the little girl. Jiang Long couldn't win the argument with her, and if he continued, he was afraid that he would fall into a deeper trap. Su Shanshan pinched her waist with both hands and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long's back. Stinky River Dragon likes both thin and plump ones. He had a nice idea. Susan lowered her eyes and looked at her figure. She doesn't have the ability to clone herself, so how could she become plump one moment and skinny the next? In the bedroom, in front of the computer desk, Jiang Long stared intently at the computer screen, his fingers typing away on the keyboard. Suddenly, Jiang Long's cell phone rang. Jiang Long took a look and saw an unfamiliar number. After the number rang a few times, Jiang Long picked up the phone. A minute later, Jiang Long hung up the phone, and he was in a daze. Jiang Long received a call from the tomato novel website. After repeated confirmation, Jiang Long finally accepted the fact that the cute little guy had sent him 990 gifts to urge him to update his content. At first, Jiang Long thought it was a gift from a naughty kid who stole his parents' phone and accidentally gave it to him. I didn't expect that. Unexpectedly, Jiang Long really met a local tyrant. The local tyrant who directly gave him a gift worth 118,800 yuan. Jiang Long was inevitably excited. I was concentrating on typing in front of the computer just now, but now I don't have the energy to type anymore. I received so much money in gifts all at once. Not to mention, his heart really couldn't bear it. Jiang Long silently said to the invincible little cutie in his heart, Thank you, you rich and cute little one. Jiang Long, who was sitting on the chair, calmed down for a while. The excitement finally subsided. Jiang Long focused his attention on the computer again. He quickly typed the rest of the words and then planned to tell Susan the good news. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Shanshan quickly ran to the bedroom and said to Jiang Long, someone is knocking on the door. I heard it. I'll go check it out. You stay here first. After giving the instructions, Jiang Long walked out of the bedroom and opened the door. Jiang Long opened the door and was visibly startled when he saw the woman who suddenly appeared at his door. This is a beautiful woman with delicate makeup on her face, a slightly plump figure, and wearing a stewardess uniform. Brother Jiang, I just got home and found that the faucet was leaking. Do you understand? Can you help me take a look? Lu Yuding looked at Jiang Long and said, This Lu Yuding is Jiang Long's neighbor. Some time ago, Jiang Long would occasionally run into Lu Yuding, and the two would greet each other when they met. But Jiang Long hasn't run into Lu Yuding during this period of time. Lu Yuding is a flight attendant, 29 years old. She often flies, sometimes she stays away for half a month, or even a month. Lu Yuding had just arrived home and hadn't had time to change in her stewardess uniform when she discovered that the bathroom faucet was leaking. Fortunately, the water from the leaking faucet flowed into the sewer. Otherwise, it would have flooded the house and might even have affected the neighbors downstairs. Susan, who was hiding in the bedroom, heard a woman's voice at the door. Moreover, this woman called Jiang Long little Jiang brother, and she immediately became alert. Jiang Long couldn't possibly not help living next to his neighbors. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. This is the truth. Sister Ting, I know a little bit about it. I'll help you take a look. If I can't fix it, you can find someone else to fix it. Jiang Long said. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Yuding's face. Thank you, Brother Xiao Jiang. You're welcome. Chapter 70, I think you deserve a beating. Sister Ting, do you have any tools at home? Jiang Long asked Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding shook her head slightly and said, No. Sister Ting, I'll go back to your house after I get my tools. Good. After Jiang Long finished explaining to Lu Yuding, he went back to the bedroom and looked at Su Shanshan, who was sitting on the bed. Jiang Long slowly said, Susan, I'm going to help my neighbor fix the faucet. I'll be back in a while. Susan had heard what Jiang Long and the others were talking about at the door. She nodded to Jiang Long standing at the door and said softly, Well, you have to come back as soon as you finish repairing it. Jiang Long chuckled, his eyes wandering slowly over Su Shanshan. If I don't come back after repairing, what am I doing in someone else's house? Susan gently stirred her fingers, her eyes a little vague. Anyway, just come back as soon as you finish repairing it. Do you hear me? No. Jiang Long, who had got his tools, appeared at Lu Yuding's home. In the bathroom, Jiang Long was repairing the faucet with quick movements. Lu Yuding, who was standing aside, kept her eyes on Jiang Long. While repairing the faucet, Jiang Long's t-shirt inevitably got wet. After finishing, Lu Yuding quickly handed the white towel to Jiang Long and said softly, "Brother Xiao Jiang, you're all wet. Wipe it off quickly." Jiang Long said, took the towel and wiped his body a few times. Lu Yuding then added, "Brother Xiao Jiang, thank you so much for today." "You're welcome, Sister Ting. I'll go back first after I've fixed it." After Jiang Long responded, he walked towards the door with the tools. Jiang Long closely, and when they reached the door, she said to Jiang Long, "Brother Xiao Jiang, I was planning to keep you here for a while, but your clothes are all wet. You should go back and take a shower to avoid catching a cold. When you have time, come visit me again." "Okay." Jiang Long nodded politely. Returned to his home, he was about to take out the key to open the door when he found a gap in the door. He opened it directly and saw Su Shanshan standing at the door. Jiang Long walked in, closed the door from the outside, looked at Susan and asked, "Susan, what are you doing standing at the door?" At this time, Susan had a frown on her face, and her face was full of unhappiness. Su Shanshan heard what Lu Yuding and Jiang Long said just now. Susan also saw the woman named Lu Yuding through the crack in the door. The woman was very pretty and a little plump, the kind of chubby figure that Jiang Long had described. No wonder Jiang Long agreed to visit that woman's home in the future. It seems that Jiang Long just wants to see that woman. After all, Jiang Long likes women with that kind of figure. For a moment, Susan made up a lot of stories in her mind, and a strong sense of bitterness rose in her heart. Somehow, Susan was in a particularly bad mood. She looked straight into Jiang Long's dark eyes with her big eyes and said angrily, "I'm standing at the door, and you won't let me?" At this moment, Jiang Long noticed that the little girl was in a bad mood. "Susan, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine," Susan said in a cold tone. Jiang Long took a step forward, approached Su Shanshan, and rubbed Su Shanshan's head with his hand. Just like smoothing the fur of a kitten, rubbing it gently, Susan was angry and wanted to avoid him. Then she thought that Jiang Long had finally taken the initiative to touch her head, so she shouldn't hide anymore and let Jiang Long touch her head for a while. However, being angry is being angry, and patting the head is patting the head. These are two different things. Jiang Long didn't believe Susan's lies. The girl was fine when he left just now. Now her tone is so cold and hard. Does she call this okay? "Susan, I came back right after I fixed the faucet. I didn't stay even a second longer." Jiang Long explained as he rubbed Susan's furry head. "Really? Are you willing to do that?" Susan blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Long, pouting and asking back, "Su Shanshan, what do you mean? I think you deserve a beating." Jiang Long was so angry at Su Shanshan that his blood pressure soared. He rubbed Su Shanshan's head hard. "Ah!" Susan screamed and turned her head away. Jiang Long deliberately didn't let Susan's head dodge. Susan saw that she couldn't hide, so she simply gave up hiding. Bad Jiang Long. Sooner or later she will rub Jiang Long's head and take revenge. "I figured out what you're thinking, but you don't dare to admit it. You just use violence against me." "Humph!" Susan snorted coldly. Jiang Long's mouth twitched, and he frowned, looking at Su Shanshan in front of him. "Susan, what am I thinking? Can you tell me clearly? Speak now. Who is afraid of whom? I heard you say you were going to visit that woman's home." "That was just a polite remark," Jiang Long explained. "I see you just want to go." Susan lowered her head and muttered softly. Jiang Long was so angry at the little girl that he stroked her furry head a few times. "Sister Ting was just polite to me, and I was polite to her as well. I couldn't just tell her I wasn't going. If I answered like that, it would be so embarrassing." Susan, think about it carefully. After listening to Jiang Long's explanation, Susan's beautiful eyes turned around, and her tender toes and her pink bunny slippers shrank. Forehead, what Jiang Long said seems to make sense. Susan raised her little head, and her beautiful eyes met Jiang Long's gaze again. He asked seriously, "Jiang Long, who has a better figure, hers or mine?" "You have a good figure." Jiang Long said. "Jiang Long, is she prettier or am I?" "You are beautiful." Jiang Long answered without any hesitation. A satisfactory answer. Susan smiled sweetly and said, "Keep your head down." Jiang Long lowered his head obediently. Susan rubbed Jiang Long's hair with her little hands for a few times, then ran back to the bedroom with a smug smile. Jiang Long reached out and stroked his messy hair. Have to. It's better than anything else that this little girl isn't angry. Jianglong took a quick shower and continued to type in front of the computer. After finishing typing, I go to bed and sleep. Su Shanshan suddenly came over and said, Jianglong, does your waist still hurt? Susan noticed that when Jianglong got up from his chair just now, he was pounding his waist again. Jianglong nodded. It will hurt if you sit and watch for too long. Jianglong, let me give you a massage. Can you give a massage? Susan nodded guiltily. Last night, Susan learned that Jianglong had back pain, so she specially taught herself massage techniques online today. Susan also didn't know whether her massage skills were good enough. Then please help me press it. Good. Chapter 71. The little girl's hands are quite useful. Soon, Jianglong crossed his arms, rested his head on them, and laid his whole body on the bed. Su Shanshan sat beside Jianglong. Looking at Jianglong's back, Susan felt that his back was quite broad. Broad shoulders, narrow waist. This figure is so amazing. Su Shanshan stared at Jianglong's back for 2 seconds. Then, Susan placed her soft little hands on Jianglong's waist. Susan replayed the massage techniques she had seen on the video in her mind. A pair of soft, white hands slowly massaged Jianglong's waist. After just 2 massages, Su Shanshan felt that it was inconvenient to sit sideways on Jianglong's side to give him a massage. Su Shanshan felt that riding on Jianglong would be more convenient to massage her waist. Jianglong, I sat on you and gave you a massage. As Susan spoke, she stood up and sat directly astride Jianglong. Jianglong felt a little uncomfortable with Su Shanshan's sudden action. 2 bodies, only a few thin layers of cloth separated them. Fit tightly together, the temperature of the contact area suddenly rises. Susan's soft hands pressed on Jianglong's waist again and again. His palm was through the cloth around Jianglong's waist. Slowly, the scalding temperature came. Susan thinks that if she doesn't massage through her clothes, the effect may be better. Just let Jianglong take off his shirt now. Jianglong will definitely misunderstand me. Although Susan really wanted to give Jianglong a skin-to-skin massage, let's just forget it now. I'll try to find another chance later. Susan thought so, and asked Jianglong as she pressed. Jianglong, is my massage comfortable? Jianglong uttered a soft from his nose. His old waist was pressed by the little girl. Don't mention it. It feels really good. Really good. Jianglong, do you like me pressing like this? Su Shanshan asked again. Like? Somehow, Jianglong felt that the word the girl said was strange. Do you like it? It seems that he really likes it. Jianglong murmured him again. After getting Jianglong's feedback, Susan smiled faintly and pressed harder with her hands. I didn't expect the first massage to be so successful. Jianglong likes it very much. He is very comfortable. Because Jianglong treated her well, then she would just do it reluctantly and give Jianglong massages regularly. You see, there are very few girls as good as her. Suddenly, Susan thought of her novel again. Susan hadn't had time to tell Jianglong the good news, but now she was free. Susan shared the good news with Jianglong. Jianglong, my novel is being read by more than a dozen readers, and I have received 5 comments. Including your comment, my novel has received a total of 6 comments. Su Shanshan said happily. Jianglong pulled the corner of his mouth and whispered, more than 10 readers are reading your novel, and you have received comments. That's great. Congratulations. I didn't expect that suddenly more than 10 people would be reading my novel. I'm so happy. Susan said with a smile. Things will definitely get better in the future. You have to keep going. Jianglong encouraged. Well, I'll try my best. Su Shanshan, I think your novel can be paired with a couple. It's good that the protagonist of your novel, Su Xianxian, punishes evil and promotes good. But readers prefer to see CP, which makes the story more readable. You can consider it. Jianglong suggested. Susan continued to move her hands, nodding her head. Jianglong, you are right. I need to think about it carefully. Su Shanshan thought about it seriously. Jianglong made sense. If she kept watching Su Xianxian's plot alone, it seemed that there would not be much to look forward to. Then her novel becomes very boring and readers have no desire to read on. It seems she has to create a hero for her novel. But what is this male protagonist like? Suddenly, Susan's mouth curled up unconsciously. The hero of her story must be a guy like Jianglong. Only a good boy like Jianglong can become the male protagonist in her novel and form a couple with Su Xianxian. Yes, that's right, Susan believed firmly. Jianglong, Let me help you with your shoulders again. No need to massage anymore, just take a rest. The girl kept massaging him, making Jiang Long feel embarrassed. I'm not tired. I'll help you for a while. As Su Shanshan spoke, she moved her butt upwards and sat directly on Jiang Long's waist, so that it would be more convenient for her to massage Jiang Long's shoulders. In an instant, Jiang Long felt the temperature on his waist became higher, even hotter than when Susan was massaging him just now. Slowly, Susan's small hands gently massaged Jiang Long's shoulders. After being pressed by the girl, Jiang Long felt his shoulders were particularly stretched and comfortable. The little girl's hands. Not to mention it's quite useful. Susan, I want to tell you something very happy. Jiang Long said. What is it? I met a wealthy reader who gave me a gift worth 118,800 yuan for my novel. Jiang Long was still excited when talking about this. Congratulations. With this money, Jiang Long's life should be easier, Susan thought. When I get my royalties, I'll buy you a gift. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Jiang Long promised. Susan smiled and said softly, Okay. Susan didn't want any other gifts. She only wants Jiang Long. Only Jiang Long. That's the gift she wants most. Su Shanshan pressed Jiang Long for a while before getting off him. Susan sat back on the bed, and only then did she feel the soreness in her wrists, so she shook them. Jiang Long felt a little guilty. You pressed my wrist for too long. Does it hurt? Susan's first time giving a massage, and her wrists felt sore and swollen. It's just a little sour. It's okay. Su Shanshan said simply, because she was afraid that Jiang Long would worry. Jiang Long directly grabbed one of Su Shanshan's hands and put his other hand on Su Shanshan's wrist and massaged it gently. The girl was massaging him, but she ended up tiring herself out. Of course, Jiang Long couldn't just ignore it. Is this better? Jiang Long, who was massaging her wrists seriously with his head down. Susan felt warm in her heart. Much better. You are so nice, Jiang Long. Susan, are you stupid? You're so tired from massaging me, and you still say I'm good? Aren't you massaging my wrists right now? So, you are good. Jiang Long chuckled and said, According to what you said, I'll just massage your wrists, and if you massage me, do I have to tell you that you're so nice? Susan blinked her big eyes and nodded slowly. Okay, then tell me, I'm listening. There was silence in the air for 2 seconds, and Jiang Long's deep voice suddenly rang out. Susan, you are so nice. Susan couldn't help but giggle, because she found Jiang Long's words so funny. Chapter 72 No, it's called Mom. The next day, Susan picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on one of her only 2 WeChat friends. Susan tapped her fingers on the screen a few times and clicked send. Ning Ning, Wan, are you up yet? Xianu Anyuan, who had been playing in the bar until midnight last night, was now sleeping soundly on the pink princess bed. However, after hearing the WeChat notification tone exclusive to Susan, Xianu Anyuan picked up the phone in a daze and slowly opened her hazy eyes. Xianu Anyuan yawned loudly and clicked on the message sent by Susan. Wan, Ning Ning, I was sleeping and you woke me up? Ning Ning, then continue to sleep, lazy pig. Followed by a smirking emoticon. Wan, I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'm going to chat with my daughter Ning Ning for $2. Was followed by a laughing emoticon. Ning Ning, Wan, are you still chasing Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Nuanyuan got angry when she mentioned Xiao Mingjie, the sharp-tongued man. She picked up a lollipop from the bedside table, opened the package, and put the lollipop in her mouth. Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help but complain to Su Shanshan. Nuanyuan Ning Ning, Xiao Mingjie, that sharp-tongued guy, is so annoying. Let me tell you, yesterday when Xiao Mingjie was playing basketball, I went to the scene and held up a banner to cheer him on. Do you know how that vicious-tongued man Xiao Mingjie treated me? Ning Ning, I can't guess. Wan, please tell me quickly. Wan, Ning Ning, the poisonous-tongued man Xiao Mingjie grabbed my collar and dragged me away in front of everyone, just like dragging a chicken. Was followed by an expression of breaking down and crying. Ning Ning, Wan, don't cry. Was followed by a hug emoticon. Ning Ning, according to what you said, Xiao Mingjie is really annoying. Wan, yes, the poisonous-tongued man Xiao Mingjie is the most annoying man in the world. Wan, Ning Ning, do you know what I went through after Xiao Mingjie took me away yesterday? Was followed by an expression of someone breaking down and crying. Susan, holding her phone, frowned slightly. Her good sister Wan was there for her. It is not easy to get close to Xiao Mingjie at the risk of one's life. She feels so sorry for her Nuanyuan. Ning Ning, Wan, tell me quickly. Wan, Xiao Mingjie bullied me because I was short. He lifted me up onto the horizontal bar. Ning ning, that horizontal bar was very high. I couldn't get down at all. I was almost scared to death. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Susan immediately imagined her Nuanyuan hanging on the horizontal bar, shivering and panicking. Her Nuan Nuan must have been extremely scared, helpless, and pitiful at that time. Susan clenched her fists in anger. Xiao Mingjie is such a bad person. His Nuanyuan is such a lovely girl. How can Xiao Mingjie bully Nuanyuan like that? Su Shanshan was very glad at this moment that she had escaped. If she had really agreed to marry Xiao Mingjie, she would have been the one hung on the pole. Susan thought about it carefully and sent a message to Xianu Anyuan. Ning Ning, Xiao Mingjie is such a bad guy. Nuan Nuan, you should stay away from him in the future. Don't chase him. I'm really worried about you. Nuan Nuan, Ning Ning, don't worry. This was just a small mistake that allowed the poisonous tongue man, Xiao Mingjie, to gain the upper hand. Just wait for my good news. Sooner or later, I will make the poisonous tongue man, Xiao Mingjie, kneel down under me and call me daddy. No, it's called mom. Susan's tight little face wrinkled into a ball. She was more worried that her Nuanyuan would kneel under Xiao Mingjie and call him daddy. However, this kind of words that boost others' arrogance and destroy your own prestige, Susan won't tell. Ning Ning. Nuan Nuan, you have to do your best. Don't try to be stubborn. Nuan Nuan, Ning Ning, don't worry. Company lunchtime. Zhang Long, David and Su Fei gathered together, as usual. David. Lao Su, how is your waist? Okay. Su Fei said. David. Really? We don't need to go see a traditional Chinese doctor? Su Fei. No need. David joked. Don't be embarrassed in front of your brothers. Brother Long and I are not outsiders. We can't laugh at you. Su Fei explained again. My waist is really fine. But when he thought about Xiaoyu coming to see him tonight, Su Fei felt a little nervous. This woman didn't let him have any peace all night. As the saying goes, there is no land that is plowed to death, only cows that are worked to death. He doesn't want to die of exhaustion at such a young age. What to do? Why not eat something to replenish his body in advance? Su Fei thought. When talking about waist, Jiang Long thought of last night when Susan massaged his waist in bed. The little girl's hands, soft and fluffy. It's so comfortable to press on him, so enjoyable. At this moment, David looked at Jiang Long and asked, Brother Long, why haven't you seen Ms. Lin looking for you recently? What's the matter? Has Ms. Lin lost interest in you? Probably. Jiang Long looked indifferent. Every time Jiang Long received a call from Lin Tinga, his forehead would throb. Fortunately, Lin Tinga never looked for him again since the last time. David nodded leisurely. Yes, a young lady like Ms. Lin should just be a temporary novelty to Brother Long. Su Fei nodded in agreement. Jiang Long had just put down his chopsticks when his cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Long picked up the phone, and when he saw the 3 big words on the screen, his forehead started pounding. David heard Jiang Long's phone kept ringing, and he reminded him, Brother Long, your phone is ringing. Why don't you answer it? Jiang Long slid his finger, and the call was connected instantly. Jiang Long called out to the other end of the phone, Boss Lin. When David and Su Fei heard Jiang Long mention Mr. Lin, they looked at each other and smiled. Lin Tinga's weak voice came from Jiang Long's phone. Jiang Long, I have a stomachache. Can you help me go to the pharmacy and buy a box of stomach medicine and send it to my office? Okay, Mr. Lin. Jiang Long hung up the phone. David asked with a gossipy look on his face. Brother Long, why did Mr. Lin call you for help? Boss Lin asked me to go to the pharmacy to buy stomach medicine for her. Please help me pack up here. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Jiang Long got up and left. After a while, Jiang Long came to the president's office with stomach medicine bought from the pharmacy. As soon as he entered the president's office, Jiang Long saw Lin Tinga lying on a desk piled with documents. Jiang Long put the stomach medicine on the table next to Lin Tinga, looked at the weak Lin Tinga, and said, Boss Lin, would you like me to pour you a glass of warm water? Lin Tinga at this moment is completely different from her bright and charming image in the past. There was no makeup on her face, and her face was pale due to weakness. She nodded slightly. Soon, Jiang Long brought a cup of warm water and placed it on Lin Tinga's table. Boss Lin, take care of yourself. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Jiang Long quickly left the president's office. To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Long saw Lin Tinga like this. Jiang Long's eyes. Lin Tinga used to be the same type as Lin Yushuan, a rich second-generation lady or a rich second-generation young master who only knew how to eat, drink, play, and enjoy life. I didn't expect Lin Tinga to work so hard. Chapter 73, you are probably too thick-skinned, so you won't get red. After Jiang Long left, Lin Tinga straightened up with difficulty. She took out the pill, put it in her mouth, picked up the water cup, took a sip, and swallowed the pill in her mouth into her stomach. When she was in the Lin group, no matter how well she did, it was of no use because in the end, the Lin group would only be given to that prodigal son, Lin Yuxuan. Because the Lin family has only one heir, and that heir can only be Lin Yuxuan, not her, Lin Tinga. This game company now belongs to her. She must hold on to what belongs to her. Lin Tinga is determined to make the company stronger and bigger. Only when she is truly strong will her destiny not be controlled by others. In the afternoon, the company's finance department paid salaries to employees. Jiang Long looked at the text message reminder on his phone, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The happiest day of every month is payday. Jiang Long picked up his phone and sent a message to Susan. Jiang Long, Susan, don't cook tonight. Let's go out to eat. Susan, who was in the kitchen, heard her phone ringing. She immediately ran to get it and saw the message. She replied to Jiang Long and sent it. Susan, why do we have to go out to eat? Jiang Long, I got my salary today. I'll take you out for a nice meal. We will find a private room when the time comes, so no one can see us. Don't worry. Susan, eat at home. Don't go out. Susan took into consideration that Jiang Long had to write so many words in the novel at night. She didn't want Jiang Long to stay up late all the time, as it would be bad for his health, and she would feel bad for him. Jiang Long was a little puzzled. Yesterday, he asked the girl to go out for a walk, but she refused to go. Tonight, he took her out for dinner, but she refused to go either. He found that the little girl didn't seem to want to go out. This is very abnormal. Jiang Long, Susan, I noticed that you don't seem to want to go out recently. Why is that? Susan, I don't have any. Jiang Long didn't believe it. Tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. Followed by an angry emoticon. Susan hesitated for a moment, but finally told Jiang Long the truth. Susan, we are eating out, which will take up a lot of time. It will be very late when you finish writing your novel. I don't want you to go to bed too late. Jiang Long. S eyes were always on the message sent by Su Shanshan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Long sent a message to Su Shanshan. Jiang Long, I saved some drafts yesterday, so I don't need to code much today. Eating won't take up too much time, so let's just leave it at that. Susan, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Followed by a happy emoticon. After Jiang Long got off work, he took Su Shanshan to a hot pot restaurant near the community. Inside the private room, the copper hot pot was bubbling with steam, filled with mutton, beef, various meatballs, vegetables, mushrooms, and other ingredients. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan sat close together, both of them staring at the copper hot pot. Jiang Long, are you ready? I want to eat. Su Shanshan was almost drooling at the aroma of the hot pot. It's not ready yet. Just wait a while. Jiang Long said. It's too slow. I'm getting anxious. Jiang Long chuckled. I think you were just a little greedy cat. Susan glared at Jiang Long fiercely. You are the greedy cat. I'm not in a hurry. Oh, well, wait then, don't eat it. Soon, the copper hot pot was boiling. Susan quickly picked up a piece of mutton from the copper hot pot, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into her mouth. She chewed it gently with a look of satisfaction on her face. Jiang Long picked up a piece of mutton from the copper hot pot and put it in Susan's bowl, and also picked up some beef and vegetables for Susan. Jiang Long, why don't you eat? Su Shanshan saw that Jiang Long kept picking food for her, but he didn't eat a single bite. There's a greedy little cat that won't let me eat. Jiang Long pretended to look aggrieved and sighed. Su Shanshan quickly put down her chopsticks, hugged Jiang Long's arms with both hands, and swayed like a spoiled child. She said softly, Jiang Long, don't be angry, I was just joking, just eat it. I'd rather not eat it. Let the little greedy cat eat it by himself. Jiang Long teased her deliberately. Su Shanshan was a little anxious. Hey, Jiang Long, why are you so stingy? I was just joking. Susan released her arms from Jiang Long, picked up a piece of mutton from the bowl with her chopsticks, and brought it to Jiang Long's mouth. Jiang Long, open your mouth quickly. Can I really eat it? Susan nodded her head vigorously. Yes, yes, please eat quickly. Jiang Long resisted the urge to hold back his laughter, opened his mouth, and ate the mutton on Susan's chopsticks. Susan picked up another piece of beef and handed it to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, this is for you. Jiang Long ate the beef Susan handed over to him with great satisfaction. Jiang Long saw Su Shanshan trying to feed him again, so he quickly stopped her, Su Shanshan. Eat by yourself. Don't keep feeding me. Jiang Long knew that the girl had been hungry for a long time, but she was still feeding him. Jiang Long felt really bad about it. Are you still angry? Susan asked Jiang Long, blinking her big, innocent eyes. Jiang Long raised his hand and tapped Su Shanshan's forehead lightly. Are you stupid? You don't even know I'm teasing you? Susan suddenly realized what was going on. She raised her fist and punched Jiang Long's chest several times before she was satisfied. Bad Jiang Long, I will never feed you again. No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. Jiang Long immediately admitted his mistake. I'm ignoring you. I want to eat meat. Susan picked up the mutton from the bowl and started eating happily. Jiang Long picked up some food for Su Shanshan while she was eating. Seeing how happily she ate, he felt particularly good for some reason. Jiang Long couldn't help laughing when he saw Susan's face turned red from the hot pot, like a ripe red apple. Su Shanshan looked over and asked, Jiang Long, what are you laughing at? Your face is very red, like a red apple. Jiang Long said. Susan raised her little hand and touched her face. It was indeed very hot, and it wasn't just from the hot pot. Jiang Long, why isn't your face red? Susan noticed that Jiang Long's expression didn't change at all. Maybe I'm not afraid of the heat. Jiang Long said. Really? I think you're just too thick-skinned, so you don't blush. Susan then started to giggle. Jiang Long gnashed his teeth in anger and reached out to rub Susan's head. Chapter 70 for a man who says one word and means another. After Jiang Long and Su Shanshan came out of the hot pot restaurant, they happened to pass by a clothing store. Jiang Long accidentally glanced at the clothes in the window and then glanced at Susan. It seemed that the little girl only had a few pieces of clothes. Jiang Long stopped in front of the clothing store, and Su Shanshan was also forced to stop. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long in confusion. Jiang Long, why don't you leave? Come on, go inside and I'll buy you some clothes. Susan only had those few pieces of clothes at the moment. She didn't want to spend Jiang Long's hard-earned money on clothes. Don't you girls all like pretty clothes? Buy two more to alternate between. Jiang Long said. Jiang Long was afraid that Su Shanshan would refuse again, so he quickly added, I'll count on you to massage my waist in the future, otherwise I'll be too embarrassed to open my mouth. Hearing Jiang Long say this, Su Shanshan nodded. Jiang Long, this fool. She would give him a massage, even if he didn't ask. Soon, two people walked into the clothing store. This is a medium-sized clothing store. When the clerk saw Jiang Long and Su Shanshan coming in, he stopped what he was doing. I greeted them and said, You can try on anyone you like. There is a fitting room inside. Okay, thanks. Susan responded. After greeting them, the clerk continued to count the goods and ignored them. Last time, they also bought clothes together. At that time, Susan didn't want to waste Jiang Long's time too much, so she chose a few pieces according to her own size and bought them without even trying them on. This time, Susan decided to try it out before buying. Sushinshin, you can choose what you like. Jiang Long said to Sushinshin. Susan's beautiful eyes fell on the various clothes, and she said to Jiang Long, can you help me see which one looks good? Jiang Long responded softly, Yeah. Jiang Long looked at those colorful clothes and thought they all looked the same. He really had no objection. Suddenly, Susan's beautiful eyes fell on a white dress that looked like a fairy. If you wear it, you will definitely feel like a pure schoolgirl. Somehow, Susan suddenly thought of the photo she saw on Jiang Long's phone. The girl named Chinya was wearing a white long skirt similar to this. Does Jiang Long like girls dressing like this? If Jiang Long likes girls wearing white dresses, then she wore a white dress in front of Jiang Long. Susan just moved her eyes away from the white dress and glanced at Jiang Long and saw that Jiang Long was staring at something intently. Susan followed Jiang Long's line of sight and saw that Jiang Long's eyes were fixed on a black suspender. Jiang Long accidentally saw the black suspenders hanging on the side. Jiang Long was thinking, this is called clothes? Not much fabric. Short and small. Can you really wear this out? Then, Susan picked up the white dress and black suspenders and walked towards the fitting room. Jiang Long followed behind Su Shanshan, and when he saw the black suspenders in Su Shanshan's hand, his forehead started throbbing. This little girl, does she really want to wear this when going out? What does she think? In the fitting room, Susan took off her clothes and put on a black suspender. She saw her own appearance in the mirror and frowned. This sling is much shorter than a normal one, showing off Susan's slim waist. The fabric of the dress barely covered the lower part of her chest. This super hot girl outfit is very sexy. Susan had never tried this style before. Susan looked at herself in the mirror and felt very confused. But when I thought about it, Jiang Long had been staring at this black suspender. It can be seen that Jiang Long must like this dress very much. Susan pouted her lips and muttered to herself, "Bad Jiang Long. Not only do I like the pure ladylike outfit of white long skirts, I also like super hot girl outfits. The styles he likes are quite different. What to do? Who told her to like Jiang Long so much?" Then she had no choice but to satisfy him completely. Susan opened the door of the fitting room and walked out. She looked at Jiang Long with her big watery eyes and said softly, "Jiang Long, does it look good?" Jiang Long, who was sitting on a stool watching a short video on his phone, looked up when he heard the sound. When I saw Susan's outfit, Jiang Long's head buzzed. A pair of eyes were fixed on Susan. At this time, Susan was wearing white shoes and denim shorts, exposing her long, white thighs. The black camisole on the upper body reveals the delicate clavicle and round shoulders. And on that slender waist, her long hair was draped behind her, and she wore a black mask on her small face, revealing only a pair of big round eyes. The whole person looked special. Special. Jiang Long didn't know what words to use to describe it. Susan saw Jiang Long staring at her, and she knew that Jiang Long really liked this black suspender. Oh well, she reluctantly bought the black suspenders back. "Wear it often and show it to Jiang Long." Susan blinked her big eyes and asked again, "Jiang Long, does it look good?" Jiang Long finally came to his senses. He nodded subconsciously. "Nice. It's really pretty, especially the small waist." He can hold it with one hand. At this time, Jiang Long noticed that the boy who was waiting for his girlfriend to try on clothes not far away was also staring at Susan. This made Jiang Long very uncomfortable. Jiang Long quickly came to Su Shanshan and pushed her into the fitting room. "Jiang Long, what's wrong?" Su Shanshan asked puzzledly. Jiang Long pushed Su Shanshan into the fitting room, and then he felt relieved. "This dress doesn't look good. Try something else," Jiang Long said. Susan didn't believe Jiang Long's words. She clearly saw Jiang Long's eyes widened. Jiang Long now says that black suspenders are not good looking. Snort. A man who says one thing and means another. Suddenly, Susan seemed to guess why Jiang Long's words were inconsistent. Susan chuckled. She hadn't originally intended to wear it out for others to see. She only wanted to wear it for Jiang Long to see. "Well, let me try this white skirt again." After Jiang Long left, Susan changed into a white dress in the fitting room. Susan came out in a white dress. After Su Shanshan came out, she turned around in front of Jiang Long. Blinking her big eyes, she asked Jiang Long again, "Jiang Long, does this look good?" Jiang Long nodded vigorously. "It looks good." Jiang Long found that the little girl looked good in whatever she wore. The outfit just now. It's really hot. This white long skirt is worn by the little girl. There is also a feeling of purity and desire. This little girl is really a natural clothes hanger. Jiang Long caught a glimpse of the boy looking at Su Shanshan again. Jiang Long turned his head and looked directly at the boy. When the boy saw Jiang Long looking at him, he turned his face away guiltily. "Then I'll buy this one." After Susan finished speaking, she went into the fitting room to change her clothes. Who was sitting on a stool, was about to pick up his phone to continue watching short videos. He then heard Susan's voice calling from inside the fitting room. "Jiang Long, Jiang Long." Chapter 75, I really didn't mean it. Jiang Long hurried to the door of the fitting room and asked Su Shanshan inside. "Su Shanshan, what's wrong with you?" In the fitting room, Susan looked embarrassed. She opened the door a crack, looked at Jiang Long, and whispered, "Jiang Long, my hair is tangled in the zipper of my skirt. Can you come in and help me fix it?" Hearing this, Jiang Long's expression changed slightly. He went in. "Is it really okay?" Susan saw Jiang Long hesitate. She was a little anxious. "Jiang Long, come in quickly." Finally, Jiang Long walked into the fitting room. In the small fitting room, Susan stood in front. Jiang Long stood behind Susan. Susan's fair and smooth back was fully exposed to Jiang Long. Facing such a beautiful scenery, Jiang Long swallowed unconsciously. "Calm your mind." Jiang Long then began to help Susan get her hair tangled in the zipper of her skirt. Jiang Long didn't pay attention to the strength at first, and he pulled Susan's hair. Susan cried out in pain. "Ah, it hurts, be gentler," Susan said angrily. "Sorry, I'll be more careful this time." Jiang Long had one hand on Susan's hair and one on the zipper of her skirt. Jiang Long tried his best to avoid touching Susan's back with his hands. But there are still times when you don't grasp it well. Jiang Long's hand accidentally touched Su Shanshan's back. Susan in front of her trembled unconsciously, her face flushed, and she bit her lower lip lightly. Why did she feel that Jiang Long's hand seemed to have magic? Just now, an electric current passed through her whole body. The touch on Jiang Long's hand was also unusually obvious. This meat is so tender. The skin is so smooth. Sorry, I didn't mean it. After touching the girl's back, Jiang Long had to apologize. Otherwise, she would easily think that he was taking advantage of her on purpose. It's okay, Susan in front whispered. When Jiang Long's hand accidentally touched Su Shanshan's back again, Jiang Long noticed that Su Shanshan's body seemed to tremble. I really didn't mean it. Jiang Long apologized again. It's okay. Su Shanshan was angry. Why did she react so strongly when Jiang Long's hand touched her body? When Jiang Long took Susan's hair out of the zipper, a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Susan saw that Jiang Long had no intention of leaving, so she urged him. Jiang Long, I want to take off my skirt. Why don't you get out? Do you want to watch? Jiang Long coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, I'm going out now. After Jiang Long went out, he saw the boy who had been staring at Su Shanshan looking at him with a very strange look. Is there something on his face? Jiang Long raised his hand and stroked his face twice. Jiang Long sat back on the stool, took out his phone, turned on the front camera. Jiang Long looked left and right at the screen. He didn't see anything on his face either. Jiang Long turned off his phone, turned his head, and saw the boy looking at him again. Jiang Long was puzzled. What was wrong with that man? Why did he keep looking at him? Susan changed her clothes and came out, and they went to the cashier to pay. When Jiang Long saw the black suspenders, he frowned and looked at Su Shanshan. Susan seemed to be unaware that Jiang Long was looking at her. Her eyes wandered everywhere, but not on Jiang Long. Jiang Long couldn't ask Su Shanshan why she bought the black suspenders in front of others. In the end, Jiang Long had no choice but to pay for the black suspenders as well. After leaving the clothing store, Jiang Long started to settle accounts with Su Shanshan. Susan, didn't I say this black suspender is ugly? Why did you buy it? Susan said slowly. Oh, but I think it looks good. Looks good? With just that little bit of fabric, how can it look good? Jiang Long was a little upset. I think it looks good. I like it very much. Jiang Long was a little mad. He scratched the back of his head vigorously. Susan, are you really going to go out wearing that little fabric? Clothes are designed to be worn by people. Why can't I wear them out? Susan said deliberately, blinking her big eyes. Jiang Long felt uncomfortable when he thought about the boy in the clothing store looking at Su Shanshan unscrupulously. If more men saw Susan's expression just now, Jiang Long would not be able to accept it. No, you can't go out wearing so little anyway. Jiang Long said directly. Su Shanshan immediately stood in front of Jiang Long. She tilted her neck slightly, and her beautiful eyes met Jiang Long's dark eyes. Susan's gentle voice sounded. Why do I need your permission to wear something when I go out? Who are you to me? Susan didn't dare to say the latter part. Susan's question made Jiang Long confused for a moment. Right? Why didn't he want Susan to go out wearing so little? Why didn't he want other men to see Susan wearing so little? Just as Jiang Long was asking himself a soul-searching question, a phone call rang at an inopportune time. Jiang Long took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and frowned when he saw the 3 big words on the screen. It was already time to get off work. Why was Lin Tinga calling him? The phone rang a few times, and Jiang Long thought of how weak Lin Tinga looked when he gave him stomach medicine today. Jiang Long is also afraid that something will really happen to Lin Tinga. Jiang Long still pressed the answer button on the phone. As soon as Jiang Long answered the phone, Lin Tinga's weak voice reached Jiang Long's ears through the radio waves. Jiang Long, can you take me to the hospital? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Long looked at Susan and said, Susan, I have to go back to the company and take my boss to the hospital. Susan also heard what was said on the phone. She knew that the boss who had Jiang Long sent to the hospital was the woman who had feelings for Jiang Long. I'll take you home first, Jiang Long said, and then walked forward. Su Shanshan followed Jiang Long in small steps, feeling inexplicably aggrieved, and suddenly said, Jiang Long, I want to go with you. Jiang Long stopped immediately, looked at Su Shanshan, and nodded. Okay. After a while, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan took a taxi to their company. Susan looked at the office building in front of her. It turns out this is where Jiang Long works. Soon, Jiang Long brought Su Shanshan to the door of the president's office. Jiang Long raised his hand and knocked on the door of the president's office. After hearing Lin Tinga's response, Jiang Long took Su Shanshan in. Chapter 76 People with Language Barriers. When Jiang Long and Su Shanshan entered the room, they saw Lin Tinga lying on the desk. Lin Tinga, with a pale face, raised his head slightly and looked at the person who came. Susan, who was standing next to Jiang Long, looked at Lin Tinga's familiar face. The eyes under the black cap were wide open, and the mouth under the mask was big enough to fit an egg. My little heart was beating uncontrollably. Isn't this her cousin Lin Tinga? Why is she here? Susan suddenly realized that Jiang Long's boss was her cousin Lin Tinga. This means that the woman who is interested in Jiang Long is her cousin. Su Shanshan lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at Lin Tinga again. If Lin Tinga recognized her, she would be doomed. She didn't want to return to the capital to marry Xiao Mingjie. She would rather die than give up. She wants to stay with Jiang Long. She wants to be with Jiang Long forever. Lin Tinga didn't expect Jiang Long to bring a girl with him. Lin Tinga looked at Su Shanshan with a frown. Jiang Long introduced Su Shanshan to Lin Tinga. Boss Lin, this is my girlfriend Su. At this moment, there was a sudden, violent cough. Ahem, ahem. Susan's palms were sweating from nervousness. She winked at Jiang Long wildly. After Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan, he reacted instantly and introduced her to Lin Tinga again. Boss Lin, this is my girlfriend, Ning Ning. She was with me just now. I brought her here with me. We are taking you to the hospital now. Hearing Jiang Long's reintroduction, Susan finally felt relieved. Stinky Jiang Long. He had clearly told him in the taxi that he should call her Ning Ning in front of his boss. This makes them look close and more like a couple, but they forget about it after a while. At this moment, Susan was very glad that she had foresight. If Jiang Long had called her full name in front of Lin Tinga, everything would be over. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Lin Tinga nodded weakly at Jiang Long and the others. Susan was so guilty that she didn't dare to look at Lin Tinga. She was really afraid of being recognized by Lin Tinga. Jiang Long winked at Su Shanshan beside him, meaning, Susan, please come and help my boss. Su Shanshan automatically took the shopping bag from Jiang Long and pretended that she knew nothing. Jiang Long had no choice but to support Lin Tinga and walk in front, while Su Shanshan followed behind them carrying the shopping bags. Jiang Long got a taxi downstairs of the company. After Jiang Long put Lin Tinga in the back seat, Jiang Long came up to Susan and whispered to her, You sit in the back with her. Susan's eyes were wandering. She coughed twice, pretending she heard nothing. Susan opened the passenger door swiftly and jumped in. Finally, Jiang Long reluctantly sat in the back seat with Lin Tinga. Along the way, Jiang Long was in a depressed mood. They had clearly come here by taxi. The girl kept telling him to act intimate in front of his boss, so that his boss wouldn't find out that they were a fake couple. As a result, the little girl didn't keep her word and pushed him to Lin Tinga's side. Let's say there is such a thing. How could a girlfriend actively push her boyfriend towards another woman? What girlfriend would do that? When they arrived at the hospital, Su Shanshan stood aside as if nothing had happened, allowing Jiang Long to support Lin Tinga. Jiang Long was extremely depressed at this time. Su Shanshan really had no choice. If she came into close contact with Lin Tinga, she would be exposed sooner or later. The baby is feeling miserable, but can't express it. Who would understand? After a while, Lin Tinga was settled in. Lin Tinga, who was lying on the hospital bed, looked at Jiang Long's girlfriend from time to time. The girl wore a black cap and a black mask on her face, which covered her face tightly. She also kept her head down. Lin Tinga couldn't see the girl's appearance at all. But this girl has a good figure, especially her legs, which are very beautiful. Lin Tinga also discovered that Jiang Long's girlfriend hadn't said a word except for coughing a few times. This gave Lin Tinga an illusion that Jiang Long's girlfriend had a speech disorder. After realizing this, Lin Tinga felt a little uncomfortable. At the beginning, even if she knew Jiang Long had a girlfriend, they were not married yet, so Lin Tinga felt that she still had a chance. Lin Tinga believes that everything depends on human effort. As long as she works hard enough, Jiang Long may become her boyfriend. However, after learning that Jiang Long's current girlfriend has a speech impediment, Lin Tinga felt a little sorry for her. It doesn't seem right to compete with a girl with a language barrier for a boyfriend. After the nurse gave Lin Tinga the injection, Lin Tinga sincerely thanked Jiang Long and the others. Jiang Long, Thank you and your girlfriend for sending me to the hospital tonight. Sorry for bothering you. It's so late, you should go back early. Lin Tinga hired a nurse to take care of him, so nothing would happen to him, and Jiang Long was relieved. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. We'll be leaving first then. Lin Tinga nodded and waved at Jiang Long and the others. Susan, with her head slightly lowered, also waved at Lin Tinga. Susan muttered to herself, Cousin, please take good care of yourself in the hospital. I hope you get well soon. Soon, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan returned to the rental house. Jiang Long changed into slippers and went to the bedroom, turned on the computer, and started typing. Susan felt that Jiang Long was strange. In the taxi, Jiang Long looked cold and indifferent. Now Jiang Long still had no intention of paying attention to her. Susan suddenly realized that Jiang Long might be angry. On the sofa, Susan twirled her fingers, glancing towards the bedroom door from time to time. Stinky Jiang Long, are you really angry? Soon, Susan appeared in the bedroom with a cup of hot milk. Susan placed a glass of milk on the table, looked at Jiang Long and said, Jiang Long, have a glass of milk. Jiang Long stared at the screen, his fingers still tapping on the keyboard. He responded coldly, well, thank you. Su Shanshan was very anxious when she saw Jiang Long's cold attitude. When she faced Lin Tinga just now, she could only do that. She couldn't tell Jiang Long about these things now. Oh, she has it so hard. Su Shanshan had no choice but to use her coquettish skills. She hugged Jiang Long's arm and said, Jiang Long, just take a break. Drink your milk, and then write. Susan, let go and don't disturb me from typing. Jiang Long said in a cold tone. Susan really saw this time that Jiang Long was really angry. Susan let go of Jiang Long's arm, feeling aggrieved, and left the bedroom dejectedly. After Jiang Long finished typing, he walked out of the bedroom to wash up. As he walked out of the bedroom door, Susan rushed over and threw herself into Jiang Long's arms and hugged him. Chapter 77. Peerless Cuteness versus Invincible Cuteness. Jiang Long, don't be angry. I was wrong. I will never do that again next time. Su Shanshan, buried in Jiang Long's chest, took the initiative to admit her mistake. Jiang Long saw that Su Shanshan was wearing the black suspenders. Jiang Long couldn't understand why she changed this so late at night. Does she have to wear that little bit of fabric? Jiang Long was indeed quite depressed about Su Shanshan's behavior in front of Lin Tinga. Jiang Long, I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time. Su Shanshan's soft voice sounded again. Seeing that Jiang Long didn't say anything, Su Shanshan raised her little head from Jiang Long's chest and stared at him with her big watery eyes. Jiang Long, please don't be angry, okay? Jiang Long, I might have had a brain cramp at that time. Don't worry, my brain will never cramp again in the future. Su Shanshan promised solemnly. I think you not only have a brain cramp, but you're also a little stupid. Jiang Long sighed and said in a deep voice. Susan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Jiang Long speak. Susan nodded vigorously. Yeah, I'm stupid. As long as Jiang Long is no longer angry, it doesn't matter if she admits that she is stupid. She is not really stupid anyway. Jiang Long was so angry that he laughed. He raised his hand and tapped Su Shanshan's forehead lightly. You were the first one to admit that you were stupid. Susan blinked her big eyes and asked softly, Are you still angry? Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan leisurely. He was not really angry with her. Jiang Long, if you are still angry, then I will have to cry. After that, Su Shanshan let go of Jiang Long's hands, clenched her fists, and rubbed them against her eyes, pretending to cry. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Stop pretending I'm not angry anymore. Hearing this, Susan quickly put down her hands and put on a sweet smile on her face. Jiang Long, it's great that you are not angry anymore. Then, Susan turned around in front of Jiang Long again. Susan's perfect figure was fully displayed in front of Jiang Long. Jiang Long, I like this dress very much. I plan to wear it at home all the time. I always wear it at home. Jiang Long grasped the key point of this sentence. What the girl means is that she won't wear it outside. Aren't you planning on wearing it out? Jiang Long asked. Susan shook her head. There's so little fabric. I don't want to go out wearing it. Jiang Long's mouth twitched unconsciously, and he said lightly, Oh, I'll go wash up. After saying that, Jiang Long walked towards the bathroom. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long's back as he left, put her hands on her waist, and pouted. Stinky River Dragon. This time it's so hard to appease. She is so tired. The next day, the company. After lunch, Jiang Long returned to his office. He picked up his phone and entered the Tomato Novel app. After reading more than a dozen unread messages, Jiang Long entered Susan's novel. The little fairy comes to Earth to punish evil and promote good. You won't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. Jiang Long thought he was seeing things at first, so he closed his eyes tightly and then opened them again. WTF, 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 Jiang Long said 3 times in a row. It was not enough to show how shocked he was. Susan's novel, The Little Fairy Comes to Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good, immediately topped the gift list. And the gap between the first and second place is more than a few hundred million. This news was really hard for Jiang Long to believe. In other words, there won't be any bugs on the Tomato Novel website, right? After a pause, Jiang Long's emotions finally calmed down. Jiang Long saw that it was a gift from a cute girl named Peerless Beauty to Susan. This beautiful little cutie gave away 40 sets of 99 customized gift kings. Oh my god, how much will this cost? Jiang Long took out his calculator and calculated carefully. Not counting, not knowing. I was shocked again when I calculated it. These gifts cost a total of 1.98 million yuan, $1,980,000. What an astronomical figure. Jiang Long had never seen so much money in his life. He had only seen it in novels. I didn't expect that. There will be a day when novels can shine into reality. It's really unpredictable. This beautiful little cutie actually spent 1.98 million yuan to give Susan a gift. Jiang Long originally thought that the invincible little cutie who gave him a gift was already rich enough. I didn't expect that compared with this beautiful little cutie, I was still inferior. This little cutie with a peerless appearance is a well-deserved super rich man. Susan was so lucky to be hit by such a super rich man. Jiang Long also noticed this. Both of these local tyrants have cute characters in their names. Jiang Long finally figured it out. One of these 2 little cuties is really rich. One is super rich. At this moment, Jiang Long saw that the comment section of Susan's novel of more than 40,000 words was completely occupied by book lovers. Book lovers commented, "The author is a fairy. Could it be that this is a small account opened by some great god? I thought this novel was just average when I first read it, but later I realized it was quite profound. I apologize for any offense I have caused. By the way, this local tycoon with a peerless beauty is a loyal fan of a certain great god. I haven't heard of any great person joining Tomato recently. I want to be friends with you, my beautiful little cutie," and so on and so forth, all kinds of comments. In the rental house, when Susan entered the Tomato Novel, she was really shocked by the 99-plus messages that popped up. A few minutes later, Susan figured out what had happened. Susan opened WeChat, found Xianu Anyuan's message, tapped the screen a few times, and clicked send. Ning Ning. Wan, why did you give my novel a gift? Soon, Xianu Anyuan's message came back. Wan, my Ning Ning wrote such a great novel for the first time, so of course I have to give her a gift. It's not much money, so don't worry about it. Ning Ning. Okay, thinking Wan, but have you seen my comment section? People think I'm some great author, but I'm just a new author. Followed by an emoticon of a little man happily spinning in circles. Wan, I don't know, Ning Ning. Wan, it's just a misunderstanding, don't worry about it. I believe my Ning Ning will soon become a great god. Followed by an emoticon of a little fox nodding. Ning Ning. Wan, you are so nice. Thank you for your encouragement. Followed by a kissing emoticon. No Anyuan, it's okay, is followed by a kiss emoticon. Chapter 78. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. After Susan finished chatting with Xianu Anyuan, she went to the computer and started typing. Susan followed Jiang Long's advice and added a male protagonist to her novel. She found that after writing in this way, the plot and interaction in the novel became smoother. The heroine Su Xianxian is not only a hero who punishes evil and promotes good, but she also slowly gains the love that belongs to her on the road of punishing evil and promoting good. Su Xianxian, really has achieved success in both career and love. Because Xianu Anyuan gave Su Shanshan's novel a huge gift. Su Shanshan's novel, The Little Fairy Comes to the Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good, attracted much attention from readers. Susan believes that her writing will get better and better, and she will soon become a great writer in the eyes of readers, instead of readers thinking that she is a small account of a great writer. She believes that she will definitely live up to her expectations. With this belief, Susan became more and more excited about writing. When Jiang Long came back from work, he saw Susan still typing seriously on the computer. Jiang Long did not disturb Susan. He went to the kitchen to cook silently. After Susan finished typing, she ran to the kitchen to find Jiang Long. As soon as she arrived in the kitchen, Susan's little nose smelled the aroma of meat. "It smells so good," Susan said happily. "We'll be able to eat it soon," Jiang Long said. Jiang Long saw that Su Shanshan had not mentioned the novel yet. He then said, "Susan, don't you have anything to say to me?" Susan's beautiful eyes turned around, and she reacted. With a sweet smile on her face, she whispered to Jiang Long, "Jiang Long, are you talking about the novel?" Jiang Long nodded. This little girl's novel received a huge amount of gifts all of a sudden, and she became a small, wealthy woman overnight. I didn't expect Susan to be so calm now. I'm very happy that many readers are reading my novels now, Susan said with a smile. Jiang Long found that he and Su Shanshan were not on the same wavelength when discussing the topic. Apart from increasing the number of readers, is there nothing else to be happy about? Jiang Long asked again. Susan nodded without hesitation. Apart from the fact that there were many readers reading her novels, was there anything else to be happy about? Jiang Long finally couldn't bear it anymore. Your novel suddenly received a gift of 1.98 million yuan. Isn't this enough to make you happy? Su Shanshan reacted instantly and realized that Jiang Long was talking about Nuan giving her a novel as a gift. 1,980,000 is nothing. Every time she gave Nuan a gift, it was usually worth 2 million. Then, Susan's eyes curved, and she said to Jiang Long, "I'm happy. How can I not be happy?" Jiang Long just thought that Susan didn't know that her novel received a huge gift. Since she knew it, she could still remain so calm. This is a great ability to control emotions. Susan, you are so lucky. You have become a wealthy woman overnight. 1,900,000 makes you a wealthy woman? Jiang Long, is your concept of a rich woman so superficial? Her family has more than 1.98 million. If Jiang Long knew about this, would he be scared? Susan didn't dare to think about it anymore. Susan smiled and agreed. "Well, I'm so lucky. Maybe I'm the chosen one." Jiang Long nodded in agreement. Someone as lucky as Susan is truly the chosen one. They had just finished dinner when there was a knock on the door. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan looked at each other. Susan quickly hid in the bedroom. Jiang Long went to open the door. After Jiang Long opened the door, he saw Lu Yuding standing at his door with a smile on her face. Jiang Long looked at Lu Yuding and called her politely, "Sister Ting." Lu Yuding quickly handed the thing in her hand to Jiang Long. "Brother Xiao Jiang, this is the dessert I made. I'm giving it to you to try. I hope you don't dislike it," Lu Yuding said tactfully. Jiang Long quickly declined. "Sister Ting, I can't accept it. You can take it back and eat it yourself." "Brother Xiao Jiang, please don't be so formal. If you don't accept it, does that mean you dislike my cooking skills?" "Sister Ting, that's not what I meant. Please take it back." Jiang Long was quite embarrassed. Although he and Lu Yuding have been neighbors for some time, they're usually just nodding acquaintances. What's the point of accepting other people's things for no reason? "Brother Xiao Jiang, I didn't have the chance to thank you for helping me fix the faucet last time. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to trouble you again if something happens to my sister's family." Jiang Long looked embarrassed. "Sister Ting, we live next door to each other. If anything happens to your family, just let me know. I really can't take your things. Brother Xiao Jiang, please accept it. This is a little gift from your sister." After Lu Yuding finished speaking, she quickly hung the bag of desserts on the door handle and ran back to her home. Jiang Long looked at the thing on the door handle, scratched the back of his head, and reluctantly took the bag off and brought it into the house. At this time, Susan came to the living room from the bedroom with her mouth pouted. Felt bad when she saw the bag in Jiang Long's hand. Jiang Long placed the bag on the coffee table and took out the desserts. He called to Susan, "Come and have dessert." Su Shanshan walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. She glanced at the desserts on the coffee table with her beautiful eyes, then turned her eyes to Jiang Long. She said with some resentment, "This dessert was made by that sister for you personally. I'm afraid it's not good for you to let me eat it, right?" Listening to Su Shanshan's sarcastic remarks, Jiang Long walked to Su Shanshan's side, raised his hand, and rubbed Su Shanshan's head twice. "Sister Ting gave me this to thank me for repairing the faucet at her house last time. You heard it too. I have always refused it," Jiang Long explained. Of course, Susan heard their conversation clearly. Jiang Long has always refused. Why does she feel that the sister is interested in Jiang Long? Jiang Long the food she made herself? Susan didn't know if what she felt was right. She hoped she was just overthinking it. Susan uttered a soft "oh." Then, Susan got up from the sofa and said to Jiang Long, "You eat it, I don't want to eat it." After saying that, Susan walked towards the bedroom. Jiang Long quickly stopped in front of Su Shanshan, lowered his eyes, and looked at the little girl in front of him. "Su Shanshan, you really don't want to eat?" Susan shook her little head and pouted. "No." "Well, if you don't want to eat it, I have to enjoy this delicacy alone." After saying that, Jiang Long slowly walked back to the sofa and sat down. Susan, who was standing there, finally couldn't help herself. She quickly walked to the sofa and pushed Jiang Long aside. His cheeks puffed up with anger, and he threatened, "Jiang Long, you are not allowed to eat. You don't eat, and you don't let me eat? What kind of theory is this? Who said I won't eat? I'm eating now, and you're not allowed to eat." After saying that, Susan picked up the fork, picked up a small piece of dessert, put it in her mouth, and started eating. Who just said that she doesn't want to eat? A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Jiang Long shook his head helplessly. Susan grumbled to herself as she ate. She didn't want Jiang Long to eat food made by other women. Jiang Long wanted to eat, but she refused to let him. He didn't give him a single bite to eat. She ate it all into her stomach. The more I think about this, Susan's mouthfuls grew bigger and bigger as she ate. Sushinshin, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch the food from you. Jiang Long reminded the girl as he saw her eating so anxiously. Susan's mouth was full, her cheeks bulging. While chewing, he said to Jiang Long, "I won't give you any food even if you snatch it away from me." This little girl is so protective of her food. How come I didn't find it before? Jiang Long chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't eat a single bite. You eat slowly and don't choke." Suddenly, Jiang Long's cell phone rang. Jiang Long took out his cell phone and saw two big words on the screen. Jiang Long slid his finger gently upwards and answered the call. Chapter 79, Come Back Home With Me. After Jiang Long answered the phone, he called out to the other end of the phone, "Mom." Susan, who was eating dessert, turned her head towards Jiang Long. "Xiaolong, this Sunday is your cousin's wedding day. Don't forget it." Jiang's mother said on the other end of the phone. "Mom, I get it. I'll take the bus back on Saturday when I have a day off." When Jiang Long said this, he happened to meet the eyes of Su Shanshan, who was standing next to him. "Buy your tickets in advance. Don't wait until the time comes, and then you can't buy them," Jiang's mother instructed. Jiang Long nodded. "I understand, Mom." The mother and son chatted on the phone for a while and then hung up. Jiang Long looked at Susan and said to her solemnly, "My cousin is getting married this Sunday, so I have to go back home on Saturday." Susan finished chewing the food in her mouth, took a tissue and wiped her mouth, then said lightly to Jiang Long, "Oh." Susan heard everything that was said on the phone clearly. That means Jiang Long will not be at home with her on Saturdays and Sundays. Saturday and Sunday, separated by another night. So, on Saturday night, she wants to spend time alone in the house. Thinking of this, Susan's mood suddenly became depressed. Jiang Long said again, "I will be back after attending the wedding on Sunday. Is it okay for me to be away from home on Saturday night?" Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long and nodded firmly. "Okay." Although Susan was reluctant to part with Jiang Long, she had to accept it. Jiang Long has his own things to do. He can't be with her all the time. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan bought some food and snacks at a nearby supermarket. Jiang Long thought that since he would not be at home for the next 2 days, these things would be enough for the little girl to eat by herself, so she wouldn't have to go out and buy them herself. Back in the rental house, Jiang Long packed his luggage in the bedroom. Jiang Long felt uneasy when he thought about the little girl being home alone tonight. Slowly, the more Jiang Long thought about it, will the little girl be scared at night? What if she is scared? What if she gets scared and starts crying? He was not with her, and he had no way to comfort her. Jiang Long's frown deepened. In his heart, ups and downs. In the living room, Susan curled up on the sofa, staring at the TV with empty eyes. Susan had no idea what was happening on TV. At this moment, Susan's heart was all on Jiang Long. After a while, Jiang Long returned to his hometown. He's not at home tonight. He won't be back until tomorrow night. Jiang Long for such a long time. What should she do? She would miss him. Jiang Long came out of the bedroom after packing his backpack. Jiang Long was going back to his hometown to stay for one night, so he only brought a few sets of clothes and didn't bring too much. As soon as Jiang Long came out, Su Shanshan looked over immediately, and their eyes suddenly met. "Jiang Long, are you leaving now?" Su Shanshan asked. Jiang Long, carrying a backpack, walked toward Susan. He stood in front of her and said, "Susan, come back to my hometown with me." Hearing Jiang Long's words, Susan's heart beat uncontrollably faster. Susan never thought that Jiang Long would say such words to her. Going back to Jiang Long's hometown means meeting Jiang Long's parents. Jiang Long wanted to take her back to meet his parents. Does that mean that she is very important in Jiang Long's heart? Otherwise, Jiang Long would not say such words to her. After a moment of silence, Susan shook her head at Jiang Long and said, "Jiang Long, go back by yourself." Susan thought that she wanted to go meet Jiang Long's parents with him as his girlfriend. Instead, he went back to Jiang Long's hometown to meet his parents in such a confused manner. Jiang Long thought about it and still felt uneasy about Su Shanshan being alone at home. He felt even more worried when he thought that he would not be with her tonight. Jiang Long still felt that it would be most reassuring to take Su Shanshan with him. So Jiang Long said these words to Su Shanshan. "Susan, just come back with me. It's okay during the day, but I'm afraid you'll be scared and cry again if you're alone at home at night." "Don't worry, I won't cry," Susan promised solemnly. "Just come home with me." Jiang Long invited again and again. "I won't go back with you. Besides, if your parents see you going back with a girl, they will definitely find it strange. It's okay, just come back with me. I'm worried about you being here alone." "Jiang Long, I can do it alone. You should leave quickly so as not to miss the trip," Su Shanshan urged. Jiang Long's parents without any clear reason. "Jiang Long, please leave quickly." Jiang Long was feeling a little depressed. The girl seemed to not want to see him and kept trying to drive him away. Finally, Jiang Long went out with his backpack. On the balcony, Susan watched Jiang Long's figure slowly disappear through the window before she returned to the sofa. After more than 4 hours of high-speed rail, Jiang Long returned to his hometown. As soon as Jiang Long arrived home, his father and mother had already prepared a table full of food waiting for him. At the dinner table, the family of 3 happily ate and chatted, and before they knew it, it was very late. Jiang Long returned to his room. He picked up his phone and didn't see any message from Su Shanshan. He returned home and told Susan that he was safe. She responded and never contacted him again. What a heartless little thing. Jiang Long couldn't sit still anymore, so he took the initiative to send a message to Su Shanshan. "What are you busy with?" 5 minutes later, Jiang Long still hadn't received a reply from Susan, and he became a little anxious. Chapter 80, Is There Any Justice in the World? Jiang Long sent a video call directly to Su Shanshan, but no one answered after a long time. Jiang Long couldn't help but become more anxious. Could something have happened to this little girl? Just before the video call was about to hang up automatically, the video call was connected. As soon as the video was connected, Jiang Long saw Susan, wrapped only in a bath towel, appear on the phone screen. At this time, Susan's hair was wet and draped behind her. The little face is so pink and tender, as if you could squeeze water out of it. A pair of eyes are wet, especially attractive. The skin color of the collarbone exposed outside is light pink. This scene really blinded Jiang Long's eyes. Jiang Long's Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and he swallowed. Jiang Long coughed lightly and said to Susan on the other end of the video, "Did you just take a shower?" Susan nodded at Jiang Long in the video. "Yeah." Susan was taking a shower in the bathroom. As soon as she turned off the shower, she heard the sound of a video call on her cell phone. She quickly wrapped herself in a bath towel and came out. "I sent you a message just now, but you didn't reply. I thought something happened to you, so I called you on video," Jiang Long explained. Susan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Jiang Long still knows how to worry about her, But why couldn't Jiang Long have sent her the video just because he missed her? Susan hoped that Jiang Long sent her the video because he missed her. "I was taking a shower, so I didn't see your message." After Susan finished speaking, she placed her phone on the coffee table. "After your hands are freed," she picked up a pink towel. Jiang Long in the video, he wiped his hair. "Do you need to change your clothes first?" Susan's touching appearance in the video. Jiang Long felt inexplicably uneasy. Susan looked down at the bath towel on her body. It was wrapped tightly, and nothing was exposed. What was there to worry about? Or maybe Jiang Long didn't dare to look at her. Does that prove that she is attractive to Jiang Long? Susan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said softly, "No need to change clothes, this is good." Jiang Long wondered, because when he was at home before, Susan always changed her clothes after taking a bath, and he never saw her wrapped in just a bath towel. Unexpectedly, in the video, she was so bold. "What did you eat dinner?" Jiang Long asked casually. I had a bowl of instant noodles. Instant noodles are not nutritious. You'd better eat less. You're not at home tonight, and I don't want to cook by myself, so I'll just make something up. Didn't you buy me a lot of snacks? I can still eat those. I ate a table full of delicious food tonight, all made by my mom. She's a great cook. You regret not coming back with me, don't you? Susan nodded and said, "It's such a pity that I didn't get to taste Annie's cooking. I must try Annie's cooking when I have the chance." Zhang Long smiled and said, "Well, I'll bring you to my house next time." Su Shanshan complained in her heart that Zhang Long said it so easily. He just casually brought a girl home to meet his parents. Or did Zhang Long often bring other girls back to his home before? Zhang Long, do you often bring girls back to your hometown? Su Shanshan asked Zhang Long on the phone screen with a serious face. Hearing this, Zhang Long quickly shook his head and said, "No, I have never brought a girl back to my hometown." Why would this little girl think so? What gave her this illusion? Zhang Long felt that he was wronged. Susan said calmly, "You didn't lie to me, did you? Why would I lie to you? I think you deserve a beating." Susan stuck out her tongue playfully at Zhang Long in the video. "You want to beat me from such a distance? Are you dreaming?" Zhang Long chuckled. "We are far away now, but I will go back tomorrow and beat you up when I get back." "Bad Zhang Long, then don't come back," Su Shanshan said angrily. "Why don't you let me go back? Please don't. You only know how to bully me. I don't want you to come back." Su Shanshan, do you have any conscience? Every time I touch you, you have to pay me back tenfold. Zhang Long accused. Susan thought about it carefully. It seems to be true. So it seems that she was the one bullying Zhang Long every time. Inexplicably, Susan was in a good mood. "Well then, I will allow you to come back tomorrow. Thank you so much. It's his own home, and he needs the girl's permission to go back. Let's just say, is there still justice in the world?" "You're welcome," Susan said calmly. Zhang Long gave Susan Shan a thumbs up on the phone screen. "You can do it. You really can do it." Su Shanshan resisted the urge to hold back her laughter. She suddenly thought of Zhang Long's excellent cooking skills. Did Zhang Long learn this from his mother? Susan asked. "Zhang Long, did you learn cooking skills from your aunt?" Zhang Long nodded first, then quickly shook his head. Susan couldn't help but giggle. The round chest, with her laughter, trembling, the amplitude is quite large. "Zhang Long, you are nodding and shaking your head. Are you kidding me?" Su Shanshan said to Zhang Long on the phone screen while laughing. At this time, Susan didn't notice at all. The towel on her chest slid down a little. A deep ravine. Through the mobile phone screen, Zhang Long saw it clearly. Zhang Long's eyes were fixed on the phone screen. I was fascinated by it. The hook is so deep. There's quite a lot of stuff. After Zhang Long realized what was in his mind, he coughed awkwardly and pretended to be calm. "I'm thirsty. I'm going out to drink some water, and we'll be back soon." Susan smiled and nodded. Zhang Long hurried out of the room, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and gulped down half of it. The restlessness in my heart subsided. After Susan dried her hair, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. She had taken a very hot shower, so she also wanted to drink some water to cool down. After taking 2 steps, Susan found that the towel on her body was a little loose. Susan felt that if she walked a few more steps, the towel would probably fall off. Susan quickly adjusted the towel around her body, wrapping it tightly around her. She patted her chest. So lucky. If the bath towel had loosened during the video just now, Zhang Long would have seen it. It must be so embarrassing. Zhang Long finished drinking the water and returned to his room. He went to his cell phone. Susan in the video holding a bottle of water and drinking it. When Susan saw Zhang Long coming back, she quickly drank the water and put the bottle aside. Feeling the drop of water hanging on my lower lip, Susan quickly stuck out her clever little tongue and licked it. Su Shanshan smiled at Zhang Long and said, "Zhang Long, you're back." Zhang Long looked at the screen of his mobile phone. Susan's little mouth glowed with moisture. He swallowed unconsciously. Suddenly, Zhang Long felt a little thirsty. The half bottle of ice water I just drank wasted. Zhang Long glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He had to pack up and go out. Zhang Long said to Susan, "Susan, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I have to go out soon." When Susan heard that Zhang Long was going out so late, she felt anxious and asked Zhang Long, "Zhang Long, why are you going out so late?" Su Shanshan asked. "I'm going to pick up my brother from school," Zhang Long said, and then he added, "My brother is at my second uncle's house. I'll talk to you then. I'm hanging up now." Jianlong hung up the video, packed up his things, and rode his father's electric donkey to the town middle school. Chapter 81: An unhappy childhood takes a lifetime to heal. After a while, Jianlong arrived at the gate of the town middle school on his electric scooter. At this time, many private cars, motorcycles, electric donkeys, etc. were parked in front of the town middle school. Many parents stood at the school gate. Some of them stretched their necks to look inside. Some parents stood there with their heads down, playing with their mobile phones. There were also groups of parents chatting together. Jianlong came here to pick up Jiang Yin, the child of Jianlong's second uncle. Jiang Yin is now in the third year of junior high school. He will take the high school entrance exam next year and is busy with his studies every day. Jianlong, his father, usually comes to pick Jiang Yin up from school. Jianlong happened to be at home today, so he let his father rest at home and he came to pick up Jiang Yin. Speaking of Jiang Yin's life experience, Jianlong felt quite uncomfortable. Jianlong's second aunt died in a car accident, leaving behind Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin then lived with Jianlong as his second uncle. Later, Jianlong's second uncle drank and gambled all day long and didn't care about Jiang Yin's life or death at all. Jiang Yin's situation was particularly difficult. Jiang's mother really felt sorry for Jiang Yin. I feel that Jiang Yin is a very miserable child. He lost his mother at a very young age. His father is not that kind of person. Jiang Yin will be ruined sooner or later if he stays with his father. Jiang's mother thought that raising Jianlong as a child was fine, and she could raise another one as well. At most, they could just live a little more frugally. She didn't want Jiang Yin to suffer. Jiang's mother discussed with Jiang's father and decided to bring Jiang Yin to live in their home. Jiang's father was very touched by Jiang's mother's action. Of course, he agreed with it a lot. However, Jiang's father had no choice but to do something about his disappointing younger brother. Jiang's mother and father had discussed it and also specifically sought Jianlong's opinion. When they told Jianlong about this matter, they were afraid that Jianlong would disagree, so they spoke quite tactfully. How could Jianlong not agree? He agreed with both hands. His parents were by his side, and he had both fatherly and motherly love. Jiang Yin is different. He has experienced so much at such a young age. Jianlong really felt sorry for his younger brother. Jiang Yin came to Jianlong's home when he was in the 5th grade of elementary school. Now Jiang Yin is in the 3rd grade of junior high school. Soon, the school gate was opened by the security guard. Students came out of the campus one after another. Jianlong was searching for Jiang Yin among the many students. Not long after, Jianlong drove Jiang Yin back home. Jiang's mother heated up the food she had prepared for Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin took a quick bite, chatted with Jianlong for a while, and then went back to his room to study. Jiang Yin is a child who is not good at speaking and is usually sullen. He has been like this in his family for so many years. Jianlong felt that Jiang Yin's current condition must be related to his childhood experiences. There is a saying, an unhappy childhood requires a lifetime to heal. A happy childhood can heal a lifetime. Unfortunately, Jiang Yin is the former. Long had never experienced what Jiang Yin experienced when he was a child, so he couldn't empathize with Jiang Yin. But Jianlong could understand him. He really could understand him. Jianlong sincerely hopes that his younger brother will be happy in his future life. Jianlong took a shower and returned to his room. He lay on the bed with his arms folded. He stared at the ceiling with empty eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Jianlong suddenly stood up, opened the door, and came to Jiang Yan's door. Jianlong saw the light inside through the gap in the door. Jianlong knew that Jiang Yin was still studying and that Jiang Yin had been working very hard. Jianlong stood there quietly for a moment. Then he walked back to his room. Jianlong lay back on the bed, picked up his cell phone, looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. I don't know if the little girl is asleep or not. At this time, Susan was in the rental house, and she closed the bedroom door tightly. She curled up in the small bed, the quilt wrapped around her body, with only her small head exposed. Susan picked up her phone and checked the time. She had been lying in bed for an hour. She still couldn't sleep at all. Su Shanshan looked at the place beside her. Jianlong would lie there in the past. Now it's empty. One night, after parting with Jianlong, she missed him so much. Susan picked up her phone and opened the WeChat dialogue box with Jianlong. She's in the dialogue box. I tapped a few words with my fingers. Just about to click send, she hesitated again. Susan deleted all the words she had just typed into the dialogue box. She thought about it again. She re-entered the words into the dialogue box. Then, she became confused again. Deleted again. repeatedly. In the end, Susan didn't send the message. At this time, Jiang Long must be asleep. She woke him up, which was not good. But she just couldn't sleep. Without Jiang Long lying beside her, she felt very uneasy. She really wanted to talk to Jiang Long, but she couldn't disturb Jiang Long. She can't be so ignorant. Jiang Long was not with her for just one night. She couldn't let Jiang Long worry. Underscore, 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 underscore. Jiang Long lying on the bed, with a mobile phone in hand. His eyes were fixed on the top line of words in the dialog box. The other party is typing, then disappeared again. The message the other party is typing appears again above the dialog box, then disappeared again. This happened several times. Jiang Long didn't see any message sent in his dialog box. Why is this little girl hesitating? Jiang Long waited for another minute and saw that there was still no movement in the dialog box. Jiang Long couldn't hold back any longer, and he directly sent a video invitation to Su Shanshan. Susan, who was curled up in a quilt, saw the video invitation from Jiang Long. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She deliberately waited a moment before connecting the video. After Susan connected the video, she rubbed her eyes deliberately. Pretending to be woken up by the sound of the video, he squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Long in the video. Chapter 82. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Susan's soft voice sounded while she was lying on the bed. Jiang Long, why did you send me the video? You disturbed my sleep. Hearing Susan's complaint, Jiang Long's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that this girl was so good at lying. If he hadn't known that Su Shanshan hadn't slept, he would have really believed Su Shanshan's lies. Didn't Zhang Wuji's mother say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? Jiang Long found that this was true and was a well-deserved wise saying. Jiang Long did not expose Susan's lies. He said slowly, I'm really sorry to disturb your sleep. I'm hanging up now. Susan heard Jiang Long was about to hang up the video call. She immediately became anxious. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she quickly stopped him. Jiang Long, don't hang up. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and said slowly, isn't this disturbing your sleep? It doesn't matter. Anyway, you've woken me up, and I won't be able to fall asleep for a while. Let's just chat for a while. You are quite considerate, Jiang Long said deliberately. This little girl tells lies one after another without even thinking them through. Yes, you really do. Susan laughed and said, that's right. Su Shanshan then asked, Jiang Long, it's so late. Why are you still sending me videos? Let me see if some little fairy is crying secretly. Jiang Long whispered, no, I didn't. Who are you looking down on? Susan pouted in dissatisfaction. Really? I don't know who it was at the time, but he was so scared while watching a movie. Jiang Long couldn't help but complain. Speaking of movies, Susan's nerves immediately tensed up, and her expression turned ugly. In an instant, I felt so wrong that I almost cried. Bad Jiang Long, you're so mean to talk to me about movies so late at night. Su Shanshan complained aggrievedly. Jiang Long slapped his forehead suddenly. He was really talking about something irrelevant. Why did you bring this up? Isn't he just looking for trouble? At this moment, Jiang Long was filled with regrets. He should never, ever mention the movie. Jiang Long quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After Jiang Long's reminder, Susan's mind flashed back to the scene in the movie that day. There was a look of fear in her eyes immediately. Susan held the cell phone and quickly buried her head under the quilt. Jiang Long noticed that the screen of the mobile phone video became darker, and he guessed something. At this moment, Jiang Long felt very regretful. He must have had a brain cramp just now. This little girl is timid to begin with, and now she is alone at home. She must be extremely scared. Damn him. Jiang Long quickly tried to think of a way to remedy the situation. He was really afraid that the little girl would lose control and cry again. Susan, let me tell you a story. I guarantee you'll like it. Then go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Susan was scared now. Fortunately, Jiang Long was with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Once upon a time, there lived a beautiful princess in the palace. After her mother died, her father married a stepmother. The stepmother was jealous of the princess's beauty, so she tricked her into the forest and asked the hunter to hunt her down. Jiang Long was thinking about the story while telling it to Susan. Suddenly, Susan interrupted Jiang Long's story. Jiang Long, did the princess meet the 7 dwarfs in the forest later? Jiang Long nodded slowly. How did you know? Jiang Long, are you stupid? This is the story of Snow White. Jiang Long scratched the back of his head awkwardly. You are really smart. Since you already know this story, let me tell you another one. Susan quickly shook her head. No. Susan was afraid that Jiang Long would start telling children's stories like Grimm's fairy tales or Andersen's fairy tales. So she interrupted him quickly. No, I'm telling you, the next story is really good. I don't want to listen to children's stories. Susan pouted. You don't want to hear children's stories. Why don't you hear some adult stories? Susan's eyes lit up instantly when she heard the adult story. It seems like an adult story, much more interesting than a children's story. Susan is a curious baby. She really wants to listen. Susan blinked her big eyes and nodded quickly. Yeah, Jiang Long, I want to hear an adult story. Jiang Long thought about the dirty jokes his roommates told when he was in college. Jiang Long couldn't possibly tell Susan those jokes. Jiang Long quickly refused. No. Jiang Long, didn't you let me choose? I just want to hear adult stories. Susan insisted. No, you can't listen to that. That kind? Susan's beautiful eyes turned around. She reacted quickly. Su Shanshan quickly asked Jiang Long. Jiang Long, the adult story you told me, is it the kind that's embarrassing? Jiang Long was a little embarrassed. Children should not ask too much. Susan stuck out her tongue in dissatisfaction. I'm an adult. I'm not a child. You're a girl. You can't listen to those things. Jiang Long refused. No, I just want to listen. Besides, it's a different era now. What matters is gender equality. If you don't let me listen, you are discriminating against me, Susan argued. With just one sentence from him, the girl started talking about gender equality. Jiang Long found that this little girl had a sharp tongue and was not easy to deal with. Jiang Long was firm. No matter how much you say, it won't work. Bad Jiang Long. Su Shanshan complained angrily. How about I tell you a joke? Jiang Long suggested. Can Jiang Long tell jokes? Why doesn't she believe it? She felt that Jiang Long's jokes would definitely make her feel cold to death. For the sake of her life, she should not listen to Jiang Long's jokes. Susan quickly shook her head. No. Jiang Long was a little depressed. He hadn't even told a joke yet, but the girl already disliked him. The little girl doesn't want to listen to children's stories anymore. The little girl doesn't want to hear jokes. He was tone deaf and couldn't sing for the little girl. What can I do? Suddenly, Su Shanshan said, Jiang Long, didn't you want to tell me about your brother before? Can you tell me about it? Soon, Jiang Long told Susan everything about Jiang Yan. After listening to Jiang Long's story, Susan felt sympathetic towards Jiang Yan's experience, and at the same time was moved by the kindness of Jiang Long's family. No wonder Susan thought Jiang Long was a good person when she saw him for the first time. Meeting a good person like Jiang Long is the greatest luck in her life. Jiang Long, can you tell me more about your childhood? Good. Not long after, the girl in the mobile phone video closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Long was relieved. Chapter 83, she wants to confess her love to Jiang Long. The next day, Jiang Yin went to school very early. Jiang Long came to the wedding scene with his parents. Soon, the wedding started under the auspices of the master of ceremonies. Below the stage, Jiang Long, like all the other guests, was quietly watching everything on the stage. From the moment the newlyweds come on stage, to the time they exchange rings and kiss, to the time their parents come on stage, the bride and groom change their way of addressing each other's parents to mom and dad. Finally, the newlyweds toasted to the guests in the audience. This was the same process as most weddings Jiang Long had attended before. Jiang Long sat at the same table with his parents and relatives and friends. Aunt Wang suddenly said, Xiaolong, your cousin is 1 year older than you. Look, he's already married. Why don't you hurry up, kid? Jiang Long, who was eating food, nodded quickly when he heard his name being called. Whenever he was in such an occasion, Jiang Long knew that he could not avoid being urged to get married, and sure enough, he could not escape it. Mother Jiang took the opportunity to say, Xiaolong, your Aunt Wang is right. If you meet a suitable girl, you should act quickly. The older you are, the harder it will be to find one. Last night at the dinner table, his mother didn't talk to him about finding a partner. Jiang Long thought that his mother's personality had changed, but he didn't expect that he was overthinking. Mom, I understand. Jiang Long responded. You know? You always say you know. If you have the ability, why don't you bring a partner back for me and your dad to see? Jiang Long nodded perfunctorily. Yeah. Jiang Long was helpless. With all the relatives at the table present, my mother couldn't give him any face. Aunt Wang asked Xiaolong's mother, does your Xiaolong not get to meet girls at work? Zhang's mother nodded with a worried look on her face. Yes, his father and I are worried about this. Aunt Wang added, I just happen to know a friend whose daughter is very pretty and has no boyfriend. She also happens to work in Qing City. I'll tell my friend about it someday, and let these two kids get to know each other so they can become friends. Hearing this, Zhang's mother immediately showed a look of joy on her face. Aunt Wang, thank you for your concern. Zhang Long. Rental house. Bedroom. In front of the computer desk. Susan uploaded the 2 chapters of the novel she wrote today to the Tomato Novel author backstage. Susan's novels have attracted many readers since they jumped to the top of the gift list. Susan was reading the comments from readers in the computer background. Some readers like her novel and express their support and encouragement, while some readers do not like her novel and keep complaining about it. Of course, there are also some readers who have not expressed their attitudes. At first, Susan was very depressed when she saw people complaining about her novel. Gradually, she calmed down. There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 readers. Everyone sees her novels differently, and everyone likes different things. We cannot force others to like what we like, and similarly, others cannot force us to like what they like. Just like Susan's novel, The Little Fairy comes to Earth to punish evil and promote good. Most readers like to watch the interaction between the heroine and the hero, while some readers like to watch the interaction between the heroine and the supporting male character. And some readers think it's all right. Everyone has different preferences and perspectives, and the final feedback is also different. As the author of the novel, The Little Fairy comes to Earth to punish evil and promote good, Susan could only write according to her own wishes. It is definitely impossible to satisfy every reader. There is nothing we can do about it. The masterpiece, Zhan Shun, on the Tomato Novel website has a high score of 9.8, and there are many 2-star and 3-star reviews in the comment area, not to mention novice authors like Susan. Susan turned off the computer, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Xianu Anyuan. Ning Ning. Nuan, I want to confess my love to Jiang Long. At the Xia family manor, Xianu Anyuan was lying on a pink princess bed with a lollipop in her mouth and a mobile phone in her hand, leisurely watching short videos. Suddenly, a special notification tone came from the mobile phone. Xianu Anyuan quickly turned off the CERN audio app and opened the WeChat message. Susan. Xianu Anyuan excitedly sat up from the bed. Oh my, her Ning Ning is finally going to take action. Xianu Anyuan quickly sent a message. Nuan, my Ning Ning, you finally decided to confess your love to your little brother. Come on. Ning Ning. Nuan, actually I haven't thought about it yet. When Xianu Anyuan saw that Su Shanshan had sent a message, all her excitement disappeared. Nuan, Ning, didn't you want to confess your love to your little brother? Why did you back out? Susan looked confused. Yes, she has a lot of concerns. Ning, Nuan, Jiang Long is very nice to me, but I'm not sure what Jiang Long feels towards me. I have wanted to confess my feelings to Jiang Long for a long time, but I was afraid that if I failed, I would not be able to stay with Jiang Long any longer. What should I do? When Xianu Anyuan saw the message from Susan, she thought about it seriously. If you are not completely sure of the other person's feelings before confessing your love, there is a great risk in doing so. Ning likes her little brother very much. Before Ning confesses her feelings, she can continue to stay at her little brother's house. If Ning's confession fails, she will really not be able to stay in her little brother's house any longer. Ding dong! A good idea suddenly popped into Xianu Anyuan's mind. Nuan, Ning, you can take advantage of your unconscious state to test your little brother and see how he reacts to you. Ning, how to do it specifically? Nuan, Ning, you can pretend to be drunk and create physical contact with your little brother, such as hugging your little brother. If he doesn't push you away, you can go a step further. Take the initiative to kiss him and see how he reacts when you kiss him. If your little brother rejects your kiss, it means that your little brother doesn't like you. If he doesn't reject your kiss, it proves that your little brother likes you. Before this, you must not confess directly to your little brother. Understand? Susan saw the message from Xianu Anyuan and nodded slowly. What Nuanyuan said seemed to make sense. It would definitely be right to do, as Nuanyuan said. Ning, Nuan, I will do as you say tonight, but I can't drink much. Will I get drunk? Nuan, Ning is such a little fool. I didn't ask you to drink more, so you just drank a little less. You must stay sober and pretend to be drunk to test your little brother. Understand? Ning, understand. Chapter 84. Guess who I am? On the high-speed rail, Jiang Long sat in his seat, looking out the window, watching the town getting smaller and smaller, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. When he was a child, Jiang Long felt that this town was very big, as if it was his whole world. As he grew older, Jiang Long became more curious about and yearned for the outside world. He wanted to leave this small town and explore a wider world. Later, Jiang Long finally walked out of the small town and saw the prosperous and bustling big city. Jiang Long experiences all kinds of things in the big city that he has never experienced in the small town. He wants to quickly integrate into this big city and become a part of it as soon as possible. He feels that this should be the life he is pursuing. After graduating from university, Jiang Long stayed in Qing City and found a job. He wanted to buy his own house as soon as possible through his own efforts. He wanted to have a home that truly belonged to him in Qing City. Slowly, the town disappeared from Jiang Long's sight. Why did he feel so reluctant to leave? Ding dong. A WeChat notification sound came from the phone, pulling Jiang Long back to his senses. Jiang Long took out his cell phone from his pants pocket and opened WeChat. After seeing that the message was sent by Susan, Jiang Long's mouth twitched slightly. Jiang Long tapped the phone screen with his finger and opened the message. Susan, Jiang Long, what time will you be home? After getting off the high-speed train, Jiang Long still had to take the subway. He roughly calculated the time it would take to get home, entered the message in the dialog box, and sent it. Jiang Long, around 7 o'clock. Susan, Jiang Long, to celebrate your return, I decided to prepare a welcoming banquet for you tonight. Seeing the message from Susan, Jiang Long shook his head helplessly. What is this little girl doing? He left yesterday morning and will be back this evening. Back and forth, it took just over a day. This little girl actually wanted to prepare a welcoming banquet for him. I don't know what she is thinking. Jiang Long, on the day I leave, you still prepared a welcoming banquet for me. Thank you so much. Susan, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Followed by an emoticon of a little man grinning. Jiang Long, I see you are at home with nothing to do. Hearing Jiang Long's words, Susan became unhappy immediately. She pouted and tapped the screen of her mobile phone to reply to Jiang Long. Susan, stinky Jiang Long, how can you say that to me? You're wasting my kindness. Humph, I'm angry. Followed by an emoticon of a little girl pouting. Jiang Long, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Jiang Long, to be honest, I am particularly looking forward to the welcoming banquet you prepared for me. Jiang Long, what are you preparing for the welcoming party? Tell me about it. Jiang Long sent 3 messages in a row. Since Jiang Long admitted his mistake quickly, Susan decided to forgive Jiang Long this time. Susan, for such an important occasion as the welcoming banquet, of course we have to drink. Jiang Long, can you drink? Susan, I only drink a little bit. You're a good drinker, aren't you? You can drink more. Jiang Long looked at the message and frowned. Why did he feel like the girl was plotting something? Jiang Long, you mean you want me to drink it myself? Susan, no, I drink with you. You drink more, I drink less. Jiang Long increasingly felt that there was something wrong with the welcoming banquet organized by this little girl, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. After Susan finished chatting with Jiang Long, she got dressed and went out to the supermarket to shop. Susan bought a lot of beer and a bottle of red wine. She had originally planned to buy a bottle of white wine, but she found that she had bought too much and couldn't carry it anymore. On the way back, Susan was exhausted carrying the shopping bags. The wine was really heavy. Usually Susan goes to the supermarket with Jiang Long. Every time they finish shopping, Jiang Long carries the shopping bags. The first time Susan carried such a heavy shopping bag, she walked for a while, put the bag down, rested for a while, and then continued to carry the bag and walk home. At this time, Susan missed Jiang Long, the strong laborer, very much. Susan thought about seeing Jiang Long soon. She was particularly happy At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Long appeared at the door of the rental house. Jiang Long was about to take out the key to open the door, but he hesitated and raised his hand to knock on the door. Isn't the little girl going to welcome him? Then let her open the door and greet him personally. Jiang Long knocked a few times, but no one heard Susan's voice from inside the house, and no one opened the door for him. Jiang Long was puzzled. He knocked on the door again, but still no one came to open it. He had originally wanted to ask the girl to open the door to welcome him, but it seems he has to get the key to open the door himself. Soon, Jiang Long opened the door and walked in. As soon as Jiang Long entered the door, he saw food, beer, and a bottle of red wine on the coffee table in the living room. Jiang Long grinned. This little girl was really well prepared. Jiang Long took off his backpack and put it aside and did not see Su Shanshan come out. Susan not hear the noise he made when he came in? Is she in the bathroom? Jiang Long walked towards the sofa, wanted to sit down and rest for a while. Suddenly, Jiang Long heard a noise behind him. Before he could turn around, his eyes were covered by a pair of warm little hands. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Long felt the hot and moist breath coming from his ears. "Guess who I am?" Susan asked in a low voice, trying to hold back her laughter. At this time, behind Jiang Long, Su Shanshan was standing on tiptoe, stretching out her arms and covering Jiang Long's eyes with her hands. Jiang Long's mouth twitched slightly. The girl wanted to play, so he had to cooperate with her. "Oh, I'll have to guess carefully," Jiang Long deliberately said slowly. "Are you Da Huang? Rhubarb? Who is it?" Susan was puzzled because she had never heard the name Da Huang from Jiang Long before. This Da Huang doesn't sound like a girl's name, which is good. Susan shook her head and continued in a low voice. "I'm not Da Huang." "Guess what? So you're not Da Huang? So you're Xiaohua?" Da Huang doesn't sound like a girl's name. But Xiaohua sounds like a girl's name? Bad Jiang Long. He actually called her another girl's name. Angry. Susan quickly removed her hands from Jiang Long's eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Long's world became bright. He turned around, and when he saw Susan, Jiang Long's expression froze. At this time, Susan was wearing the black suspenders and denim shorts. "I didn't expect Susan to be wearing this outfit today." Jiang Long's eyes slowly moved from Susan's slender waist to her face. At this moment, Jiang Long noticed that Su Shanshan was pouting. Jiang Long raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. What's wrong with this little girl? She was fine just now. Why is she pouting now? How did he provoke her? Chapter 85. I have no choice but to rely on Jiang Long. Sushinshin, what's wrong with you? Jiang Long asked the little girl with her lips pouting. Susan looked up, her big eyes staring straight at Jiang Long, and asked, "Jiang Long, who is Xiaohua?" Hearing this, Jiang Long immediately felt relieved. Jiang Long said slowly, "Xiaohua, I'm telling you, you don't know either." Susan was so angry that she stamped her feet. "I don't know who she is, but you have to tell me." Jiang Long, answer me quickly. Jiang Long originally wanted to tease the little girl, but seeing how angry she was, he didn't dare to provoke her. Jiang Long quickly explained, "Xiaohua is the little flower dog that an old man in our neighborhood walks every day." "Xiaohua, is it a dog?" Susan asked again, uncertainly. Jiang Long nodded heavily. "Yes." "What about Da Huang?" Susan asked again. "Da Huang is a big yellow dog from a rich family in our community." Jiang Long replied. Susan slowly digested it. Xiaohua is a dog, and Da Huang is also a dog. She asked Jiang Long to guess who she was. Jiang Long guessed that it was all dogs. So, Jiang Long treated her like a dog. After realizing this, Susan was so angry that she raised her fist and punched Jiang Long in the chest. Su Shanshan beat him and scolded him tenderly. "Bad Jiang Long. You are so bad. You actually called me a dog. You are the worst villain in the world." Hey, Susan, be gentle. If you keep beating me like this, I'll be broken sooner or later." Susan continued to beat Jiang Long with her fists. "These few blows will break you. Are you made of paper?" "It's not made of paper, but it can't withstand your constant beatings." Su Shanshan stopped what she was doing and glared at Jiang Long fiercely. "If you don't provoke me, I will beat you up." She used to be a very cute and civilized girl. How come she became such a violent girl now? Humph, it was Jiang Long who forced me to do this. Yes, it's all Jiang Long's fault. That's how she became what she is now. It seems like she has to rely on Jiang Long for the rest of her life. Hee. Well, it's all my fault. Jiang Long took the initiative to admit his mistake. He really can't afford to offend this little ancestor. Jiang Long raised his hand and rubbed his chest. Seeing Jiang Long's actions, Susan immediately became nervous. Did she really beat Jiang Long badly? Susan's fierce expression suddenly turned into a guilty one. She said softly, "Jiang Long, does it hurt?" It must be that she hit him too many times and didn't control the strength, so she hurt Jiang Long. "It doesn't hurt," Jiang Long said as he put his hand down. "The little girl did hit him hard just now and it hurt, but it was no big deal." Hearing Jiang Long say this, Su Shanshan felt even more guilty. Jiang Long must not be telling the truth. She raised her little hand and placed it on Jiang Long's chest, saying softly, "I'll help you rub it." Jiang Long was frightened and quickly refused. No. I hurt you, so I have to rub it for you." Su Shanshan did not give Jiang Long the right to refuse, and her soft little hands gently rubbed Jiang Long's chest. The warm touch of Susan's little hands was transmitted to Jiang Long's body through the thin cloth on his body. At this moment, Jiang Long felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. It made him feel anxious and worried. Jiang Long quickly stepped back and dodged. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm in a hurry. After Jiang Long left, Susan's face turned slightly red. Jiang Long's chest muscles feel so good to touch. After a while, Jiang Long came out of the bathroom. He ran to the bedroom to change his clothes before coming out. He always felt that the clothes that were rubbed by the little girl were stained with the little girl's fragrance. It kept getting into his nose, which made Jiang Long very uncomfortable. Soon, Jiang Long came to the sofa and sat down. Jiang Long, do you want to drink beer or red wine? Su Shanshan asked Jiang Long beside her. Beer, Jiang Long replied. Hearing this, Susan took a can of beer and placed it in front of Jiang Long. Susan also got herself a can of beer. She put her finger on the pull ring and pulled it gently, and the can of beer opened with a whoosh. Seeing the girl's actions, Jiang Long opened his beer as well. Susan held a can of beer in her hand, stretched her arms in front of Jiang Long, and said with a smile, Jiang Long, this is the welcoming banquet I prepared for you. Let's have a drink first. Jiang Long picked up the can of beer and clinked it with the can of beer in Susan's hand. Okay. Jiang Long took a big gulp of it. Susan secretly glanced at Jiang Long and found that Jiang Long drank a lot in one gulp. He seemed to be a good drinker. Susan took a sip of the bottle. She couldn't drink much, so she had to drink less as she had to test Jiang Long later. Thinking of this, Susan became inexplicably nervous. If she kissed Jiang Long and he didn't respond, she would just pretend to be drunk and fall asleep. And the next day, she would say she didn't remember anything, so that no one would be embarrassed. She can continue to stay with Jiang Long. She will wait until Jiang Long falls in love with her. Anyway, she will not leave no matter what. If Jiang Long could respond to her kiss, she would immediately confess her love to him and become Jiang Long's girlfriend right there and then. It's so exciting just to think about it. The two chatted while eating. Jiang Long, was your cousin's wedding interesting? Susan asked casually. Fine. After Jiang Long finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately stood up from the sofa. Jiang Long, what are you going to do? Su Shanshan asked hurriedly. I'll get something for you, Jiang Long said as he walked to where the backpack was placed. He unzipped the backpack and took out a red candy box from it. Jiang Long handed the red wedding candy box to Susan and said to her, This is the wedding candy I brought back for you, so you can share in the joy. Originally, Jiang Long wanted to give the wedding candy to Su Shanshan as soon as he entered the door, but after what Su Shanshan had just done, Jiang Long had forgotten about the wedding candy. Su Shanshan took the red wedding candy box from Jiang Long with a sweet smile on her face. Jiang Long actually brought back wedding candy for her. Su Shanshan was happy from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Jiang Long. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long and thanked him happily. It's okay. Jiang Long also smiled. Susan opened the red wedding candy box and took out a candy. She peeled off the candy skin and passed it to Jiang Long's mouth. Open your mouth. Jiang Long opened his mouth and put the candy on Susan's finger into his mouth. Susan peeled another candy for herself and put it in her mouth. It was sweet and delicious. Afterwards, the two of them drank, ate, and chatted. Susan was not paying attention when she found that the beer can in her hand was empty. When did she have such a good alcohol tolerance? But why did she feel a little dizzy? Susan raised her hand and knocked on her head. Now she can pretend to be drunk? Chapter 86, I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Jiang Long noticed that the little girl's face was so red. Could she be drunk? Jiang Long asked worriedly. Susan, are you okay? At this time, Susan also felt that her face seemed to be hot. She patted her cheeks gently with her two little hands. A pair of misty and smiling eyes looked at Jiang Long. It's okay. Seeing the little girl's condition, Jiang Long was still worried. How about we end the welcoming party tonight and go to bed and have some rest? Hearing this, Susan shook her head like a rattle. After shaking her head a few times, she felt even more dizzy. She quickly reached out to help him. She hadn't tested Jiang Long yet, so how could she go back to rest? Just as Su Shanshan was about to move closer to Jiang Long, she suddenly felt the urge to urinate. She quickly stood up and told Jiang Long, I'm going to the bathroom and we'll be back soon. After saying that, Susan staggered towards the bathroom. Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan's swaying figure, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I thought it's bad. This little girl must be drunk. I don't know how this girl drinks. What should I do if I get drunk and act crazy? Jiang Long prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the little girl would fall asleep immediately. In the bathroom, Susan was fighting with the buttons of her denim shorts after using the toilet. She buttoned her shirt several times but failed. As she buttoned her shirt, she muttered, "What a disgusting button. Why can't I button it up? It's so easy to unbutton it." Jianglong glanced at the bathroom door from time to time. Why hasn't this little girl come out yet? Thinking of her wobbly walking posture just now, Jianglong became even more worried. Nothing will happen to the little girl in the bathroom, right? The girl can't drink much, so next time I won't drink with her no matter what he says. Zhang Long hurried to the bathroom door and shouted inside, "Su Shanshan, why don't you come out?" Hearing Zhang Long's voice, Susan in the bathroom immediately found her savior. She simply washed her hands in the sink and walked out of the bathroom unsteadily. Seeing Zhang Long, she pointed her finger at the button of her denim shorts. A soft and gentle voice sounded, "Zhang Long, I can't button my shirt. Can you help me?" Zhang Long's head buzzed when he heard Susan's words. At the same time, Zhang Long's eyes fell on the buttons of Susan's denim shorts. The button was not in the buttonhole and was slightly open. There is a small metal zipper below. Zhang Long felt his forehead throbbing. Let him help the little girl button her pants. This. Just as Zhang Long was struggling with himself, Su Shanshan's soft and sticky voice sounded again. "Zhang Long, please help me button my shirt quickly. It would be embarrassing if someone saw me wearing shorts without buttons." Zhang Long's mouth twitched. This little girl knows it's embarrassing not to button her clothes. Doesn't the girl feel embarrassed if he sees her? Besides, there was no one else in the room. This little girl must have gotten drunk. Su Shanshan hugged Zhang Long's arms and shook him coquettishly. "Zhang Long, please help me button my shirt quickly, please." It's really not what he wanted to do. It was Susan who had been begging him. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Don't misunderstand me. Zhang Long finally made up his mind to help Susan button her clothes. "Susan, let go of your hands. Otherwise, I can't help you button your clothes," Zhang Long said. Hearing Zhang Long's agreement, Su Shanshan obediently let go of Zhang Long's arm. She chuckled. Then he gave Zhang Long a kiss on the cheek. "Zhang Long, you are so nice." Zhang Long was stunned for a moment after being kissed on the face by the little girl. Then, Zhang Long lowered his head slightly and began to button up the girl's denim shorts. Zhang Long felt that tying this button was a test of one's will. If his hands are shaking, touching the zipper of shorts, the zipper of the shorts slid down, revealing the inside. Isn't this embarrassing? Looking at Zhang Long's face, Susan kept giggling. Suddenly, Susan leaned forward and put her mouth directly on Zhang Long's. Zhang Long, who had just helped Su Shanshan button up her clothes, was stunned. The warm touch on the lips. It is so clear, soft, slightly alcoholic. Zhang Long's entire body froze in place. Susan's mouth was pressed tightly against Zhang Long's lips, and there was no next move. After Zhang Long realized what was happening, he quickly stepped back and kept a certain distance from Susan. Susan swayed in a daze, staring at Zhang Long in front of her with empty eyes. Zhang Long was afraid that Su Shanshan would fall again, so he quickly helped her to steady herself. Su Shanshan with blurry eyes, Zhang Long sighed helplessly. This little girl is drunk. A random relative? At this moment, Susan felt that the figure in front of her was becoming increasingly blurred, and her eyelids were becoming increasingly heavy. Her head was shaking. Zhang Long took a deep breath. He helped the staggering Susan back to the bedroom. As soon as Susan's body touched the bed, her eyelids closed heavily. Zhang Long looked at Su Shanshan, who was half lying on the bed and half hanging in the air, and shook his head helplessly. After finally getting Su Shanshan onto the bed safely and covering her with the quilt, Zhang Long had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. After doing all this, Zhang Long silently looked at Su Shanshan's face. Her little face was slightly red after drinking, which was particularly cute. Slowly, Zhang Long's eyes fell on Susan's lips. Pink and tender color. Soft touch. Zhang Long licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. The girl kissed him only because she was drunk. Zhang Long stopped thinking about it. He went back to the living room and started to tidy up the things on the coffee table. After finishing all this, Zhang Long took a quick shower and then returned to the bedroom. When Zhang Long saw the scene on the bed, his forehead started throbbing. The quilt that was originally covering the little girl was kicked off by her at some point. At this time, the girl's long, white legs were exposed. I don't know how the suspender strap on one of her shoulders got untied. It slid down from her shoulders. Zhang Long came to the bedside and carefully put the strap that had slipped off Susan's shoulder back. Zhang Long took some effort to pull out the quilt that was pressing against Susan's body and covered her with it again. After doing all this, Zhang Long lay back in his seat. He looked at Su Shanshan again and then closed his eyes. The next day, when Susan woke up, she suddenly sat up from the bed, her eyes wide open like bells. Because she remembered that she seemed to have asked Zhang Long to help her button up her denim shorts last night. Oh my god, how embarrassing. She actually made such a request to Zhang Long. She is so ashamed to face people. Chapter 87, All Good Looking. What happened afterwards? Did she kiss Zhang Long? She couldn't remember anything at all, so Susan pounded her little head hard. After sitting on the bed and thinking for a while, Susan still couldn't remember what happened next. Susan pouted her lips and looked worried. Susan picked up her phone and sent a message to Xianu Anyuan. Ning Ning. Wan Wan, I'm so stupid. Wu was followed by an emoticon of a little person crying. Who had been waiting for news from Susan, quickly clicked on the message after hearing the WeChat exclusive notification tone. Susan, Xianu Anyuan frowned. Why does it look so bad? Xianu Anyuan tapped the screen of her mobile phone and quickly sent the message. Wan Wan Ning Ning, what happened? Tell me quickly. Ning Ning, Wan Wan, I was drunk last night. I don't know if I kissed Zhang Long. Seeing Susan's reply, Xianu Anyuan quickly picked up a lollipop, peeled off the candy, and held it in her mouth for a while. Let Ning Ning test her little brother, but she got drunk herself. Oh my, her Ning Ning is such a little fool. Wan Wan, it's okay, it's okay. If you miss this opportunity, you can find other ways to test your little brother. Ning Ning, it's the only way. Followed by an aggrieved emoticon. Ning Ning, Wan Wan, don't worry, I won't drink too much next time. Wan Wan, Ning Ning, are you going to drink to test your little brother next time? Ning Ning, yes, I think pretending to be drunk is the best way. Wan Wan, Ning Ning, don't get drunk next time, or the plan will be ruined again. Ning Ning, Wan Wan, don't worry, I will definitely succeed tonight. Tonight? When Xianu Anyuan saw the words tonight in the message, she was stunned. She quickly sent a message to Susan. Wan Wan, Ning Ning, are you going to continue testing your little brother tonight? Ning Ning, yes, yes. Wan Wan, okay, let's do it in one go. I wish you success tonight. Ning Ning, Wan Wan, don't worry, tonight's test will definitely succeed. Su Shanshan promised solemnly. Xianu Anyuan still has some doubts about her best sister's blind self-confidence. However, she would rather believe that her Ning Ning will succeed. If Ning Ning's little brother also likes Ning Ning, from now on, Ning Ning and her little brother can start a shameless and happy life. Oh my, I feel happy for them just thinking about it. Wan Wan, Ning Ning, you have to work hard. Ning Ning, evil. Originally, Susan hadn't decided when to try again. Suddenly, she thought that it would be better to do it today than to wait for another day, so tonight would be fine. When Zhang Long came home from work, he saw food and a bottle of red wine on the coffee table as soon as he entered the door. Zhang Long stared at the bottle of red wine, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, Susan came out of the kitchen with 2 wine glasses in her hands. Su Shanshan smiled sweetly at Zhang Long at the entrance and said softly, Zhang Long, you're back. When Zhang Long saw Su Shanshan, his expression froze. Zhang Long stared at Su Shanshan. Hearing Susan's giggle, Zhang Long finally reacted and nodded quickly, yeah. Although it's a bit embarrassing, but this is not his fault. Susan's outfit tonight is really beautiful. At this time, Susan's hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She was wearing a JK suit, and her legs were wrapped in white silk stockings. Through the white stockings, Zhang Long could vaguely see the flesh color inside. Susan was wearing pink, bunny-patterned slippers. The whole person looks very kawaii. Zhang Long changed into slippers and walked in. Susan Shan said to Zhang Long, go wash your hands and eat. Zhang Long nodded again. Yeah. After a while, they sat on the sofa. Zhang Long watched Su Shanshan pour him some red wine, and he asked, Su Shanshan, why are you drinking tonight? Susan blinked her big eyes and smiled at Zhang Long. Of course we can't waste the red wine left over from yesterday. We have to drink it. You can save it for later. You don't have to drink it today. Zhang Long said, I just want to try this red wine. With your alcohol tolerance, you still want to try red wine? What's wrong with my alcohol tolerance? Why do you look down on me so much, you stinky Zhang Long? Susan pouted in dissatisfaction. I really don't look down on you, but you drank a can of beer last night and you got drunk. Have you forgotten? Last night is last night, and tonight is tonight. Don't worry, I won't get drunk tonight. Susan argued. After hearing Susan's specious remarks, Zhang Long chuckled. Last night, Susan wanted to drink, and Zhang Long felt something was wrong. Susan wanted to drink again tonight, which made Jiang Long feel even more that something was wrong. Jiang Long looked at Su Shanshan and said slowly, Su Shanshan, do you remember what you did when you were drunk last night? Susan touched her nose awkwardly and spoke a little embarrassedly. I asked you to help me button my denim shorts. Don't worry, I won't let you button them tonight because I'm wearing a skirt. In order to prevent the embarrassment of last night from happening again, Susan wore a skirt on purpose, and of course she also matched it with white stockings. I heard that many boys like to see girls wearing white silk. This will look cute, right? So, tonight she wore a JK suit, specially matched with white silk. Jiang Long had seen her wearing black stockings before, but this was the first time she wore white stockings in front of Jiang Long. I hope Jiang Long will like it. At this moment, Jiang Long's eyes fell on Susan's skirt and white silk. This will fall off as soon as you take it off. No need to button. Well, it is convenient indeed. Susan noticed that Jiang Long's eyes fell on her legs, and she said shyly, Jiang Long, do I look good in white stockings? Jiang Long nodded subconsciously and blurted out without thinking, it looks good. After speaking out, Jiang Long then realized that, oh shit, I spoke too fast. Why didn't he say more tactfully, like pretty good or okay? Susan was secretly delighted, for she had guessed that Jiang Long would like it. Jiang Long, do you think I look better in white stockings or black stockings? Su Shanshan asked Jiang Long, blinking her big eyes. Jiang Long coughed lightly and said, well, they all look good. He just answered that they all look good. If he had answered anything else, it would have been bad. Susan chuckled. Let's have a drink. Good. Susan learned her lesson this time. She touched her lips to the red wine, but didn't drink a single sip. After a while, Susan saw that Jiang Long had drunk a lot of wine in his glass. She quickly pretended to be drunk and fell beside Jiang Long. Jiang Long hurriedly supported Su Shanshan's body. Su Shanshan moved closer to Jiang Long and directly stretched out her hands to hook Jiang Long's neck. With a nervous and anxious mood, she closed her eyes and pressed her lips against Jiang Long's lips. Chapter 88, You Are My Boyfriend, and I Am Your Girlfriend. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part.